Morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's day 12 of the WePlay Season 4 Academy League. We've got always 5 best of ones for you guys, plenty of WePlay action, and the best part is that it all happens before Dallas starts. So you guys sit back, enjoy this CS with us, and then we'll all go watch the show as Snacks is about to win a Tier 1 LAN.
Dude, yeah, he's pulling the JKS, I guess. He's the with the Polish core. It was the counter to phase. It's the secret. That's it.
Yeah, you've been calling for a new Polish powerhouse, and
Yes.
I think we found the guy to build it around.
Dude, who's more powerful than Snacks?
No one.
No one.
No one at all. I've been watching his Twitter. I've been loving these like post-game meal updates. You know, he was telling the boys because they had days off that tonight we're getting Texas barbecue, and then the next day we're doing Korean barbecue, and then today he updated. He said tonight it's pizza and beer.
It's
So
pizza beer.
yeah, that sounds like a victory meal. You know, so in his mind, I think he's getting this one. You know, he's getting this one rolling ahead of time. But yeah, we got another set of games today, and things are still in flux, right? It's a nice part of the season because we're starting to finally put those last pieces of the puzzles in place. We'll see the big picture as we go into the play-in, and then as we go into the playoffs. Over towards Group B, we've got big, comfortable 8-1, but I was taking a look at the standings, and dude, MOUZ's top spot isn't that safe anymore. They have the same amount of wins as Fnatic Rising. They have one extra game to play, and Fnatic Rising is now only 7 rounds away in terms of round difference. This is the standings for Group B, so we'll skip over to what I'm talking about in a second. But this one, you can clearly see that difference here between Big and the rest of the camp.
Yeah, they both have a kind of a team that's getting kind of beat up on a little bit for this group. It's been Apex Rebels, but it's kind of also been Navi. You know, Navi's only managed to secure their one win over Apex, other win versus Apex yesterday, and that was kind of a good start, but it's a little late. Luckily, teams in this group are not going to be out, so it's just going to come down to seeding. But Navi Junior are really starting from behind here.
And the young ninja's story of an unfortunate departure from ZTR means they're also down there towards the bottom. But this is what I'm alluding to. We look at this: 44 rounds for MOUZ, 37 for Fnatic Rising, only 7 behind them. Now, both Fnatic Rising and MOUZ still have to play Young Gods, but additionally, and we start with it today, it's the first game of the day. It's MOUZ NXT versus OG Academy. So you got to make sure, I think, if you're MOUZ, that you just have a blowout. Get one more blowout win, confirm to everybody that you are really that top dog. And of course, if they win both their games straight up, then they go on, first place no matter what. But if they lose one of those two, obviously that cuts back from the round difference. And suddenly we could see Fnatic Rising get that last second pass into first place for Group A. But today's schedule, like I said, MOUZ first, OG Academy. Awesome matchup. Fnatic Rising's last game of the regular season versus Young Gods. The Navi Junior Astralis talent one. I'm down for that. I think Navi Junior are ready to test Astralis a second time.
I agree. I think this is a good time to see him because I think, Navi still haven't shown how good they can be. And Astralis talents are really good. They're not perfect, but they're really good. So that'll be nice and even. And then Eternal Fire are still looking. Oh, we didn't. I got to make sure they didn't actually win yesterday, right?
Yo, hold on. Imagine this.
No. Oh my God, they brought it to overtime.
They lost.
Oh my God, they lost in overtime.
I feel so bad. That's the closest they've ever been. At least they got into OT.
Yeah, and they actually did a 9-round comeback in the second half to bring it to
As
overtime.
they do.
Vertigo. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I got to watch that one. So that one. So this one. Well, Spirit Academy nearly yesterday beat MOUZ NXT, and they actually seriously nearly beat MOUZ NXT. That was so close. That there was exertion basically in those last couple of rounds that really made the huge difference for MOUZ NXT. but Spirit Academy were bringing it on Mirage. So I think that sets up today's match versus MOUZ NXT and OG quite nicely in the fact that MOUZ NXT are fallible, the fact that they have teams that are kind of getting closer and closer consistently, actually,
Yep.
over the last few games, and the fact that OG Academy are the ones who dished them out their only loss, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we also look at the last game of the day. I want to just highlight that one. We kind of glanced past it, but it is going to be Young Ninjas versus FURIA Academy. The last time we saw that head to head, it was just FURIA blowing Young Ninjas out of the water. It was the first game that Slap had to stand in. Um, 16-3 on overpass. I think they really kicked Young Ninjas while they were down, trying to figure out, who to bring in. We saw some stand-ins after that game. We've seen them return back to playing with Slap. So hopefully, just in general, the Young Ninjas are in a better place now, even barring ZTR not being here. And maybe there's a little revenge there because nobody wants to just walk away from a 16-3 and not get a chance to kick them back. So that's how we'll wrap out the day, of course. But
And
map
I don't
one,
think
MOUZ and OG.
MOUZ and OG, yeah. So I was gonna say, I don't think ZTR is back yet. I just looked at his Twitter. They were doing a signing session yesterday, so they might be just hanging out until the event's over, which means that probably we'll be playing with Slap again. I don't think Fuzi and LNZ will be making any more cameos happen. But in this matchup, yeah, we at the end of the day, MOUZ are not only stomping good teams, playing close to other teams, but regularly winning, and it has taken the best form of Fnatic Rising to be able to take him down. But I think it does show just how good some of the other teams are. Like, I think it's not so much that MOUZ are necessarily playing badly, but Fnatic Rising are playing some of the best. They're playing the best CS I've watched in the 4 seasons of the Academy League, and Spirit Academy are a total surprise this season, who are getting extremely good. So I feel like teams are getting just kind of catching up, getting stronger around them, and making their lives hard. As for OG, they are sitting on some good wins and some kind of rougher losses, but in general, they haven't really lost to teams that they should lose to, if that makes sense. Like Prospects beat them, Spirit Academy beat them, but that was a hard fought match and the first sign of how good Spirit would actually get. Then Prospects, Fnatic Rising again. So, kind of respectable places to lose. Everybody else they handled pretty nicely, including Young Gods twice, which is not easy.
Yeah, exactly right. They got closer the second time when they went from Dust 2 to Mirage, but still an OG Academy win. So definitely slotting into that, comfortable fourth place, challenging for third if they can get a win over Prospects next time it comes around, or cheek out these victories over MOUZ every once in a while. But again, MOUZ are looking for revenge here. It was a 16-11 on Inferno for OG Academy the last time they played. And OG Academy, obviously, that's where they almost beat Fnatic Rising as well, was on Inferno. So I think we can kind of throw it up there as one of their better maps. But additionally, still that 100% win rate on Dust 2 as well. So I'm curious to see where this one comes down to. Who vetoed
Yeah,
last time?
in terms of the veto, okay, so it's flying through right now. OG are just going to take out Ancients. They haven't always bended, of course, but hasn't worked out for them just yet. So I think they'll take out Nuke most likely because that was a real slip up. I think where they thought they'd be a lot better.
Ooh, they
Maybe
don't.
not. Then they might get taken to Nuke. I would assume,
I'm
but
feeling that as well.
also
Yeah,
just
Mirage
to
band last.
they just take out
Or excuse me,
Overpass.
it's already gone. Come on now. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
There it is. Leaving it on Inferno. I mean, that's where they have literally already lost. That's where it came close versus Fnatic Rising. Dust 2 makes sense as well because that's where we saw them start their season. And obviously, I think MOUZ just know that they have a tactical depth here on Nuke that could really facilitate them getting their revenge. Check out the pre-match stats. It's indicative. OG, we don't know much about them because they are so fresh coming into the season. But ultimately, they played it versus Spirit Academy that one time, and it did go to 22-19, double OT. So they almost held on with that one, but it is that one loss that we'll know about coming into this.
Yeah, they just didn't have much of a T side. That was the hard part. So MOUZ would be a much more balanced team, a tougher team to beat. It was a lot of CT rounds both ways. And for MOUZ, I don't think that'll be the exact same story. Now, Marix had an absolutely extraordinary match in that game, and without him, it would have been close. He had 46 frags in the OT, so that was insane. I mean, Legit, he had a 1.59 rating, and his next highest teammate's rating was 0.86. So, and that game goes to double overtime. Without Marks, they actually just get slapped up by Spirit Academy, and we don't even talk about how kind of good they are. So they're going to need Marks again. They're going to need a better plan for T side.
Time to find out, folks. We're heading on to the radioactive waters of Cedar Creek to get map 1 of the day underway. MOUZ NXT will begin on the T side. So if there's anything here for OG, it's you know the motions of a strong CT side on Nuke. Just start with that, and then we'll have to discuss whether or not the T side plan is in place. But
Yeah,
all right,
they're looking for just basically a strong half to take the edge off here. But yeah, and then we'll get to see how good the T side is for MOUZ. And I feel like MOUZ's confidence, if you ask them right now, it's probably not at 100% because of how not dominant this season is. Even though they've won most of their games, it's clearly, I don't think they have that same aura in the league at the moment where teams are absolutely terrified of them. I think they can kind of quietly regard it as the best team, but I think probably we're seeing teams come in hopeful into some of these matches, and I think for good reason, not because they're necessarily playing badly, but I couldn't put my finger on it. That's why I really feel like some of the other teams, it's more cool to note how much better they've gotten, because I think they're pushing MOUZ, who are playing well, to their limits.
It's one thing to get the crown. It's another thing to hold on to it. And this is MOUZ has been holding on to it now for 3 entire seasons. Trying to do that again here for the 4th. You are right, though. We look at the start of the season. I think there was way more blowouts. 16-5 Prospects, 16-4 Eternal Fire, 16-6 Eternal Academy. We go back. Prospects, they didn't improve all too much, but Eternal Fire got 12. Spirit in round 30 just yesterday to basically close out the broadcast. They're bleeding. They're surviving, but they have shown that they are mortal. And OG Academy, one of the 2 teams that absolutely know it. They've got a victory over MOUZ in there. I'll shoot for a second, but the map's going to make it way harder. MOUZ coming through. Molotov, frag into smoke, flash. In addition for Shane. And the pistol way is underway. Round.
A Wimbo way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good save, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Molly to the hut. Ooh, sound. Nope, it spreads. He thought maybe he'd have a little pocket, but they get down the vent with that. Marks kills Exertion. That one goes down outside. Ramp player thinking about it, but also wary of the lobby lurk. There is a player over there. He's going to have 2 CTs to deal with. His bomb goes down. Oh, he kills them both. Yikes. MHL catches both kills inside of lobby, upgrades into the Berettas, and heads downstairs to try and hold off on the bomb. Mark's going to waste no time. Just swoops into the backside, closes the door on Shuhei. MHL in with the 3rd. Shuhei kept him, and we've got it all cleaned up. MOUZ take pistol.
I like that. Explosion out of decon. Just get into the site. They have so many players. They have so much control, and there is no chance for OG Academy. So nice opening from Marks, but even better response from MHL with 3 frags. So let's see what the strat's going to be as they upgrade. Nuke is a very eco-able map, so I would say MOUZ NXT have the best anti-eco defaults on Nuke, and we'll see them kind of play towards lobby but not overplay it in this spot. Make sure to hold it and watch it, but be careful not to overstack.
Oh, Exertion clears the close one. The nuclear reactor, eco-friendly. It's built into the name. But they don't get that opening kill they'd hope for. No lobby presence other than Shane just looking in like Batman.
Yeah, well, Oxygen did slip by him, and they know that Shane actually looks down the ladder a lot, so I wonder if Oxygen's going to try to clear this. That's his normal spot. Now he's going right by it. So there is a little gap here where maybe he can find somebody.
Yep.
Perfect. It's kind of far away.
Oh, seen though. Jimpat reacts fast enough. Nade's going to end him. Sorry, Oxygen. Nice timing. Nice chance.
Yeah. The CZ, I feel like once upon a time, you just go for that shot, but it's just not that good anymore from range. But you know what? If you had a Tech 9, I feel like it would randomly just get more damage.
Yeah, it would have been hard to get one as a CT, but you know, yeah. But I feel you.
He was pushing outside, all right. So
yeah, go grabs one. Check that T-spawn real quick. So nice clean conversion here. Little chance, little tiny chance, but nothing off the back of that. So now it's going to be a bruising. OG Academy. Hold on for dear life. We got what, 2 P250s, flashbang.
People really said that to each other in the 80s. You're cruising for a bruising.
I really hope so.
You think they rhymed when they were being serious?
Yeah, yeah.
I could see it too.
People in the 80s, cheesy as hell.
Yeah.
All right. Outside on the cross. P250 from Oxygen's good for 1. Dementor, 4 flash assists.
Excellent flash.
Excellent flashbang. Blinded everybody. Now Oxygen's going to be cleared out from Garage, so looks like just that 1 pistol kill. Poor Dementor with the P2K is a dead man walking. 3-0 start for MOUZ NXT, but the guns should always make a difference.
So, looking very mean, looking very strong. Let's see if that all changes. Everybody gangster till the op comes out. Okay, so Shake's here. And, yeah, the best buy so far. They need a really good CT side. They need a really good CT side. So, I wonder if it's going to be as pushy as it was before. I think that was something where I feel like OG, they've always played like they were the team that's kind of more experienced, better results, all that kind of thing. Really high confidence team.
I feel like the map could take a little bit of the glow away from that confidence, but we already lost a player down on ramp. Oh no, excuse me, that's back A floor. Ooh, okay, so yeah, it looks like a peek out hut. Just a little contact from the AK. Then they head towards ramp.
And Shake's not here. They're kind of looking for this op. Not even present.
He had to go up into heaven.
Yeah. As we see the map right now, of course, actually going back upstairs is better because it's harder for the lower guys to get there as opposed to the upper guys to get down. But there is Shake with the op, and Shake dropped into the site. Ooh. So they might go to try to take over lobby.
Yeah, Shake's found his opening.
Yeah.
Dementor blindsided by that one. Shake's still inside a hut, so could cut down jump hat, but missed shot means he's fully exposed in the open, and this slow split into the A-bomb site has everything that they need. OG, they lose the pick in the back of the site. That pulls the Opper off of ramp, who would have been challenged in ramp had he stuck around, but then leaving entirely, I mean, that's just maybe a bit of inexperience here on Nuke.
Yeah, the rotations were definitely a problem right there. So if Shake stays at ramp, of course, he has to read that they're going to still continue to go ramp or will go ramp, and then he can help out in that regard. If MOUZ ended up going lower, that might not have been that bad, but even then, OG were quite slow to take over hut, and they probably should have looked to do that together. But in this spot, if they're going to play upper like that, they had to watch the back of heaven, and then they had to, either cut off one of the choke points, do something aggressive maybe towards Squeaky. But MOUZ had him basically right there with that kill. As soon as Shake rotates into upper and they're coming back slowly, it's only a matter of time before he's going to get traded out. So, a bit scary for OG to lose in that fashion. And I'm sure it's one of those situations while the round is live, you're like hoping this works out. After it's over, you understand exactly why you lost. But they could try again next round.
For now, they'll have to hold off. Deagle's a mag 7 on Oxygen. Where's that bad boy? Already started to push into ramp, so he's going to be clearing out lobby while the outer yard is taken. Dementor softened up. Tenderized. He gets back into the mini, so concedes garage control. CTs, of course, can still just turtle shell up, sit in the side of the site, wait for that eventual commitment from MOUZ. I like the angle from Dementor. Waits for the continuation where he knows that they could be. He's just got to hit that headshot, right? And I don't sleep on the Dementor Deagle. I've seen it. I've seen glimpses of it.
There it is.
Easy one for Shuhei as he walks with his back turned. Exertion will clear Dementor as the smoke grenade fades inside of Mini and then reapply one of his own. Shotgun still inside of lobby.
Did he go through that smoke?
He's starting to go back.
Oh,
yeah, he did. Cheeky. Puts it down on his own. Finds the back of Shake. Shane comes in from the roof. Oxygen's mag 7. There's still a chance that this thing shreds a couple players. They're very much occupied with sound. He brings one down with him. Mag 7 good for damage, but JimPat, the 2 kills in lobby, means just Marix left over, and he's going to try and come at this from Trophy as Bomb pushes out 15 seconds.
They're moving quite well right now. So yeah, they treat it like another Antico. We could tell just by Shane standing on top of the lobby, not even playing inside at all. And Marix, well, he's got an AK now.
Armor, too.
And smoke makes this a little tricky, and he's got a round.
Sees MHL in the corner.
Yeah, he does. Okay.
All right.
NT.
Not bad for 4 Deagles and a mag 7.
It isn't. But we are looking at a few players who have over $12,000.
Whoa. The price is right. I'd be bad at that game. Sometimes,
so.
I don't know. How much does a wooden armoire cost?
$6,000. Just watch Antique Roadshow.
Oh, okay.
Remember that one?
There's the life hack. Yeah. Little ramp plate. Try to put that op up quick. Oxygen knows that he could be under pressure. And sure enough, JimPat going to move forward as MHL just waits.
This is the Stico angle. He promises 1 kill on this angle.
Ooh, what's Dementor done?
I don't know. Oh, Lurky into hut. Mark takes out the lurk outside. Well,
comfortable 5v3. Good nade damage as well. That's a little
nade.
That's a little icing on the cake here for OG. Cake's not done yet, though. Nade perfect from Dementor. Dunks down onto JimPat. Marix comes through with the second kill. And MHL drops down into the vent where Marix was waiting. So, double ops. Not really a big piece of this one. It's just shutting down the 2 lurks. 1 through hut, 1 outdoors. That 3v5 then just gets read like a book as they tried to push out Squeaky.
That was a very key move right there from Marix. If 3 players got down the vent, it would have absolutely made up for the loss of the first 2 players. And it's actually one of the most common and favorable things to do that 3-man walkout if you're down in a 5v3 situation specifically, just because Squeaky can offer you up some very clean fights. I mean, top hut, upstairs. If you get 1 kill and then people start rotating up the wrong way, you get down the vent, you can just fall down altogether really fast. And post planted lower with vent control. Oh, is Exertion going through this? Oh, okay. One way here for Marix.
Looking around for him. Yeah. He gave him that chance to shoot back, and so sure enough, Exertion just starts sprinting downstairs. He's going to take all the space he possibly can. Goes into the vent. They've got 2 guys back in the lobby. Setting up the A split.
Yeah. I think they're going to figure out in a few seconds that they can hit lower. But getting to lower with the bomb, that's the hard part. But they could potentially cross outside if they want to. And sound. Oh, he'll find one. Okay. Mitchell's got the bomb back here, but he wants to get one if he can. They're walking into his scope. Oh, they don't clear it. He's got a little off angle.
Dirty. MHL's patient sometimes.
Oh,
moments
man,
like that.
They got by him. Unheard.
Oxygen still looking around outdoors, doesn't realize death is above him. Like the blade of the guillotine. Ready to swoop down. Sound locks in lobby. That's bomb, and that's a problem. Exertion's going to try to come back and grab it. Molotov should keep Sound back, but he actually pushes beyond it. He is inside of that smoke, and Exertion knows. Shoots him first. Shuhei still waiting, and that insurance policy that they put in position what feels like ages ago gets Exertion safely into the backside. Peeking from Oxygen, shut down by Shuhei. Him in heaven is the difference between OG maybe stopping that plant and MOUZ taking their 6th.
Yeah, on a map like Nuke, there is always some glaring gap, and Shuhei found it this time, and it was the heaven ladder, which, you know, if it's being watched, is totally useless. If it's not being watched, it's completely round winning, and he can clear out all the angles that the Hut guy, the Squeaky guy, can't clear easily, and he sees no one's on site. And then suddenly he just turns into a rotate killer, and as soon as one other player dies, then they have to be forced to get up into heaven as soon as possible. And the round is done, so MOUZ did a good job of having lots of options. Oh, but another 5v4 here for OG.
Quick push.
Whoa.
Dementor. Nice double. Continues it right into Shuhei. JimPat wants to recover the Hut kill. Sound peaks. Dies. 2v4.
Gotta be careful not to let him back in.
You've got the makings of an exceptional T side if you can just bust the economy. But I love the fact that Dementor gets aggressive. Shake waits.
Ooh, a shot.
Nails exertion. Right to the head. Popped on the back wall. JimPat sits above them. They're still squeezing him, but it's the next fight to come in through ramp. Oh, he turns fast enough. Understands that the Opera was towards Squeaky Door, so tries to flash that one.
He drops
Now, he
off.
doesn't have the bomb, so he'll have to double back, and now Shake has this angle being held. Ooh, hits the damage. Shake hit by the nade, further down to death. 27 left. Molotov on him. Single, it's 2 HP. Finished off. Glock's out. JimPat, this would be, I mean, this would just be impeccable.
Another Molly's picked up. Ooh, they have a resourceful JimPat. He's figuring out a way, but I mean, with 15 seconds, like, he's not going to be able to plant in lower at the moment. In op on play, and Marks will take him out. Leave it to JimPat to make it scary. Dude, he is pretty incredible in the clutch. He's just able to find all these options that don't seem to be possible for your average man.
Steps ahead.
I think he's one of those players where his aim gets better in the clutch too. You know what I mean? Like everything just starts hitting.
It's like a one-man show. You know, when the spotlight's on him, and he plays well. So, OG, I love the fact they get a second round off with a little bit of aggression. Dementor goes and pokes him inside lobby. Keeps the guns up, keeps the hopes high. They can hang on to this. MOUZ NXT, more slow stuff.
They had a 5v2 right there, and then Sound pushed Hut, so I'm happy to see him on MP9.
You'll have to pay the price. Mind you, could also make a bunch of money if he gets into the fight. They cross behind the smokes. 3, 4. MHL right at the tail end of that. And they'll leave a player lurking behind Mini.
No pressure on the cross here from the CT side. Oh, man. Is there anybody on control stairs?
Nope.
No one on control stairs. Oh, this is a bad mistake by OG Academy. No damage on the cross. No pressure there to secret. No rotation downstairs. No one in vent. No one in control. No one in decon. No one downstairs.
Kind of banking on the fact that 4 people didn't cross through those smokes. And, yeah, about to find out the error of their ways. So, doors start swinging. MOUZ wary that someone should be down here. Peek out from Shane. Catches Shake and Spawn. 2 spotted trying to get down vent. So, that's maximum 1 player over towards ramp now. They know the numbers. Put down the util. Put down the plant. Shuhei flashed through, but the flash doesn't catch oxygen whatsoever, so he knows exactly what's up. Sound comes through with the kill on JimPat. It's a 2 versus 4. MHL in the back of the site. Oh, peeks for the second time to the right side. Shuts them down as they try to push beyond that ramp. And Dementor now in the clutch, trying to close that distance. Gets sprayed down by Exertion. So the 2v4 from MHL and Exertion gives MOUZ 7.
Damn. Really nice to get in the post plant that way. But the thing was, even though it was 2v4, there was not even potential for anyone to be decon. They had stop one coming down the for the vent rotation or done some damage right here. This lurk from Shane was just like a little extra. But they tried to kind of hand this back with the Shuhei push because the flash doesn't do much and he gets spotted coming through the smoke. But MHL can just sit here. He's got a really, really good spot for that op versus ramp. So yeah, that's one of those moments where you see the smokes outside, but you're just hoping it's a fake because you're not really prepared to do anything about it. The plan at the beginning of the round were to start secret. You didn't have anyone going down to control, but they really need that vent rotator in that moment. It can delay for so long.
Well, pistol dink. That's something, but Shuhei survives it. No big deal.
Everybody gangster until they play nuke.
Right? Just kind of get stomped. I mean, it's a brutal veto process that we have at WePlay because it's two separate head-to-heads. It's not like, veto down normally to a BO1 where you meet in the middle. It's you ban 3, and then I'll decide from the remaining 4 what we play.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all it demands of you is just, I mean, it's a regular size map pool. I mean, you should be able to get rid of the maps you hate, but if you're going to leave a map like Nuke it, you got to be ready.
MOUZ NXT flexing it. So, I mean, it's critical, right? They needed all 3 of the wins left in their regular season to get that top spot in Group A. And if they, ultimately, let's say, lose one of the remaining 2, that would be versus Young Gods, if not this Nuke game. Well, then round difference comes into question. And so if you can just really body OG Academy, I don't think OG's job gets any easier once they switch to the T side. So MOUZ could really use a blowout right now to just take off a bit of pressure to get fnatic Rising off their back. And so far, that's what they're doing here. Just slow playing and milking these ones, even versus Pistols. 8-2, the T side lead.
Yeah, I mean, if their lead is good enough, I mean, they would have to basically get absolutely destroyed in their next match, or they're just totally fine, no matter what happens. So, good opportunity. All playing well today. I mean, they have to be given credit for making OG kind of look so behind on the map. They're doing a good job of exploiting it. It's hard to see these things, but they got a good caller, right? They got a head on their shoulders, this roster. And yeah, the gaps can also be hard to see when you're on CT side. It's just a hard-ass map. But it's a great map.
You think it's the hardest still?
The hardest?
You think Ancient takes the cake?
Okay. You got a MOUZ player had a PC crash. I think I've heard even different players say different things. Like I've heard Yokinder say Inferno's the hardest because it has the most like nade combinations and more about utility than aim there. But then I've heard another player say, no, Inferno's are the hardest. But then everyone just talks about what they're good at that day, in the map pool.
Right.
So
yeah.
That there's some subjective element to it. But I think for sure hard maps, T side overpass, versus any kind of competent team, nuke on both sides. Ancient feels hard for sure. I mean, Ancient T side is very hard. And then what's the other kind of hardest thing?
It's a very aggressive shirt.
And Inferno. Yeah. This is a crazy thing to wear on stream, but who am I to talk?
Right?
Yeah.
I love how Shane is also just like, he's like, all right, yeah, I'm on camera, guys. But then this Shane angle is
taped to his ceiling.
It's just like, yeah, I'm on camera, guys, technically. Okay, Shane.
He's hanging the tripod from his ceiling.
Yeah.
It's not long enough. Couldn't find a tripod that was long enough.
Oh boy. I think I'm happy you shout out T-side overpass versus capable teams because I think sometimes people forget about the complexities of overpass and the difficulty that it offers.
Yeah. It's a great map. I just hate it.
Yeah, I love CT side.
Yeah.
It's that other half that
yeah.
All right. All of MOUZ back in the server, and all of OG re-equipped. Little op fight there. MHL almost gets shake. Expects the re-peek.
Where's
That's
no
an
flash?
easy pickup. Yep. There it is for
Flash.
Marix to push through. But as he doubles back around, oh my god, he just got a second up close.
He got
Sound
MHL
frags
on the back of
exertion.
red.
Hot damn. Shane's still going to be able to walk out through hut, so into the 2v2. Excuse me. And,
Man, they got them both like just outside.
so much fighting going on outside that it just kind of rope-a-doped the OG players outdoors.
Yeah, they have nades. They just want to wait. I mean, no sense not. They have a smoke and a molly, so they get this plant no problem. Do they smoke mini? Oh, the bomb's outside. Oh, excuse me. I was wondering. I thought they were trying to. I was like, this is really weird for the CTs because normally you get kind of get started on potentially retaking or.
Nice position from Oxygen. Should be cleared, of course. They're worried. They know that bomb should be controlled. They swing right into him. Flash actually goes over Shane, so he kills the one in the back. 1v1! Oh, nice jump up from Shane, but Oxygen survives. 20 health, the difference. OG's third because the bomb goes down outdoors.
It does, and that's because Marix, I guess, got his first kill and then turned towards MHL on the side of red. So, insane two-piece there for Marix. Right here, they needed a top secret flash for Shake to peek, but he just decides to risk it, basically. And Shane a bullet away from getting that kill, but leave it to Oxygen, man. He's a heavy fragger for sure. A lot of output as an anchor.
Bake into the red smokes.
Oh, I'm not
Insertion
a huge fan
goes
of this.
by.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not a huge. Yeah, that play is really rough because first of all, Auction always will lurk around the smoke in the same way, but it comes down to blind timing for you in the smoke. So it could be good, but that situation not so much.
Well, Marks was able to get back Exertion, but after that, they just made sure bomb didn't go outdoors. Make sure it pushes out through the front of lobby, like it could have last round through hut, and quick difference. We get MOUZ NXT back with another round win, 9 on this T side.
Like if you're standing behind the smoke, you kind of, and you're peeking the right, you right here, you have a better chance than what we just saw from Shake, who comes out of the smoke, who's still exposed on that side of the smoke, but is now just smoke blind while he's coming out. Of course, you're safe from like top silo and players causing red, but better be in control than to like allow the randomness in.
A knife?
What?
How? Downstairs?
Downstairs? What? Saw his knife out. I just killed him.
Exertion crossed ages ago. Okay. Somehow, some way. And then the pistol players start to connect frags as well. MHL, he's stuck. They've got him pinned into the corner. And with a knife to kick it off, OG's A-stack works.
He knifed him in secret, right?
I thought so, yeah.
It's crazy.
Top left. It looked like the bottom of secrets based on the radar.
Huh.
Top left corner. What?
What?
And with that, now you've got MOUZ. You got MOUZ offering a couple more rounds here to OG just because of the buys.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Exertion got stabbed.
He got shanked, bro.
That's embarrassing.
And expensive. Look at Shake on his fresh new op.
It's got
4,600 in the bag.
diamond encrusted.
Yeah.
Ramp entrusted to him. Drops the molly, falls back, gets out of there as quick as he has to. And now this 4-player pack of pistols just jumping around like wildebeests, stampeding all across this map. And they're going to try to go heaven and then back down the ladder. And then they're going to go back down to ramp and then back down to B and then run it secret back through mini to A.
This is a Hugo strat. Oh,
Ooh, basically just run until you can shoot something. And Shuhei
working.
sure does. Shake finds one on the open floor. The gun that Jimpat grabbed is now back down, and Shuhei gets canceled out as the Opper turns 180. So that's a fifth for OG, made free. One more buy here for MOUZ NXT. Double digits on the T side of Nuke.
Nice half from MHL with his big 17. And Marks is leading once again. It's not quite, he's not coming through like Thanos like he did last time, but it's close. I haven't watched Endgame. It's a good reference though, right?
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, keep it up. You're doing great.
Thanks.
Also, go watch Endgame. But you have to watch all the other ones first.
my
Collateral.
God.
Talking of gods.
Big shake.
Sticks it to him. Puts the next smoke down in front of it. He's a little worried about outside. Exertion's going to use that spacing to just slip down vent.
Is he going to make his way over to ramp, or is he going to go outside? That's the question. MHL, top end of the smoke. Beautiful spray transfer here from Marks. And this is good luck or good night here for MOUZ as they look for 10, but have Exertion a 1-on-4 with 20 health. Some would say ain't no way.
I am the sum. Dementor's going to... Oh, no. Okay. Well, Shake's not watching his back. Dementor's going to have called, like, things are clear out here. But Dementor goes into this, and there it is. He knew what was up, and they find him. So, honestly, 4 of the last 5 of the half, 3 straight to close. We get that Marix performance, 15 kills, trying to carry them as much as he possibly can. Can't over-exaggerate the fact that, that's a lot of terrorist round wins to get back through for a team that doesn't have barely any experience on Nuke and has already shown us struggles, but they'll try.
Yes. Yeah, they're going to show us 10 T rounds, which will be a challenge, but this game could have been way worse, so real nice recovery. Close out the first half. Saw some awesome highlights, I think, from different riflers as well as Shake on the op.
He almost clutch from Jimpat. That could have been something sick.
Yeah.
2v4 down here on this B side as well, right? MHL locked into the position because the slower B rotates.
Yeah, that was the one situation where they really got outplayed. Some of the other ones were a little closer, came down to kills. And there were moments where, OG actually outshone them in terms of individuals, which that has been a feature of OG for sure. Even in their most desperate games, they've got some nutsy players.
So they'll have to bank on them. 6 rounds going into the T side. Util for Dementor. Marix still top of the board. And we wait to see if they can get through one of the best teams in the league on a map we know they can play. I think beating them here on Nuke would be be more shocking than watching OG beat MOUZ to begin with, as we already have once in the season. Cross outside, stopped in a heartbeat. MHL's dual Berettas already get that kill inside of the lobby. Shuhei's going to call that things have been compromised outside. He has 1 point of health tucked in of the rafters. And down he goes. So they're going to try to just push this bomb back into the A site. They've got 2 players up top, 1 on the floorboards. Sound waiting for that hut peek. Cross back with bomb, planted.
Pushed pretty hard. Key post plant here for OG. Good spot with heavy control. 2 in the rafters, honestly, is great.
Has to turn from the flash. Oh, lines him up. Low HP. Very low for MOUZ NXT. Headshots needed. Oxygen tucking it in. Glock into Shane. Wrap back around from the dual Berettas, and MHL, he's trying his absolute damnedest. Draws him back in. Taps that bomb once more. Oxygen tries to count the time, tags him down to 3, and finishes him. A quarter of his health left over to give OG Academy a start on the T side.
Yeah, close call. MHL's having a match right now, so it's very scary for him in that clutch. And a key one to be able to potentially equalize. I don't think this eco will be free, though. MOUZ NXT, actually, they should be investing here. And they've got good ideas on the anti. It'll be a real test here of OG's anti-eco. I think, again, teams are very ecoable on nuke. A scout outside, a scout on ramp. Pistol stacks that can push lobby. I think as soon as it's 5v4, it's actually very CT sided, even with just deagles and stuff like that, because rotations are the most important part about nuke. By far, that can make up for all the bad guns you have if you have good rotations. Oh my god, he didn't clear it. Oh man.
Executed. Shuhei does nothing special other than just sit still. We get a kill elsewhere. It was back garage. Now Dementor, he picks up not only the first one, the trade immediately, the follow-up too. Jimpat's downstairs on the B site. He gets owned by Oxygen, flies by with that AK, and it's good for OG Academy. All right, a little mistake is made by Sound, but so be it. Keep 4 up. You're good to go.
Yeah, I can't do that again, but I don't think he will. After making the mistake once, getting away with it with the Dementor trade in the future. It's a deep angle. You got to clear it all the way. But if he did that, the flash was there. He was supposed to die, so. Shuhei lucky to pick that up. And the round doesn't come off of it. And all of the armor sets are down, so MOUZ will be buying next round. MHL saving up for his op.
Sound catching that kill the instant he gets shot in the back of the head. So at least he brings one with him to the grave.
See, if you ran over someone's head in real life, you would know.
You'd hope. Yeah, you'd definitely hope you'd notice.
That's why this game is finished.
No chance. A1S is overpowered. What's the point of playing? USPs, nothing at this distance. Don't you dare. Don't you dare win a fight here, MHL. He's got that frag grenade, though. Nothing. Just fireworks from MHL. Outside compromise. All these pistols just jiggling and wiggling and trying to get weird. It's weird enough to get the better of Oxygen. That's an AK picked up now, but Merrick's already comes through from heaven. Redirects back towards ramp. I like this from Jimpat. But they don't actually commit to him. Get a little uncertainty here, a little back and forth from the T's. They walk into the wrong part of town, and exertion, you can mow him down. At least 1 or 2. Anything's a bonus at this point. USP kill from Shuhei. Oh my goodness. A chance at another there, but no. As he should, he loses the second, and it's Jimpat 1v2 to the clutch. 5-7's all he's got. Molotov ahead of him. He would have loved to try to push out while one of those players' hands were busy on the bomb, but that is not the case. Now it's got to have to be 2 duels. Different. Sound. Caught up top. Jimpat. Oh, he'd be siphoning the souls right out of him. Dementor. Back on the other side of door. And Jimpat doubles back through hut. Dementor's inner timing. He'll figure this out. Here's it now. Jimpat starts to sprint in and gets closed down on by Dementor. 3 kills here versus mostly USPs. But once that AK got picked up, they had problems.
Definitely got a little scary, especially with Shuhei seemingly blending in here in the back of the site. And with Jimpat, there always seems to be a chance. But not today. I don't think we have any clutches won by him just yet. As we tie up in the first world test, will they take it fast? You see the rotation immediately from MHL.
That's the difference, huh?
Into lower, yeah.
Such a good spot for the op 2, right? Corner to corner fallbacks. Little timing where he can get caught on control, so he won't be scoped in for the second chance. But they don't follow through entirely. They wait for that Molotov to land. He sticks in it. Worth. As sound also goes down. And a quick rotate makes a world of difference here. 5 versus 3 off the back of that for MOUZ. Oxygen kills Shuhei, though. Xerxian
yeah,
gonna hear the climb. He knows that he's in between it all, and they don't clear that corner. So Oxygen a step ahead of the process. Sets up Shane to get the back of the T's, trying to clear Mini. And poor Shake gets naded down into the nether, as it is MOUZ with the 10 rounds on the board.
Yeah, we see that. So Shuhei, you know, he's the guy spotting the cross this time. And then immediately MHL is down here, right? Like that's pretty much all you need to do. And then of course they could approach these fights a little bit more carefully, but MHL takes a good risk by coming in front of that molly. They kind of came around the first corner lackadaisical. Maybe there's a chance that they don't wait this molly out and they actually peek a little too soon there too. So need to be a bit more safe there. Uh-oh, smoke missed. Uh-oh, nade missed. Uh-oh, surfing man.
Waves are barreling, dude. Oh! I love that surf, dude. It's such an added little bonus. Bah. Shake goes down. All controlled. Easy for Jim Pat, sitting back behind his box. In the Finnish troll cave, he waits. More pistols.
That lower round at tier 1 is why we see the sweatiness when it comes to, you know, how much jiggle peeking there is, how many boosts there are just for every single peek on every single angle, and how much of a difference that'll make. You know, if you just get that one, you sweat like a tiny bit just for one peek. They kill the opera downstairs. They can hit lower. They'll be really good. So they're just willing to work a little bit harder in that spot. I mean, they maybe could have killed MHL. Ooh, I think Shuhei actually showed left. I'm not sure if he did, but he may have showed on the corner of Big. And even if that's true, and they're worried about that, even that will delay for time. So we'll see how they respond to this, actually.
You go deeper smokes. Credit Molly. CT's put one ahead of it. Oxygen. Mini could get pushed. Oxygen. Where? What?
I don't even know.
Hut push, maybe?
It could have been.
Yeah, that would have made sense. Smokes downstairs. Or smokes on cross, excuse me. Try to push hut. Yeah, I can see the kit down on the floor. Right there on the right side.
So that's what they did when Shuhei saw the nades.
Yep.
Said push hut.
Oxygen's still up there looking down the ladder. Shuhei from heaven will kill one, but there's still players getting close to this, and MHL, he's just beneath it. Dementor clambers up. MHL's still looking, but he scopes the wrong direction. Shake comes out from the front of garage. Dementor, he's going to have the heaven push, and he wins the duel versus Shuhei, who was ready, but also stuck in that backside. So a nice little squeeze here from OG on the rifle round to get into the A site.
Yeah, I guess Shuhei got a misread there because he killed one. I think he thought it was a lurk, but there was still a pack. Because I don't think MHL goes hell if they think there's still potentially 3 people outside. Or 2 more coming. And Shuhei was playing for a lot of info, which is great. But I think he missed a couple. He missed a couple of players there.
And so OG keep it close. For now.
Yep.
Early days, but
that was good.
Showed promise. Like you said, right? We want to see the effort, that little bit of extra sweat on the brow, and well, they varied up their smoke grenades. Completely different. That's now at least a couple different execs for outside.
They shut down the lobby push. I think Oxygen's actually gotten 2 kills doing that. Not just this one on Shane. It was kind of a correct play, if you will, because he was right. Majority were outside trying to cross, so it could have been free lobby control. But OG did not 5-man it. They made sure to properly default there. And And even if you know where Oxygen is, doesn't mean you just get to kill him. Oxygen shoots back.
Setting up right into the A exec. Nades are flying out. Shane tries to stop him. Drops an incendiary of his own. Exertion, blind as can be. Shake comes through with that little bit of a delayed hut fight. And now it's Shuhei in from heaven. Jimpat right next to him. It looked good, but kind of gets shut down, and it's still alive. Oxygen catches MHL trying to creep in on him. You said Oxygen shoots back. Well, now he needs to shoot sharp. Jimpat just above him. He's going to peek off that first plant and denies it. Jimpat's patient in the position pays off. MOUZ find a 12th, but I like the exec. Look how flash the first two players were. Exertion behind blue boxes, the guy back in the corner from the hut fight. That part looked really good, and I thought it was going to be enough.
Yeah, the flashes were actually incredible, but they were a little slow on hut, so I think they got the molly got thrown into the hut as the players were getting blinded, but there needed to be someone to peek as that molly was coming out right away to scale to the back of the site, and then there wouldn't have been a chance to answer back. It would have been hard to rotate in through heaven, so that half of that was actually incredible. I mean, really hard to get both players blind like they did. But the spacing could have used some work, or just who was supposed to go hut, who was supposed to go squeaky.
Wall of smokes again. Shuhei not too far off. Oh, MHL catches Dementor. Then just leaves. MHL's been really good today. 24 frags at the moment. Exertion kills Sound, so this one's not going nearly as well. Shake comes wide through the squeaky door for 2. And MHL jumps up the vent, ops him in the back, misses the chance to close in on Squeaky, and now CTs are currently split because of that mini smoke. Oh, he's not supposed to get it, but Jimpat spams through regardless and makes sure there's no chance left.
Big map from Jimpat as well. He's actually second, even though I feel like didn't get too much action in that first half. He's found a way into these moments. So 13-10 off of this round. It's a pretty decent shutdown, and yeah, MHL's presence is definitely felt today. Overall, he's been pretty solid. I mean, even on his bad days, he's still kind of like 18, 19 kills. With a couple of the few matches, I'd say like a couple of matches ago, like yesterday was also really good, but day before that. So he's very much back and feeling it.
Found your opening, but MHL just smokes the first 3, all headshots. Very quick one, as they try to do something. When you got nothing, you got to do something, and MHL shows that. You know, I feel like if he has an op in that position, like he has been these last couple of rounds, they could have just gotten past him. You know, I don't know if he's getting that many kills that rapid succession, but with the rifle, just doesn't even let off the trigger. Shoots down 3. All picked up, no plant, nothing. So, MOUZ NXT. I've seen a couple tests here from OG Academy. Something worth praising with the A hit, with the variation in their outer yard. But we're hit that critical point now where you gave up so many rounds on your own CT side. You will be the victim of MOUZ irking out these first few.
And they won the pistol, right? So they just haven't won that many good rounds in the second half. Kind of one super solid one. Oh, that's a really nice boost. Dead in the back as Squeaky with no chance to refrag. This one's pure. No op abusers, just 5 rifles. Man. Now they're just breaching the front gates. Exertion all up in their grill. There's a guy in lower, and I think they're just letting him exist. So, looks like he's going to try to combine with an upper hit, maybe. But they're comfy just sitting in ramp.
Timing will
So
have to be
the two
perfect.
the two kind of options here are obviously hit upstairs and have Sound kind of join the hit by getting up the vent, punish a weird rotation downstairs, or go ramp to lower with him.
He flies up. It's the backside being held. 2 flanking trophy room and Sound. He'll find the pathing he needs to get Shuhei. They will find Oxygen though, trying to push out. Can't get beyond that hut. Oh, wallbang from MHL. Of course, right? Here's the plant spot.
Yeah.
Lines it up, knocks him down. Sound, who was able to come up through that ramp, will not be able to do much more. He cleared that backside. They had it going well, but that quick flank around trophy room, shaved one off of the back end.
Yeah.
That allows the CTs into the hut. That's what stops the bomb plant. It all gets unraveled because of that fast flank. Jimpat and MHL.
Sound. Yeah, quite tricky there from Sound, at least, those 2 frags. That was well done, but another one where MOUZ, I think, they put themselves in a good spot to get the boost off again to take out the Mentor and Squeaky. And then, I don't know, they play very comfy on these 5 rifles. Don't over-rotate downstairs. They let Sound have it. I think at least knowing that he's alone is okay. Because he has to either open decon door or break open control window. Which then they could respond to that.
Exertion wins the fight on
How do you
door
dodge that?
side.
That was insane.
Shane comes through with Mini, and everything just getting owned. No opening, no chance, no damage, really. OG Academy, they knew coming into this that if Nuke was in the pool for the pick, things could get problematic. We haven't seen too much from them, barring that match versus Spirit Academy, and here versus MOUZ, who are happy to play almost anybody on it. We get exactly what we expect. So, looking to add 6 rounds to the round difference over Fnatic Rising. That's exactly what they'll do. And now, of course, their last game of the season will be versus Young Gods. That win right there is the one that'll guarantee them top spot or not. And MHL, honestly, very impressive today on Nuke.
Yeah, it was a big map for him. He was all over the place. As a team, I think they just kind of slightly outclassed OG on both sides. There were some good rounds on both sides for OG, but just far more good rounds for MOUZ. When it came to the rifles, they were able to get away with a lot more tactics. The rotations were better. They didn't really make any big mistakes, I would say, MOUZ NXT, besides sometimes getting out fragged. And honestly, sometimes on upper, the flashes that you pointed out were really fantastic from OG. The hit overall wasn't quite as terrifying because players were blind, but there wasn't always the right pathing or the right spacing to take advantage of it. But we saw definitely, I think, a decent OG, a good one on Nuke, better than last time. I think it's something they're working on. It's probably going to be the hardest map to beat MOUZ on, I think, if you're considered an underdog. So not incredibly surprised, but at the same time, I think there were redeeming qualities here for OG.
Yeah, I think it's one of those weird ones where, obviously the result compared to last time, it's less here versus MOUZ NXT, but the opposition was higher, and some of those fine-tuned details were really cool to see.
Yeah, and Spirit weren't that sick on Nuke. They just both were not very good, right? So it kind of was a closer game. And that was the first time I think we saw OG try to play like a really randomly hard map and get exposed in that regard, or that they finally lost where it felt like they couldn't lose no matter what new map came in. But yeah, even though they don't go to OT, I think they 10 rounds versus MOUZ and the fashion in which they do it is better.
Look at the scoreboard. We've got MHL at the very tippity top, 31 kills by the end of the 26th round. So he breaks through 119 ADR. You got Jimpat right there with him. That's cool to see. Jimpat has had that one really cold game that didn't help MOUZ, and they had to lose it. He's also saved them on Ancient.
Whoa! Sound died every round.
Every single one, all 26.
26 deaths.
Well, sound the alarms. He's got at least not all of those deaths were as bad as the one time he didn't clear underneath silo and got deagled in the back of the head.
Yeah,
but he did die every single time. So here it is. MVP of the first game of the day has to be MHL. 31 and 15, 119 ADR. Just absolutely owning. And we even got that, anti-eco rifle clip. So a varied arsenal this evening from MHL. Anybody else on MOUZ that you think we need to kind of throw under the spotlight before we pass this away?
Not really. I think Jimpat, I guess, was somebody who, he just keeps showing us, I think, a little bit of this really good intuition in clutch rounds, and I think he's got that a little bit of that Zippix factor where he kind of can make a situation seem viable when it otherwise wouldn't. So I kind of like that. And Ancient, we saw a couple big clutches from him. Really getting more interested in the Jim Pat story, and of course, he is only 15 years old. That is insane. So let's see how much better he can get.
You know, between him and Exertion at 17, two of the consistent players from MOUZ really just showing us that Counter-Strike talent runs deep. But that's enough about MOUZ. They're done for the day. We'll hand this one over to Fnatic Rising and Young Gods after the break. The last regular season game for Fnatic Rising. If they win this, then they have to watch how MOUZ result in their last game to see who gets that first place spot. If they lose it, it's MOUZ locked in. So we'll see you after the break. A critical game between them and the Young Brazilians. Julio.
Gooblio.
Coffee time. Here we go.
Good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We got map 2 getting ready for you. Fnatic Rising, Young Gods, and all Young Gods have to do here today, I think, is just show improvement. The last time they played each other, a 16-2 for Fnatic Rising on Inferno. And Young Gods, to finish off their season, they've got 2 games left. Fnatic Rising, MOUZ NXT. So we watched them improve over this entire amount of time. They've shown us real promise and I think impressed us in their inaugural season. But now it's time to take all of that momentum and really put it to the test and see how strong they can end before we go into the play-in and the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, they have taken a couple of good wins here, beating prospects twice, and I think they just needed to clean up completely on the lower end. But Spirit Academy really one-sided game in that match, and we didn't watch the game last night where they went to OT versus Eternal Fire, but that looks one of the more legit score lines for Eternal Fire. So I don't know how Young Gods felt about that. They still pulled the victory, which is just really important for them.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, this group is tough, and they're kind of near the bottom just because of the limited amount of wins, even though it's still a good amount and some very respectable ones. So in the last game when they played on Inferno, it just showed how much Young Gods need to improve Inferno. Basically, Fnatic Rising played very fast. They were excellent, actually, in the map when it came to the T sides. They completely crushed. I mean, Fnatic Rising story right now is: are they the team that can dethrone MOUZ at this point in the season? They just beat them. They got them basically into the win on a Mirage the first time around. They've handled pretty much everyone in the league. They look extremely good just on the eye test alone. And Young Gods for them are just kind of one more notch in the belt. I think that if Young Gods play well, and I definitely avoid Inferno this time around, if they can score like an Ancient here,
Fingers
which I'm not
crossed.
sure if it's possible based on the amount of bans that Young Gods will have, then maybe they can actually pull an upset. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the maps they're looking for.
Well, they banned second. So it'll depend on what really Fnatic Rising want to take out of it. I could see, even though Fnatic Rising are capable on Ancient themselves, I could see them just remove it, seeing as that's where we have seen good promise. But they go Overpass, Dust 2, Ancients in.
Yeah. Okay. So they can take it there then. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't here if you were Young Gods. It would be definitely wholly a mistake to leave in Inferno once again. And I think
It's going to be.
it's gonna be, yeah. They could go Mirage. Actually, Mirage is also very good, but um,
Let's go.
yeah, I think they're gonna take Ancient. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess Vito's actually kind of nice here. They had option between Mirage and Ancient, which are two just very strong maps for the Young Gods. Also strong for Fnatic Rising. It's not like a problem for them, but the most impressed we've been, I think, in this season is watching Godsent play on Ancient. I mean, they were just so close to beating MOUZ NXT. It was such a great game.
Yep. I mean, it's where we saw them start their season and kind of blow all of our expectations away just because we didn't really know much about them in terms of playing in EU. Although when they did play versus MOUZ, that was a 10-round T side to start the game, and then they still lost 16-14. So if there's any improvements that we still need to see out of Young Gons, I think it's evidently on that CT side of Ancient, which is where you'd think intuitively it would be a little easier, right? They've got that T side under wraps. They know their identity, and I'm really happy that I tried to like preface this as Young Gods coming into the final challenge of the regular season, and now we get to see them on Ancient versus another good Ancient team. It's a straight up head to head high tier battle perhaps between these rosters. They weren't able to finish MOUZ NXT because they couldn't clean up the CT side. If they can versus Fnatic Rising, then they have a chance at a win here right now.
So we've also seen Fnatic Rising take their biggest win of the season on versus MOUZ NXT on the map, and that was a solid game as well. But yeah, I think Young Gods. I think this map it kind of really highlights exactly what makes Young Gods good at CS, like what their strengths are, and that's the mid rounds on T side. And this is a map that offers up a lot of options in low number situations, a lot of lurky plays that can work very well. And if there's anybody who can figure out how to get the most out of those situations, it's been the Young Gods. So let's see. Fnatic Rising, to put some real work into Ancient. Unfortunately for the Young Gods, this will also be a very, very tough match. And unlike Young Gods, they actually did pull out that victory versus the best team in the league. So it won't be free. It will be hard, and there is a chance for an upset. But I don't know. This would be almost as impressive or even more impressive, I think, at this point than beating MOUZ NXT on the map.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Let's see what they got. T-side tries to barrel into the B site. Ooh, it's a beauty of a stack. You know, Fnatic Rising, I think, have some of the best counter pistols in the league right now. I feel like it's this is probably the third time I've seen them just what feels like with the perfect setup versus their opponent's pistol round. Two of those coming in Ancient, one of them versus MOUZ, and one now here versus Young Gods, because they had a 4-player B stack and they just owned them.
Yeah, they are willing to make risks, I think, with their stacks as well. Like we saw the Vertigo stack where they were totally wrong about what site to stack, but they were willing to play for there, and then they still won because they were good on the retake. So if they have plans in place, of course, that makes perfect sense. But it does put a lot of pressure on the team who wants to rush if Fnatic Rising are going to stack every pistol round.
Young Gods, a quick slap in the face. A reality check and an absolute investmentless buy. 5 Glocks sitting outside of the doorway, and they're met by a smoke, so we'll have to wait for what will be a very easy round.
Hard to see it any other way here. This will be interesting. I mean, to keep the smoke. I mean, again, there's almost no incentive to rush a situation like this because the smokes will run out. The CTs will eventually get tired. You prey on their fatigue a bit and hope that they kind of just ego push you, basically. But as they come out, CTs still just holding their angles. Let the decimation begin.
Yeah. Murder! Murder. Sometimes it's okay. Fnatic Rising 2-0 start.
Put that on a poster. Scrawny Ganda.
They hate me because I spread the truth. All right. Now, liability, double MP9 and a FAMAS, but I do think there's a contrast, or rather a comparison, the opposite, between Inferno and Ancient in that, you know, you've got a lot of close-range fights. You've got a lot of chances for SMGs and FAMASs to still shine. Not everywhere.
Ouch.
But these bomb sites are claustrophobic. And they get out to middle right away. Young Gods, they love a quick little play at the start of the round on T side. And once they have those guns, I think they can definitely justify it. But they get no contact towards mid, so no opening kills just yet.
Yeah, we're talking minimal control here for Fnatic. They're not even playing inside of caves, so they're doubling up on the A side, kind of reinforcing both, waiting. But there won't be a lot of information here. And this is kind of like the bow and arrow, right? Having the rifle in the back and the SMG up front. The flash through. Wow, that's
Perfect.
A call out. Oh my goodness. That is like the perfect tactic to do in a round like this. It just totally changed the odds of the round. Like they're about to walk in a cave. They had outside B control and they had an MP9, a rifle on the B side, like versus 5 AKs. This was a very good position for Young Gods, and that just totally changed now.
Peps are in a comfortable spot, waits for the walkout. Ramp player in MOUZ still just moseying around down there, but he loses Pepsor, and he almost gets caught pulling his gun out. Flash goes above him. Ooh, Venom Zera. Insta headshot.
Ooh.
Next gets the next duel over towards that deep level. And now, may I show you folks the individual levels of Young Gods, because every single one of them just cracked the head open, right? There was nothing wrong with the way Fnatic Rising set that up.
Yeah.
But Pepsor, MOUZ, and then the closer rotate in Regali all get smashed.
That was awesome. I mean, those are insane entries. Leave it to Young Gods to surprise. I think the only thing there is that Pepsor, there was like a little pressure on him. He had a good fight. He just got it completely outdueled, but he took like a decent peek. I think he was in a slightly unexpected position. They don't smoke him out either. And yeah, him or MOUZ, it's possible for them to win their fights. They didn't know MOUZ had pushed down, so they were going to be aware of it. But they took the little bit of map control that they were given there in cave and made do with it. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's cool about them is I don't think you would see other teams simply go 5 players out of cave. Like, that's not even a realty attack. But in this situation, they just responded to the available data that they had, right? They didn't have the option to go back through spawn to clear out the outside of B. They just had to believe in whatever map control they had. And I think that is partly how they win their T round. So yeah, it could have been worse. And we know the bonus rounds, what comes with that is sometimes these SMGs, only 2 deaths there they try to save, and VenomZera gets by Volt. That's not an easy thing to do.
Just charging him down. MP9 will trade back. There's upgrades to be found here inside of the donut, but a quick pop out through A main, maybe. Next, gonna get boosted up. Regali flash for a half second. He's got a player inside of the temple with him, Pepsor. They don't really know what they're walking back to. Banjo would have definitely, you know, raised the alarm, but there is still plays to be made. MOUZ versus Lineko. Lineko waiting, catches the headshot. That's a man advantage here for Young Gods, and maybe that'll actually keep them from executing out into A.
This is a spot. This is the outpost position for Next. He has really strong angles. As soon as they take info, yeah, he's going to be in a powerful spot. Pepsor tries to adjust up, but the AK wins out, and they can continue. They kind of treat this like an anti-eco at this point, right? Wait for the CTs to make another mistake, and then attack onto the site. Now back his turn, but BRN, man, so sharp.
That had to be a bit of a flick.
Yeah, wow.
Guy's clearing left donut. Gets peeked to the right side. Rails the headshot, and Regali to the 1v3. Finds Snowzen for free, so he gets to keep all 94 HP. Next, behind that sight box. Oh, tries to shave the spray just over the top of them, but won't quite connect. So Godsent squeeze into the A site. Nice and easy. 2-2 early.
Huge kills. VenomZera winning over Volt. That is something that we have to pay attention to a lot, because Volt has shown an insanely high level of playing mid by himself in a lot of maps. Even versus, I think, the most staunch competition in Exertion, he did a good job at first. I think slowly got outplayed, but I don't think there's been any other team right now that has, at least not versus Prospects. You know, that wasn't really an issue. Oh, actually, Prospects were the one game they lost to. I've got this all wrong. They actually beat MOUZ NXT, despite that, despite those mid plays.
Shooting gallery, easy does it. Lineko, nice burst control. Just gives each of them 5 shots. And so this one just gets washed away. Fnatic rising, that 2-0 lead, gone. We've got Young Gods. Easy answer on this T side. And the T side has never been a question. So it's going to keep up. You know, this isn't some anomaly. This is what they offer us.
Yeah. Job sectioning out all these different duels. It made it feel like just 4 1v1s. Just because he didn't overswing here. And love that after they got that kill, VenomZera mid, they even had Next still lurking outside B to kill MOUZ later on. Made a bad situation even worse.
Ooh. Oh.
Well.
Didn't expect the second.
MOUZ was also a big player on Ancient.
See if he gets his legs underneath him. Volt gonna win that fight. Layered CTs, the same way that the layered Ts pushed into the caves and got away with that first kill. It's traded back mid. They start to lean over towards B, though, because of maybe those cave kills. We get bombs still back by T-spawn, so no commitments can be made yet at the minute mark. Oh. Grenades are phenomenal. Wow. 97 damage into Regali.
Man, they just like walk out if they get that. Those are so well placed. Ooh, this is a big hole found by Pepsor. Getting tucked into spawn. If they want a mid-round back to the B side, I mean, he could totally ruin their plans. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, they're running knife out. Pepsor has come. Oh no!
Oh my god! If he just held like an off angle and spawned, I mean, they don't clear him right. That's crazy.
VenomZera
pulled his gun out.
Pulls it back out because he was. I mean, maybe it was the possibility of a player being there, so he does take his gun back out. And at the last possible second for that to not be a Pepsor kill, VenomZera just beats him over the head with the butt end of the rifle. Smoke comes out from cave, so Volt, he's banking on the frag grenade. Could be perfect. No. 0 damage, just too much
down
of the totem pole. Now suddenly it's a retake. They've got that late lurk, of course, from Regali, but he has only 3 HP to flank around caves, and it's being held by 2 players already. Gets shut down. Now these other counter-terrorists with no footing on this bomb site, they're going to have to concede it, and Young Gods rotating away from that A play, what could have been the nade dunk on Regali and Pepsor. I mean, oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah. Sometimes the best time to peek someone is when they're running forward. It's the hardest time to counter strafe, so I think he was looking for that chance. And there was also a world where 2 players in a row are running, and then he gets this, lineup mow down. But Venom Zero is pulling out his gun just to start clearing out some of those angles. So very wise of him to get that gun into his hands at that moment. And man, Young Gods, almost everyone has had a highlight round already in terms of how sharp these refrags have been or their position.
Ooh. Venom Zera gets through the fire. Tim versus Volt. Oh, and Volt picks up the kill. All right. Leneko. He's taking all the space that Snozen's op just caught with the frag versus Banjo. Deagle from Regali. Right to the head. That's guns to be picked up. That's Snozen under pressure now. Close range op. Doesn't get killed by Regali. He's going to put the smoke down to get him out. Snozen very worried about that mid push because he's lost players on both sides of him. The only thing that he's got going is Young Gods with the deep A setup. 2 players already inside main, which you've seen before, but normally they don't have that bomb.
Uh-oh. Snozen
trying not to get pinched. Starts to come back towards mid. Volt, yeah, he's got the trade, but MOUZ actually dies to the Opper. Pepsor's going to see that contact coming in on A site. This is all they got left, and Pepsor right to the forehead of Next. Now it's BRN in the clutch.
He can clutch.
Goes for the flash and the frag. Looks for that long range. Nobody there just yet. They're going to give him the space he wants. He could leave.
He could. I mean, he's got enough time. There's no real free plant on the A side. He doesn't know exactly where the both CTs are. All right, just hoping for a clean donut. They aren't pushing him. This is risky because they get closer.
Ooh, dangerously close. He sees it. Pepsor's dead. Regali, same position. Right side peek. Oh! BRN! 1 versus 3. As he just turns that rifle right back onto the last one. Yeah, give it a kiss. Beauty of a clutch.
Yeah, another young player in the team. 15 or even 16, I don't know. But has hit some actually unreal clutches so far. This shot was so filthy from Pepsor. I mean, he even crouched into that. He really believed in the opportunity. That was nasty, and he gets away. Yeah, 16 years old, BRN. Crazy stuff. Young Gods, low numbers, no problem. Trying to cause nightmares for Volt. He actually survived as the 1 gun last round to get his kill over Venom Zera. I'm going to be paying close attention to that kill matrix again. Not a lot of support for both the T and the CT who are trying to find these duels.
Nothing for Volt this round. We've had this, this little continuous back and forth inside of the caves with the Leneko and Snozen op behind him.
Oh man, this push once again. Uh-oh, it could potentially be seen over the box. Snozen has to be careful. He has them locked into the corner. Nicely done between him and Leneko.
Those 2 back could be everything. Regali smokes off the cave side. He's already got Venom Zero to the left side of the ramp. Falls back. Volt comes in for mid. Headshot from Leneko.
Wow.
30 seconds, and they're going to use that as the trigger to just sprint towards A. Oh, what could stop them at this point? Double ops. Smoke towards top mid. No way Banjo has any vision, so the bomb plant comes for free. Regali smoked off once he gets into position. So, I mean, it has to be the save. CTs have no money left, and Young Gods, once they get that mid kill, once they get that open route towards the A site, they know exactly what they want. And they've got that affinity for the fast A rotate.
Yeah.
So
That's
6
huge.
off
They
the
beat
back
him
of
out.
this one.
And they make the, they just dismantled the setup right with between MOUZ and Pepsor pushing down Banana on that round. And now that push comes down to who's more ready, because over the top of the box from the spawn, you can see them. But sometimes if you're not looking there, you're holding the right side, you can get peeked from there. So it really can come down to awareness of what the default looks like. And in this situation, Young Gods had him locked in on both sides. Snowson got the info. Uh-oh. Must be a miss. I think he still lives this. So he's okay. They'll definitely need these guns. And the scary part about Young Gods is they're willing to do anything. You know, they're not just going to start working on the B hit just because they got the 2 kills. They're ready for that extra advantage at any moment. So Volt is thinking, all right, I mean, I'm going to maybe catch them on the tail end, bomb coming in late, that kind of thing. Lineco is ready to fight him right from the cave.
So we get 6 straight from this T side. Wow. Young Gods really do have something special on this map.
Yeah, man.
They take it to the best in the league. And, you know, CTs can still recover, but
They're legit.
MOUZ didn't. It was only once they got to the offense themselves that they recovered that game. And Pepsor holds off on the cross. Venom's there, good trade. Flash comes out from cave. They're going to know about MOUZ. They decide to smoke that one off. Get away from the wall bang. Find this post plant. We've got a deep position from Volt. Already waiting for some kind of an extension here from Young Gods. If anything, they've kind of been corralled into this back lane. They've got the utility to burn off time. Banjo gets boosted. Just looking through the gap, hoping for something. Venom Zera already to the left. Bomb already to the halfway point. And now all of a sudden we get Next coming back, and he is behind this guy inside of cave. They know about MOUZ. He's been there the entire time. Venom Zera, one and done. Next kills MOUZ as he tries to flank through, and again the double ops are just going to have to go for the save. Young Gods, 7 straight.
They make that look so easy, man. At max right now, Fnatic Rising are getting 1 kill in their trades. They gave MOUZ the cave. They took out Pepsor, who's holding, you know, great angle there at V. Can sometimes multi-frag. The best of the best do very consistently. But in this spot, Young Gods, first of all, I love that, again, the smoke, the Astralis smoke for the deep control. That is the way to win post plants on the B side of Ancient. I think people are going to shy away more and more from trying to exact just with the right and left side. Get a lucky plant, you know, try to avoid spam damage in the future. I like that Young Gods have brought that into their arsenal. And they are just, even if they get 1 kill, that's the most. That's the most that they can get. That looked way too easy, man. Such a quiet walk up onto Banana. No Regali peeking down Banana in this spot. Already very varied T side. They've come out long A 2 rounds. They've gone for mid control 2 rounds. They've done cave by itself. They've done Banana. No wonder the CTs are left guessing.
Ooh, a fast A smash.
And it's empty.
Let's go.
It's totally
You just said
empty.
it, right? Varied T side. Well, here we go. All in onto the A site. No indicator for it, just the commit. And it's the right call based out of the CTs out of spawn. Snowson finds Volt.
Well, it's flank. Wow.
Yep, dead already. So just relying on those rotators. 2 through Donut, 2 through Temple. Regali hoping Lineco could just take a few steps forward.
He will never peek this.
Nope, no reason to.
He has his flank completely watched. He has no reason to. Donut is the... Oh my god.
That
BRN almost
could have
walked into
been.
that.
Could have been, but BRN will just now tuck into the box, so he's kind of found his spot to anchor into. Pepsor, the X factor on this one, comes through with 2 kills, needs a lot more than that. 3.
Wow.
Oh, he tries. But with his 3 kills and nothing from anybody else, of course, Godsent just going to lean back and lock in that one. 8 in a row.
That was a great execute. It would have been nightmarish even if there was just Banjo here on the site, but in this position, they had literally no one. They were just focused over on the B site, reading the game. Totally wrong right now. Their heads are being screwed with. Young Gods are not getting lucky. They are owning Fnatic Rising here on T side. Golly's face.
Tough day in the office for Fnatic Rising. Volt. Oh, he's got the fight. All right, 5v4. Gets a mid kill. You know, they don't shy away from applying pressure, but this time they put it in the right spot. Next, finds Banjo on the fallback. That's not the player who got the kill. Pushing through. BRN, he catches that one. Volt thought maybe he had some space to abuse, but instead, one after another, CTs all start to fall.
Jesus. They're holding everything. I mean, yeah, they're just like, there has to be a gap, but there just isn't. Like last round they did the full A. No push A this round because they're scared of it. And basically with the 5 players Young Gods have, they're covering mid with 2. They're getting in this key position at the top of B. So right outside cave, in between mid and B. That's enormous because if the CTs want to float around in mid, they no longer have just elbow control if he's going to stand there. If Next is going to stand there, Lineko's going to be there. We've seen how much value they've gotten out of that one spot. And any round they've taken B fast, it's basically impossible for the CTs to push out of cave long B because of this one position here where our number 3 is. So they've been exploiting the fact that Fnatic Rising are looking for pushes. Oh my God.
Oof, for a second.
Honestly, luckier for MOUZ. He wasn't even looking that side, but he'll eventually win his duel.
Still A side all theirs.
Yeah, rotations have been a nightmare here for CT side, and they're terrified, man. They're terrified, and I understand why. Oh, look at that smoke too. It lands in the back of spawn, so like they could push out a temple and cover it. I mean, I like the deeper smokes. I think that is the answer in the meta to Ancients. I haven't seen a team on T side throw it that deep for CT, but it's where the 2 choke points are converging basically that makes more sense to smoke than the 2 lanes, if that makes sense. So like on temple and CT, you'll molly and smoke that way. But if you smoke deep spawn, you have to take more control. But if you get that control, you win. And the same goes for B, smoking all the way in spawn as opposed to smoking both pathways to the spawn, attacking the B site. So they're bringing that in. They can't stop winning. And we are looking at a pistol and conversion here for Fnatic Rising. That's it.
Lots of saves coming out of Fnatic Rising as well. Like you look at the scoreboard, you can tell this is a 9-2 game just looking at Young God's amounts of kills. Because they're just, they're just getting into the right place at the right time, and
they're hitting the entries so sick that they can't even retake, right? Because they're not doing like Fnatic Rising aren't getting a kill, 2 kills, and then a little damage. They're not even getting 1 kill sometimes. And then there's no way to even get back into the round. They're so far away.
No scoreboard blowout, but still just dominance. Regali, he gets a pick. He goes for that deep peek down from A main. Finds a player in the back lines. Snowzen sits and waits just in case it gets followed through. Lineko, he just got tagged outside of the caves, but Venom Zera, Regali's in the smoke. Okay, he's got himself a second. And a third. Regali, you saw the frustration on his face in these last few rounds. When that bomb plant went down last time, he just hung his head in his hands while he was still alive. Just sat there for a second, contemplated life, came back, and decides to offer up a 3K. So
I would be careful here.
Yeah, right?
Just because,
Yeah, no, but Regali, he has had enough. And with 4 kills, should absolutely be the end of Young God's flawless streak. But next, well, he's got an affinity for the clutch.
Oh my God, he found him. How?
Put some molly on it.
Oh, the molly.
It spread. MOUZ
runs
runs back.
It's so good. Holy hell. Look how he threw that, man. He took a risk and threw it a little wider, and then it spread late, and MOUZ had to respect it. This is unreal. And next, will he figure this out, Fake Plants?
He's thinking about it.
He's got it! This guy is so good.
Whether he's on his own or with his teammates, next is the pillar of Young God's clutch.
He's so good.
Oh, that's brutal. 4 kills from Regali. Everything you thought they needed. And next goes huge.
Huge, man. Yeah, that's why they had to be careful. I mean, 2-on-3 is not given. They should not be chasing down exits in a situation where Young Gods have time on the clock. You know, a minute left. Tighten the hell up. These guys will find a way in. They know how to pick the locks, man. This is
sick.
Yeah, this is sick. That was such a man, you saw how he threw that molly, right? He threw it a
Yep.
little farther out.
He was
That was a risk right there.
banking on
If
it spreading. Banking on it spreading.
Yes, and if it did, and MOUZ didn't have a molly, of course MOUZ is going to hope that he doesn't have to swing into that. And he threw it so that if MOUZ swung, he'd take the most amount of damage possible. I had to fight him right in the open. It was just such a nice angle.
Oh, that is nice. You know, next 18 years old, another young player, first season of WePlay.
Yeah.
And he has shown us, you know, we've seen him and Snowzen in 2v4s. We've seen him and Venom Zera in 2v4s. This time he's just doing it on his own. MOUZ opens up with the opening kill here in the 13th round of the half. Double digits from Young Gods with all consecutive round wins.
Seriously.
Fnatic Rising are getting embarrassed on Ancient, a map that they themselves beat.
They just beat
MOUZ
MOUZ
NXT.
NXT. Yeah.
At this point, we could sit here and say Young Gods are actually the best Ancient team in the league.
If they take this win, it would be pretty much without a doubt. Like,
you know, close loss to MOUZ, but that required Jimpat to just give us the best clutches we've seen out of him all season. So I feel like Jimpat's the reason that he robbed the win from Young Gods. But also there is that asterisk. We saw a dominant T side into a CT flop from Young Gods. So we can't get that far ahead of ourselves, but we do have to just sit here and appreciate the nature of these rounds. Young Gods not looking to let that one happen twice, but this time they'll just go for the deep lane smokes. Venom Zera finds Pepsor. Oh, and the push from Next. Doesn't get a kill for it, but a ton of damage. It's not the most comfortable of post plants, but the flash goes deep from Snowzen. And Volt, well, he holds on to just enough vision. BRN, tagged back by Regali. They are sick of losing rounds. Snowzen's op catches Regali on the cross. He's got MOUZ up close, and that's the end of him. That's the end of the streak.
Yeah, see how much more activity there was in the back lane there when they don't smoke deep. It's so much more possible in the retake, and they try all these tactics to get back that space, flashing through and risking it. And none of those players get a kill. They could have, but the cover was really good. Fnatic Rising were aware of it and made sure, that they could show us they're still in this game. That makes a little bit more sense. They finally win one, and they do with a lot of players, so that's good. But yeah, looking at 5 rounds max now in this first half. And Young Gods will be buying for this round next, no matter what happens.
Another A hit. We've seen the CTs try to counter this, with Regali getting aggressive. Misses the second, primes Banjo perfectly. Venom Zera trades that one back. Man advantage still Fnatic. Regali really trying to be the end-all of this T side from Young Gods. But they'll have to give them back a little bit of space. Looking to go towards mid with 2. BRN on the A main lurk.
They have learned something here to never stop being careful, though. And this is Young Gods perfectly comfortable over a minute to go back into going slow, and Regali will meet him halfway. Volt leaves Donut. He picks up snipers. Pepsor with a nice off angle here. Or even a peek when he wants to.
Times it nicely. Follows up with damage as well for BRN. So 10 HP between him and the end of round 14. T-side cash is still good. You know, they've really got everything they need. They've earned a safe close to the first half, but Fnatic Rising going to bring it back to at least 4.
Yeah.
Shoot for that 5th.
I think a big reason why teams win rounds at the end of a half like this is it's like a funny problem to have, but when you've won so many rounds, you're just thinking about how can we win in a new way again, you know, without doing similar things. And it's just simply, at least if you lose half the rounds, win half the rounds, you can try stuff you lost with and try it differently. You know, if you win every single round, then you're just like, what do we change? And so some of that stuff can be telegraphed. And then for the other team, eventually, you know, they have to learn from what they've seen already. The game plan is not 15 rounds of winning deep. Then they can pick up on patterns and adjust to them. And in these last couple, we've seen just a repeat of that one B hit, that one A hit. And I think they cleaned up this push with Banjo and Regal. You saw them get caught off guard with that a couple of times in the past.
Posted already. No pressure on Banjo. Just has to land the first one. Venom gets to the box and Banjo goes back. Ooh. Wow. Tagged heavily there. Flash deep for the CT. Does Leneko really want to push that? Can maybe get him through? I feel like, okay, you've got your bomb plant, but you really don't have the spacing you'd want. You don't have the positions. They get a boost off. That's something, but it's still going to leave Leneko on an island. Oh. And he's not supposed to do that. Not only the one kill, but Pepsor down to 11. A peek from Snowzen that gets punished by Regali, and the retake is very much on. Venom Zera, who's boosted, 10 health because of the earlier smoke spam. That's an easy pickup for Banjo. And BRN inside of smoke as the defuse will easily come through. It is, in fact, 5 for Fnatic.
Yeah, Lily tried again, the fast A hit. This time, and we've seen Banjo, every time he ops, he starts there in the temple, but they haven't seen him op so far this map. So he's been putting up one, getting better, honestly, at anchoring the site in at least some dignity rounds here, starting with the pistol and conversion, but ending with 3 straight. So actually now it's totally viable. I mean, their T side is very strong. It's and it's the CT side of Young Gods where they're actually worse. They're actually somehow worse on this map, and in general, they're just a team that just really shines on T sides. But at the same time, you know, not like Inferno where their CT side is a huge problem. They put up good CT sides here. They put up good CT sides on Mirage. They are just a good team on Ancient, and it's just the thing that we highlight is that they're impressive on the hard sides of these maps for whatever reason.
Just for Young God's sake, don't want to see the repeat of the MOUZ NXT comeback. You know, and let's just say if something like that does happen here.
Is this the same start?
It was 10-5 or maybe even an 11-4. I'll double check.
Yeah.
Exact same 10-5. Exact same situation as MOUZ NXT. And then when we switched to the T side, we had Jimpak give us a 17-7 half. MHL went 12-8. And the guys that got quiet for Young Gods, Leneko 4-12, Snowzen 6-9. You know, Next's just ever present, I feel like, for this roster. 15 kills in the second half still wasn't enough, but okay, just don't let that happen twice. That's the goal now. Pistol goes live. Leneko smoke flash. We got 2 Molotovs, 2 smoke grenades here for Fnatic Rising, so a B exec looking likely. And it's completely open, free for the taking.
Yeah, really considering the mid control. Neko gives it a shot, but yeah, full retake. Scary spot here for the gods.
Possibility they had to know was probable. Next, first off, fight towards ramp. There's so many players coming in from lane. The entire team is trying to push past caves. Snowzen kills Regali so they can continue onto the site regardless of what Banjo can give us. It's a labored fight that leaves Banjo on 15. Maze, quick headshot. Smoke on top of the bomb. Venom Zera, they've got them both. They've got the second pistol.
Yeah, they do. Oh, no, wait, do they?
Or do they?
Oh my god. This is incredibly close.
No!
Oh my god, they don't have it. Whoa. Wow, that man, I thought they were making good tempo, but they didn't have a kit?
No kit.
Did they play no B site with no kit? Come on, boys. Was it on the floor? Maybe it got dropped somewhere. I didn't see. Oof.
Leneko was still alive. He was the only guy with util, so I think if anybody, it would have been on him, but I don't know.
Even if it took 4 seconds to grab it, it'd be worth, right? So that's a little Little error right there for the Young Gods after a really strong retake. 4 straight now for Fnatic Rising. Careful to give him space.
Gonna work through the caves. B site prime for the taking yet again. They'll clump up inside of the A main. No fights. They can't even find fights at this point. Is there anybody that's going to stand out, like, just before we get into it? I want to test that 8-ball of your Launders. Yeah. I mean, I saw it in the first half. He really strikes me as one of those people who just hates losing. Hates it. And those are the ones that, once you beat them up a little, once you've got that 5-round lead, you think the game's in the bag, and then that person decides, nah, your fun is over. So,
yeah, I mean, let me read off like the last. Regali has 29 and 16, 35 and 24, 22 and 12, 20 and 18, 30 and 18 in his last 5 matches in the league so far. So, yeah, he said to me that since he's done with school and just has finally graduated and has time off and he's been able to play, his strat has been to outwork everybody. And it's something to say it, but you can look at the stats and see it. Regali is consistently playing the best CS of his career so far in the league, and that's over the course of 4 seasons. He has been unbelievably consistent, as what you could say is kind of an elite academy player in the sense of really doesn't ever not show up. That's pretty much it with him. He has a 1 map with a sub 1.0 rating. This entire season.
Speak of the devil. Swinging the AK, already inside, deep. This B site has been smoked, and that's going to transition Young Gods into the save. Fnatic Rising, a capable T side on display already. Why? Regali picks up the AK-47, decides I'm going to go entry, and just rocks this B site on his own.
Mm-hmm. Slow him down a bit. 5 in a row. I mean, this narrative has changed so much to almost anybody's game. It's still such a good start for Young Gods, and 6-round CT side should be. For some teams, it would be a gimme. For them, it's just like still very possible. I think it should be clear that it's not like they don't get 6 rounds on CT side. So Fnatic Rising are just going to be happy they've won both pistols. At this point. Tough climb for them back into the game, but a good start.
Critical win as well, right? This is one that if Fnatic Rising hope to take this first spot of the group, then they need this win. They need it. And then some. They'll have to not only rob this victory from Godsend, but then ask Young Gods to dominate MOUZ NXT in their next one. Lose here, there's no hopes. Ooh, Bolt gets back behind those boxes. He loves a good mid-fight. And he picks this one up with the Galil.
Yeah, they got to be aware of that. I mean, that's the way he pads to those boxes every single time. They should be mollying it. If Young Gods aren't comfortable playing inside of mid, it will be used against them. Oh man, the really big hole here at snipers. They're kind of slow to the jump at this point. BRN just threw a nade. Starting to walk back. But this is starting to come down to more his aim than anything else.
Two to the right. Sees the barrel of Volt. Clears the first one. But then, not only does he die, we also get the pop in from Pepsor. That's through middle. That the Donut player goes down. And we're going to get the CTs again stranded in a spot where they've got nothing left. And Leneko thought maybe he fell back top mid. But of course he's going to be pushed into CT spawn.
You can't let people through the doorways inside of mid. The rotation has to be earlier. Even if BRN's in a decent spot there, if he even gets traded like he does now, like look what happens to everybody else. They will get melted down. There are too many off angles to use for the T side. And not only that, but now it becomes impossible to tell which site that they want to take, right? If the T's get to that point, it is equally powerful to go A or B. So in this spot, rotation need to be sooner, especially after they lost Leneko that quickly. And not surprised that fnatic Rising get up into snipers, but that was a pretty big problem. They also didn't seem to be aware of Volt getting to those boxes. That every single map he's doing that T rounds whenever they let him. I got to be a bit more careful than that.
Eagles here, round 20. So that's going to mark 7 in a row for fnatic Rising. A huge lead that Young Gods once had almost evaporated. Finish off these Deagles and you've got it. 10-all. You know, fnatic Rising just got to be inspired by what MOUZ were able to do. Young Gods have to forget about what MOUZ were able to do. Volt already to the top of middle. He wastes no time when it comes to pathing. Giving him inch, takes a mile. Gets tagged down to 4 HP, so there's a little warning for the top mid push. That's actually going to maybe suck the confidence out of him a little bit, allow for the counter terrorist to get over towards this B site where they could bolster.
They're flanking him.
He's watching
his boxes. Oh, yeah. He's a little slow to that one.
Such little HP. He goes down. 4v5. Young Gods in a good spot here. Tons of players on the bomb site. But fnatic Rising, they size up the opening. They leave.
Zero utility. And they don't want to go A, but at this point it actually is better. But they got to find BRN.
He's looking for the fight. Can't kill Banjo. Pepsor's going to let Venom Zera cross by. Plant inside of that A site. Pepsor recedes back towards Donut. Leneko going for the long flank all the way around, and Young Gods want to clear out these corners. More missed shots. You're not going to get an unlimited amount of chances either.
They're trying to just get a gun if they can.
Make them pay the price. But Pepsor continues to hold off. His teammate's going to take the fight in front of him. And they're all trying to exit, which they will. Succeeding in saving. Leneko, he grabbed that one AK-47, hit it on the other side of the map. 5 straight to the T side of fnatic Rising. 8 if you can include the way they finished off the first half. And Young Gods buy back. But you can't tell me that the nervousness has got to start about now.
Yeah, it's not feeling good. They can definitely, I mean, you can see, this is not the same level of confidence, but I also just not the same level of awareness. I mean, what they were doing on T side was so phenomenal in terms of everything that they were catching fnatic Rising off with. It doesn't feel like they've got the same love for their CT side in terms of ideas. They don't let Volt cross this time to boxes. That's at least a great place to start.
Now it's about just bruising up this B plate. They push through the smoke right into next. Him and Leneko able to get 1 kill there between the two of them. Venom Zera wants to come through with the mid support, but it snows in off of the top of the ramp. 2 kills. MOUZ trying to recover. 20 health. He's done.
I think someone's wrong with his PC. He was like looking at the sky, right? Am I crazy?
Who?
MOUZ?
I didn't see.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, they paused the match. I think it's
okay.
I think so.
Must be.
He was bumping on walls like he was drunk.
I thought it was, it's just a little concussion from the 80 damage. He
Yeah.
he wasn't seeing straight.
Yeah. He had tinnitus. Okay, well that's much better. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to get to a situation where they figure out what to do too late, right? Like they let Volt get away with his spots. They need to take him to level 2, then level 3. And so far, he's already got a lot out of his mid plays. They counter him this time around, Venom Zera. It's very comfortable peeking Donut. That's good. They keep winning that duel on mid. I think that's the first key to success, first of all. If Volt gets a kill, that's one thing. If they take over snipers, that's a whole nother thing. And that's been what has really allowed the Fnatic to get the leverage in this map. So I think they need to continue to establish like dominance inside of middle, scare Fnatic out of that spot, and then they'll be just substantially weaker. Easier said than done. Very scary for the CTs to play in mid. But you've kind of got to do it. This time it's Regali. Ready to punish a push. Ooh. Bit scary for the gods. A lot rested on this one push. They go back to Donut. They get smoked out again. I mean, their rotation could get exploited in the same moment. Venom's there. Oh, so much damage. No kill.
Oh.
There it is.
Owns Regali with a headshot, but did let Volt get closer. Volt into the temple. 2 kills. We get next trying to scramble over. Caught by the cross. MOUZ already deep. And you mentioned it. It's one thing to lose the mid fight. It's another thing to let them up in snipers. And once he has that angle, there is no open door for the rotators. Fnatic rising. They gave away that last round, but they answered just as quick.
Yeah, man, they're a satisfying team to watch because they can see the problems. Like, I can identify these problems seeing the whole map, all 10 players, right? That's way easier. For Fnatic Rising, they can see it just like MOUZ could see it, or a couple of other teams, or Young Gods on that T side, and that's what makes the team kind of satisfying to watch. They can figure this out with way less information, and right there, they identify that this is a weakness. They just go right into pushing it. Rotations are a little choppy here for Young Gods. Slow to the jump, getting exploited, and the question is, can they see it? Do they understand that that's being used against them? It needs to be clear, and it needs to be clear yesterday at this point, because Fnatic Rising are just... they're winning almost every round. They've lost one in the last, what, 10?
Yep. That lonely round that happened by way of Snowzen locking in the ramp while apparently, we had MOUZ having some issues. So another quick tech. Tied at 11.
Like, if we think about the fact, like, think about if Snowzen was playing in snipers in any of these rounds, there would have been free kills. They would have just been walking into him. So they need to be sending him there. I mean, maybe one thing for him to kind of play there. Maybe Lineko's asking him to be somewhere else so they can reinforce. But right now, they're letting go of free frags. I mean, nothing better than the op to hold a walkout, right? Rifle is one thing. Could be good if you have a nice angle. Op is just guaranteed, though. Even if another op peeks it, it's fine. MOUZ should not be allowed to sit in middle with an op and control the rotation from back to A or B. And they can also take DB control and take that area that's I talked about with a box from mid to B to fight them into mid to control elbow as well. So just a new line of attack instead of saying, oh, Venom Zera, like, you're good at Donut, you like it, you killed Volt once, you get some damage off that round, like, just keep doing that, like, that's good enough. Because there's too many gaps right there. And he can get smoked at any time.
Smoked off right away. Ooh.
Wow,
I
that
didn't
did a
even hear
lot.
that. Ton of damage to MOUZ. Again, we get that walkout. Look at Volt. He's already up in the sniper's nest, and the only
they're
person who
leaving
was
it
there has
again?
already left. Yep, again and again.
Oh, and he's probably just thinking like, man, there's no way they're leaving this to me again, right? But he's already kind of halfway through. And now it's basically, if they do anything, all they have to do is kill the site players, right? That's the whole point of Volt, but, oh, maybe they can't do that.
And that could be the chance.
Oh, but the noise has been
Next
made.
spots it, so they know that that mid part is compromised.
Oh,
Bomb's going to go for it again.
Bomb can go back. See how this changes the map totally?
Yep. They've just cut through, right? They've wedged themselves between both groups of CT. Next. Oh, he gets Volt just as the smoke pops.
Ooh.
MOUZ tries to get by. There's a little life on this one, right? It might not be the right decisions, but you can still scramble back. It's not going to be enough to maybe win the game, but maybe just win this round and then give yourself another chance to adapt. 5 versus 3. It's a strong place to be. It's almost like they're too afraid to fight mid, so they let it go and hope that they can react accordingly. But MOUZ, very clean headshot into VenomZera, and his second A main player doubled back towards mid. So it's 2 towards Banjo instead, and he gets neither of them. MOUZ drawn back into the temple, him versus Next. That one's going to be clean. Snozen still coming around from the corners of CT, and the double donut pushes through. They're doubled on top of one another. They are standing on each other's heads, looking to join together. The peak is there, and Leneko ready for both. So even with that sketchy mid setup again, even with everybody being cut off, they scramble their way back into the round, use that second A main player to come through donut, bolsters the retake in that direction. But if Banjo gets a kill there, then that could have gone south. If the Temple player is able to catch Snozen, that could have gone south.
Yeah.
It's not reliable, but it is enough for 12.
Yeah, it is Counter-Strike. You have to shoot, and they had the good spots to get the kills, but at every point, at least Nozen gets the one kill on B that sends him to A in the first place, and Next gets a kill with it staying alive as well from CT spawn, where they smoked him, and it was desperation, like he had to do something. But there's another spot where they use mid in a new way against them, and another, I can't believe Young Gods are leaving it that open over and over again. And, you know, at this point in the match, things can even change, right? You don't even, maybe you get the CTs to overreact to mid, and you go do something else. So in this spot, they're actually going for an A walkout with some pressure outside B. MOUZ trying to fake this. It's got the attention of 3. Uh-oh. Yikes.
Ideal, man. Venom. Oh, full recovery mode. A sites. Ah, he gets spammed through the nade. Finds him. He goes back. He goes back, and Pepsor goes big. 2 kills. Snozen catching him on the fallback. Next and Snozen. How many clutches these seasons between these two? MOUZ from Donut. No bomb planted. Next still just jiggling this, and the smoke grenade's going to give MOUZ a little room to work with.
Interesting.
He's going to try to play to the right of it, kind of shrouded in the smoke here. Should give Next a good chance to react to it when he does come through, if he does come through, but MOUZ decides to go back around the other end. All of that's going to be heard.
Does he? Okay. So BRN do this.
Snozen starts to walk wide. It's 2 inside of the temple. MOUZ, he knows at least the 1. Footsteps being made. Snozen getting closer. MOUZ starts to get back around CT. He gets around these corners, but they are locked in on him. They are hunting him down step by step, and Snozen lands the first shot to give Young Gods a 13th.
Yes, I think it's mildly scary, but their Young Gods are able to pull this out, and that's really terrifying because it's BRN who's trying to flash for mid for VenomZera to peek from Donut, and that's the moment the walkout comes. So a pretty unlucky death for him in that spot. It's obviously tough to find a way to flash from safety if you're in that position, so he just kind of needed that 1 second to stay alive. But VenomZera was able to get 2 from the Donut in that spot, so it answered for all those kills. And without the Donut control itself, of course, the post plan is a lot harder. So the rotators come in, Young Gods win. They're up to 13. It's a little scrappy, but they're I mean, they're shooting hot too. I mean, all throughout that first half, they were out trading fnatic Rising, which is impressive in and of itself. For a team, 5 new players inside of the league.
Money's still stable for Fnatic, so the tests for Young Gods keep coming. They can see the finish line. No mid walkout just yet, but Volt now with that smoke grenade towards the top of it. Util starts to unfold. Get a peek from the donut player. MOUZ doubles back. Next still sitting on that B ramp, but there is nothing coming his way. They want to go middle, and they're going to smoke off donut, which means it is open. First line of defense from here on out, it's going to be Snowzen deep in CT.
He's got to get careful not to be smoked out if he plays too deep. It just won't cross him, but I don't know if there is a smoke in this position. Just an HE.
Oh, Snows,
my
one
God,
health.
1 health. Jesus.
1 health makes the difference. They line up for the donut spray, and Venom Zera's got the 2 with BRN right next to him. If Snowzen doesn't survive on 1 health, then who knows what could have happened. Maybe the mid players come at it from a different angle or a different timing. But it all goes well. Running out of utility there, the T side. No smoke for Snowzen, right? It feels like he did give them that space. You alluded to it. Like, had the smoke gone down for the easy cross, then Donut suddenly gets swarmed.
But I was saying that how many times have fnatic Rising walked out through mid? Like, how many free op kills would there have been in the past if Snowzen had
now
been
there?
So there it is. They finally tried the same thing. And yeah, we're in a position where they've got to come up with new stuff all the time. They lost the last 3 rounds. And Snowzen gets away. And, listen, if he had a rifle, he probably dies, right? That's how close that got. But he had the op. He had the best chance possible to win versus a rifle. So even if it's 1 HP, he just only has to hit 1 bullet. That's the whole idea. So most of the time, you'd expect that he'd take that pretty easily. And most of the time, Volt, he wouldn't want to have to walk out without any other utility or smoke or anything like that. So there was some pressure on him to make a play. And for Young Gods, finally, they take advantage and stop anybody from getting into CT control. So 14 rounds, power position. Looking to close this out. They finally get rid of, I guess actually there's still some money somehow for Fnatic to buy. They put together something. It could be better, but, on T side, you don't need 5 guns all the time. There'll always be someone to pick one off.
Utility already low on 3, though. We saw util become a factor in the last round, so we'll see if they are a bit more stingy with the management. Nobody comes close to getting that wallbang kill. Ooh, puts that one out fast. Oh, that could have been a deadly decision there for Leneko, peeking into MOUZ off of the side of the smoke. MOUZ is just being sent in. A scout inside of the B site. Oh, he uses that smoke to get into the back site next. Oh, he was flashed. So MOUZ, he goes wide with 2 kills, and Pepsor comes in with 1. That flash hits him next. Didn't realize he had a barrel to the back of his head.
Yeah. Wow, who does that?
Cool play from MOUZ.
Yeah, that is
very
cool,
sick.
Man.
You said they have to do something different? Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's pretty crazy. Money's still good here for Young Gods. So they've done an admirable job to put together their 3 and save enough players to be able to buy again. And while it still feels like they got slightly outplayed in a couple of the rounds, they were outgunning Fnatic Rising, which, even if we want to call Fnatic Rising and MOUZ NXT the 2 best teams in the league, they also have the most firepower between the 2 teams. Like, it is both true that they have the best callers in the league, and they also have the most amount of talent between their 10 oppers and riflers. So, for Young Gods to get themselves out of those situations off the back of their individual level is something to honestly remark. And I think here in this spot, I'd be pretty terrified if I was Fnatic, because they are starting to learn. They're getting better. And now it's a test of how many ideas do Fnatic have left.
Bad bounce. Oh, he still goes through. Leneko's going to chase down Pepsor. Next comes down from ramp. There's no support because the mid doors, or because the doors are smoked. But they get out middle. Venom Zera going to be, under pressure. Ops posted on him. We've got 3 players at the bottom of it. Leneko comes back.
He baits. Oh.
Venom Zera draws him in, guns him down. 2 kills as they tried to come over the cusp of mid. The mid walkouts, it's been a consistent factor for Fnatic Rising. It's been a consistent problem for Young Gods, but not this time. The Leneko peak that takes attention away so Venom Zera can come right back.
I thought of it the other way, but yeah, it both works one after another. But I was thinking right here, Venom Zera, I was like, why is he peeking mid again if he's a rifling inside of snipers? And then Leneko peeks right off the short. And then, of course, Venom peeks again, and it's everyone's attention is drawn. But they punish them just for not having that smoked that whole time. Even if he dies there, Leneko probably gets 2 frags and gets away. So that's on top of this opening kill. Then next one, Leneko kind of collapse upon. Taking over Gali early. Match point 1. A new level of confidence showed here for Young Gods. Yeah. 3 chances to go to OT. And somehow we've seen, I think, 4 buys in a row. I guess Fnatic did win that 1 round previously.
Oh, it's fast. Regali, right to ramp. Snozen, nice repeat. BRN comes wide. He's got support. They've got bomb drop. They've got all the kills on B site. And Young Gods are not going to let this chance slip twice. A grueling loss on Ancient to MOUZ NXT, 14-16. But here, they stop Fnatic at 12. And you can see what it means, because that was a heartbreaking loss the last time around. And towards the end of this season, a consistent improvement in Young Gods. They are the kings of Ancient.
Yeah, well, they haven't beat MOUZ NXT, but they are really close to being that. There's a weird situation where one team is beating another team that's beating another team, but none of them are beating all of them. So with this win, it's pretty impressive. It's another close game. They still have struggles on CT side. I think that much is clear. But this is the upset of the season for them, I suppose. They finally got it over the line. They took out a super solid opponent, and very, very cool stuff, man. Really, really strong map.
Snozen getting that op into play on the CT side towards the end as well. You know, it felt like they were kind of dancing around him for the most part of those round wins from Fnatic Rising. And he hammers him home at the B site. Also, Leneko in those last 2 rounds starting to get out from cave, whether that's, you know, to tether with Venom Zera towards middle, or in this case with BRN down on the ramp.
Yeah.
But the formula for Young Gods, because honestly, there was a portion of that second half where Fnatic Rising looked like they were just going to do exactly what MOUZ did, ran away with this. Young Gods looked lost for a little bit.
As a team, they were the better team in the second half as well. Young Gods won a few situations, a few rounds where they were not in good spots. They outdueled Fnatic Rising, which again is impressive, but they were not the better team, I would say. So that's I think Fnatic, it's like a tilting way to lose in that sense, but they got to put up the easy end of the bargain, right? They get into good spots, win the easy trades. They couldn't do it. So really impressive for them to survive. And again, it's always so impressive to see a team that can win so much on T side at Ancient. I mean, feels like everybody and their mom is good on CT side, but to do it on T side is very impressive. So
we looked at the board. Venom Zera, we'll round that one up. 100 ADR for him, 25 kills across the map. He had Leneko and Snozen right behind him. Yeah. And, you know, nice to see that Young Gods don't always need nexts. He had a couple of critical rounds. Obviously, that 1 versus 3 is sprinkled in with the 11 kills, so that is huge. You know, quality, not quantity, maybe for nexts this evening. Fnatic Rising
also had a 1v2.
True, yeah. Oh, okay, well, then we
Without
shall...
those, the game's over.
Yeah, we'll forgive them for being down there on the bottom of the board. Top of the stats, it's got to be Venom Zera. Again, you know, 100 ADR, 25 and 15, and
they
just figured out the mid play, right? A lot of trust, I think, putting a lot of pressure of mid on his shoulders, and they never really changed up the formula too much, right?
Think about the players that we see in mid, you know, Exertion, Volt, Venom Zera. They believe in his aim. Like, that is a huge thing, and it's that's somebody you got to trust to be responsible, to like make the right play, to have to deal with a lot of different nade variations and stuff. And He was even in the moments where he would like give up the mid control, that wasn't exactly his rotation that he had to worry about. That was like snows in or BRN or something that was supposed to pick up the back. Maybe it's off his communication. Maybe that could be a bit better. We don't know. But I think some of it came down to the setups. But for the most part, if they came towards him, he was either getting the damage. He went out versus Volt in a raw duel. He did so much damage to Regali and Volt in one round. So his output was huge.
And so with that, we have Group A for Fnatic Rising coming to an end. No more regular season games. 8 wins puts them at second place, trailing MOUZ NXT. The next underneath them is going to be the Prospects, who have one more game left, so they can't touch it either. So it's looking like MOUZ first, Fnatic second, and there's still this little bit of wiggle room between Young Gods and Prospects. So, you know, for both these teams to be having their inaugural season and be shooting for third in this group is really cool. But when we come back from this break, folks, we'll be switching over to the Group B, where Astralis talent can't quite catch up to Big Academy just yet. Navi Jr. at the bottom of the barrel could surpass Young Ninjas still, so this is an important game for them, but the Astralis talent squad have shown us good things as of late. We'll see you in a few minutes for the third map of the day. Welcome back, everybody. With the A group settling in, we've got some movement still to happen over in B. So we switch over to the Navi Junior versus Astralis Talent game, where Astralis Talent, second behind Big Omen Academy, and Navi Junior with a 2-6 record so far this season have both of their wins over Apex Rebels, the same team that everybody else has beat. So unfortunately, I think we have to paint this one as, Astralis just going to be continuing to rise through the ranks to put a gap between them and FURIA. They have to win this because FURIA is hot on their heels. Navi Junior want to win this because they're on the heels of Young Ninjas. So there's still room to be, moving up and down here. But ultimately, within the pack, if we erase Rebels and if we erase Big Academy, this is the top of the group of Astralis versus the bottom in Navi Junior.
It is, and they might have a little problem if they can't ban Mirage, because of course they don't want to play Astralis Talent there. But that seems like a big trap that Astralis have been able to get over a lot of teams at the moment. And right now, Navi Junior are not good enough on Mirage. They've lost to 3 different teams, including Astralis Talent so far on the map. So that is a tricky part for them. Now, last time we did see Vertigo, and it was 16-14. Genuinely, Navi Junior could have won that. I think that was the game that showed that they're a lot better than their overall standing as shown to us. As for Astralis Talent, they're very solid. They're good. They are also getting their wins, so that's huge. I think they'll have Fessor again, which is obviously very helpful. And this is a matchup. I think Navi Junior, they could win. They could win this, but it does come down to the map. Their map pool is not quite as strong. And again, this trap on Mirage is something that I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, it will be Navi Junior to finish off the veto. So they'll be taking it exactly where they want to of the 4 remaining maps. And to note, of course, that 14-16 where they lost versus Astralis last time, that was when Towson was still in the server. So one of the games that we had without Fessor, who has been the most consistent piece of this roster, who has shown a lot of promise, specifically on Mirage, right?
Yeah,
always good for 25 kills or more. Elsewhere, I think maybe he's a little weaker.
Yeah, and then it's not to say, he's ever really bad. I think he's only played 5 maps so far in the Academy League, and 4 of them have been Mirage. So we just haven't really seen too much outside of it. But they did beat Young Ninjas on Ancient, and in that match, it was one where ZTR was there. ZTR was there. Okay, so kind of just like the regular version of them. Okay.
Are we going?
On their way into it is the question. Yeah, they are.
Mirage it is. Okay,
that's the tough part because they have their own bans, right? I mean, you can take your pick, but if your good maps are getting removed, then you're in a strugglesome spot. And this time, Vertigo is out. So
not a huge amount of stats here for Navi Junior on Mirage. 1 game played in the last 3 months, in contrast to what, at this point, damn, man, Astralis Talent have somehow managed to puppeteer a lot of Mirage games.
Yeah.
Middle of the pack, I suppose, for many teams, but it's just the fact that for them, it's such a strong place to end up.
Yeah, they're happy. I mean, they're super happy. This is not the place that you want to end up on. They have to counter Fessor and Connector. It shouldn't be possible for him to kind of peak as much as he does, but he's really good, and on very small opportunities, he can just pick off a kill again, and then snowball very well. But I think they need to overemphasize how much pressure they're putting onto him to make sure that he doesn't have those angles in the defaults. And good thing we'll see the CT side first, so we'll get a good example of how good Astralis talent can be if he's not countered, or if he'll finally have a bad game on Mirage, which I wouldn't bet on that.
Right, hard bet to make. Navi Junior, the only time we've seen them, of course, that was a loss versus FURIA Academy, a 16-6. So they'll have to show us a stark improvement versus what is arguably okay, head trick through the market window, through the smoke, P250 pop, and therefore a bomb plant with the 5v4. You take those. Locked in positions with Arch, with the corner outside of the window, all good. Frozik will get tapped back by Mr. Retakes on. There's a kid on the play. There's a smoke on Mr. If he can just get close enough, then maybe he could have dropped it all on top. But now with him dead, Vigo suddenly feels as if there is not enough time left for this one. Ring around the rosy. He gets all the kills they need, but not enough time, shy by about 2 seconds. And so bomb pops. Navi Junior take the first one.
They got a kill, really. That opening kill, that was the one. That was the one. Slow down the retake. 4v5. Total B site. Fast plant as well. And this is looks like a round where if they don't get the plant as fast as possible, maybe they do lose. Instant buyback here for Astralis Talent. And at least I think it was crystal clear for both teams where this map was going to end up. Just based on now that we are on Mirage. There was kind of a lot of autonomy over the veto. And Navi probably know they had to prepare for this. So let's see what kind of game plan they can bring. You know, Navi Junior with Monacy, this was one of their home maps. This is a map that was super easy for him to consistently get insane performances on. But now it's kind of Head Trick who will have to try to replicate that. Wow, nice shot, Fear. Scout down. Uh-oh. Extra molly to the window.
Ooh. X? No, sir. Thought maybe he'd get away with something, but is caught out by Unbroken. So the Force Buy not delivering the way you would have hoped. Tech after this one to get the 5th man back in from Navi Jr.
Yeah. They're moving a little slow, but he's starting to come up. And
oh, no.
Will get his.
Oh, but he turns. Had he just looked at window one more moment, then maybe he connects to that one. He was anticipating the cap push, which did come in. Too many things to look at too quickly. Breezer on the retake. What to do? Doesn't grab the kit, not worth it.
Yeah, no kit. Where was it?
Down to the bottom of Underground.
Okay.
So I had to go down the stairs, up the stairs. No timing here. That's going to be a forfeiture here from Breezer. Going to let that second one slip to the board of Navi Jr., but still 3 kills. You take that.
You do.
Oh, 2 kills and a disconnect.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunate. Okay. Well, glad they survived then.
And Breezer gets to keep his FAMAS as well. So a little added bonus there for Astralis Talent. Navi Jr., not the worst spot ever. They'll recover.
Fesser's at the top of the league right now, but it's really inflated just because he's only played 5 maps. He's missed a fair few for the Astralis Talent games, and 4 out of 5 games are on Mirage. But that's not a problem if they keep playing it, so I think he's pretty comfortable.
Where's that FAMAS at? Through the market, over to the pistols. Little gamble stack here in round number 3. Number 6 moves back towards the A site. Bomb will be grabbed as well here at the top. So, yeah, it's going to be A. And they'll get ahead of all the real threats. Vigo hasn't even spotted anybody, so no reason to give up that B stack just yet. They get close enough to it without being noticed. That's no real chance to run back, especially with that Molotov that goes down on Catwalk. Fesser decides to run through it. Pays off for 1 kill. That's something. But then they lose the only guy at the A site, so the bomb comes through with that. And we've got a nice, clean 3rd round for Navi's 3-0 start.
Yeah, Navi do have well-organized T sides. Not totally perfect, but pretty damn good, I would say. And Fear has had a couple of rough maps. I think one where it mattered, one where it didn't so much. Because just the whole team was just a lot worse overall. Outside of that, he's been the player to watch, I think, on Navi Jr. outside of Head Trick. Head Trick totally farmed yesterday. Went like 24-7 with a plus 2.0 rating. But it was his first Apex Rebels, which is fortunately almost free.
You alive? You let it slide.
Pricey rounds. I mean, three kills each time.
Yep. Could catch them back on pistols soon enough if Astralis Talent can win their first gun round. So we watch Professor inside of Connector. We get to see what Breezer has to do, right? We've had an anomaly of a Mirage game once where it was only Fesser up at the top of the board.
And they lost because
they lost.
Big had like 3 players and 35 kills, even though Fesser had 46. They were more even strength. Yeah.
But they remedied that situation in their most recent game as well. Oh, Fesser's got an onlooker today.
Wonder who that is. Maybe it's Spooky in an Astralis jersey.
It's just learning from everyone. Mid control taken over. Cat presence shown. Little frag grenade thrown to the bottom of mid. Not the end all of Nipple. Professor just waiting inside a jungle, so smoke or grenade will fade. Really is all about how hot Fesser plays today, and he kicks it off with the Nipple kill. 5 versus 4 for Astralis Talent in their gun round. 50 seconds still to piece this together. We see that bomb double back around through T-spawn unbroken. He is close, but they're going to have to wait for everybody to get here. At least 3 of the 4. Leave that mid lurk.
Yeah, it's a bit slow. They need to walk through underpass to get to connector. They can come up late, but they're relying heavily more on the A ramp and Palace to split. And I think we're really comfortable right here for Astralis Talent, just sitting and holding angles. See if we can get these nasty entries to respond. Oh, get spotted. Yeah. No smoke for him. Molly so he can peek, and just a blind spam, it's fine. 10
Breezer
seconds.
gets posted. Professor, he's got him in the open, but can't get anything after the fact. Quick little push outwards here on Broken. Barely alive, but still able to stop one. Altex, 2 kills. Fear decides to double back around Palace, so he's running for the ramp. CTs, they've got 1 smoke, and they've got 1 kit. And it has to be Altex, but he doesn't smoke off the bomb. So now that's actually going to block vision from nobody.
Yeah.
Fear doesn't go to ramp. He actually comes back from Palace.
To get off the bomb.
They could have just stuck that. Little do they know. Altax taps it again, goes for the CT fight, and Frozik ends it with a 2K as he wraps all the way around. And even with man disadvantage, we've got Navi winning the heads-up gun duel.
That was solid. I mean, they did the best they could right there, right? Because they lose this kill early, and they're actually here. It really dismantles the position because that was their most forward aggressive player after they just worked really hard on connector, and Fesser just stuffs it. And then from that point on, they're losing time. They go really slow, but they use it. It comes down to the wire, but they use the maximum amount of time as best as they can. They find the under balcony player. They have the other 2 CTs in very standard spots. Fesser doesn't get any more kills. So, wow, Fesser got a lot out of that. Nade plus the Deagle spam. The approach is kind of scary here for a Nipple because, okay, if you come out of underpass, not only do you have to worry about connector, but there's somebody could be above you on cat, right? If there's anybody watching top mid from connector and they see you haven't left, you can't just walk out of underpass. They just be looking down at you. It's a free win for the CT side. So a lot of kind of space established as the B site hit now will come in. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Molly on their boost. That's not what they were looking for, but they get away rather unscathed. Fesser gives us the double with the Deagle, goes back to where he originally wanted, AK in his hands, but just as he switches guns is when he gets that next peek. Altex shuts down head trick. Fear is going to be stuck over towards Van. We've got low health on Frozik as well, so I mean, Astralis Talent could definitely do this, even with the remaining Deagles. Altex draws the attention. The back of Fear, Deagle down, and sure enough, they find it. The Deagles first from Fesser, and then Altex coming in with that one off. That one big impact that comes through as the T's tried to clear those close corners. Yep. Astralis Talent, that's a robbery.
And one of the most important ingredients is to have that cat split going on, but they lost middle early, even though they tried to establish in it. Fesser just by himself with the HE, the Deagle spam through the wall. That was enough to scare him off. Then they didn't approach through underpass, so half the plan was gone for Navi Jr., but they honestly probably should not have given up on it. And that's the money gone after 4 rounds in a row, just because throughout all those rounds, Astralis Talent were getting 2 kills, sometimes even 3.
Ooh, pistols answer back. On the recovery for mid control, Fesser. Uh-oh, he just lost a teammate.
Reezer tried to repeat that after missing.
Just gets smashed back by the Desert Eagle. A little bit of presence also shown in apartment, so they're putting together the picture, and Fesser not going to let off the pedal here. Goes top mid to keep them boxed in apps.
They're going to hear Vigo running around, but it's actually the walk down and under. Down under.
You better run. You better take cover. He's in the open.
Oh.
And he goes down to it. So the P250 popping heads. And Altex tucks into the triple box. He's got 2 inside connector with rifles now. Finds the bomb carrier. Frozik at half health gets the wall bang. Now it's just Vigo because he's swinging the Deeg. He's got the op back out. They cross in front. He dives into the cover, and Nipple's going to end him. What happens to them goes back around the other way, and Navi win with P250 frags from Underpass.
God damn, that was just the situation for Astralis Talent to get back into the game, right? Their one win, they totally sucked out all the money from the economy of Navi Jr. off of those previous rounds. They worked so hard to set that up, and then they lose to just the Deagles. And that's going to be sweet for Navi because their economy is just recovered now. Into the buy. It comes down to the one-on-one, so this next round will cost them something, but they didn't spend everything, and they pick up an op too at the end of it. Uh-oh. And it actually feels like this game, Fesser, he's getting really good positional kills, but his spray's going a little wild sometimes.
Ooh, wide swing here from Vigo. Good to keep it up. Oh, feels like the gloves are coming off a bit. We're starting to jab. We're starting to poke. Locking horns in middle. And the Danes come out on top this time, 4v3. Ooh, Mister misses a chance. That's Frozik incredibly low, so hopefully for Astralis' sake, somebody can end him. But, oh
Yikes.
No.
That's a freak. Oh, man. And, they know Palace is clean now. That's the op down. That would be CT as well. Looking for rotators, but that's the kill.
Vigo could find him on the cross. No, he wins his duel. And now Astralis Talent from man advantage to a sudden 1v3. Altex has to go big. Peek up close. That's the opper down. Head trick barely standing. But he's over towards default. It's Unbroken on the 100 health, right? He's the guy that gets that free Palace kill. He's the one that called... Oh, the nade, it lands. Oh, 1v1 off of the back of this. Unbroken can just play it ever so patient. He's got the smoke, but he doesn't have the kit right now. Altex starts to cross over, finds the fight versus Unbroken, but he just needs the defuse and nothing other than that. Oh, the jump onto default. But is there time? With no kit?
I think so. It's still early, isn't it? Oh my god, it's actually super close. Wow. Okay, but he grabs it. That's nuts. Okay. Well done. I mean, that's insane. I mean, he jumps up. Maybe he's not even aware of exactly how much time he has to work with there, but like he's not going to get away with the 10-second stick just jumping on the bomb. So baits the peek out. If that had been a situation where Unbroken waits, he doesn't swing. But that opportunity is brought to you by the smoke, right? There is no way Unbroken peeks that if the smoke doesn't go down. And it actually makes sense that you need to get a snapshot of where that CT is right when they're getting on it, right where the smoke is. You need to get some early info. Yep. It can be too random otherwise. And he doesn't know if Altex has a kit there, but very nice 1v3. Froza gets caught staring at Cat in a position where he could have tucked as well, but thought with 2 teammates alive, they were safe.
Nade perfectly dunking onto default with the player who only had like 10 health left too.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to spend any extra second trying to, hunt him in all those little corners.
That's a huge bailout. It's still costly here for Astralis.
MP9, no nades on 3. They get back from mid already. Smoke at the bottom of it. And Fesser doing his due diligence, but it's actually Altex at the top of the board so far.
Altex might have recovered this half with that 1v3 if this round goes well, so we'll see if that's possible. 2 in the back of the site. Gotta care for the boost. Any lackadaisical moment here will be costly, and it goes both ways. Fesser dies in connector, but if they're going to approach B, Breezer is still alive, and the boost comes in.
He hit that. It was a leg. He
hit
head trick with the leg. Yeah, he tried to flick it vertically. Altex on his own for a second. Smoke down. Unbroken gets caught inside it. And Fear, well, he comes around the arch, but Altex, 3 kills. As if last round wasn't enough. Now he bails them out as those guns tried to get into the cusp of that B site. Op shot from head trick to give him a chance to leave. He dominated the CTs this round, but the fact that Altex is inside sight and none of head trick's teammates can get past him, that's what gives Astralis their third.
Absolutely. And it's the head trick refrags, Breezer backside, but that just allows Altex to shine basically. And yeah, he's been a monster. He offers up so much being a B anchor, considering the fact that he's, stats wise, a top 2 performer on the squad. So huge that he pulls this off, and the hit is coming on pretty fast. Without him, it's a very scary spot. So yep, Astralis, it gets rough for a second after they lose after their first rifle, but they win 2 back, take the money out again, get another chance to try to snowball back from this deficit. The one thing is, we do have head trick on an op. That's a lot of damage.
For a Glock. Did you see that Crimbo burst Glock yesterday from Dallas?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh my god. 1 versus 3, B site overpass, 100 health. Like his enemy has 100 health, he has like 15. They come around the corner of pillar, he switches the Glock to burst and just blasts him.
Yeah, right.
And then yeah, Dinko killed it too. Had the sick line and everything. Oh, it was nice. Go find that one.
Yeah, I was gonna watch the Crimbo demo because I just saw the stats. Crimbo slice.
Crimbo.
Uh-oh.
Ops exchange glances.
Breezer's a little sloppy today, man. He's missing some.
Little off the mark. Luckily, Altex is picking up a lot of that slack for the team. Professor is going to get boosted by 2. Op there included, but no trade frag for him yet. Ah, and then Altex comes down from underground as they try to boost again. Free kills for him.
That was the thing about the 1v3 as well. Altex, he made the most unlikely rotation, right? He came out through underpass when he's the B anchor, could have gone through CT or cat, and that's why Frozik was looking up at cat. So it's kind of 2 out of 3 positions were being covered, but Altex has been pushing upper B a number of times.
So the guns come back.
You're doing a decent job in middle. I mean, other teams have done worse where Fesser has just got like multiple 3Ks over and over again. This game, at least, they're trading them at least 1 for 1, sometimes getting 1.5. But these spots are not too bad for the T side. But now they've got Altex, who's coming in on the other side of the map, and if he's pushing, then like he's a late round threat as well.
Boost to the ladder room. And the op in position. You could definitely get some targets here. I've already got 2 behind boxes. 3rd to support it from Navi. The double ops. Oh. Couple shots on the door frame. Yeah, Vigo doesn't like the sound of that one. So throw a molly on them. That could actually burn them into the connector peak. Yeah, Fesser, sure enough. Perfect timing there. So all things considered, you know, you don't get the op pick from Vigo, but you do get his utility to feed one to Fesser, and then the secondary op of Astralis. That one deep down on the ramp. 50 health off of head trick. And this is a nice controlled round for Astralis talent. Even with all that emphasis from Navi Jr. in middle, they just get pulled apart one by one. Mr. Nice committed off angle. Head trick's going to walk right into that. Never sees it coming. And this one's just nearly flawless. Not over just yet, but perfect.
Positionally, they got them to do everything that they wanted right there. Like the first thing was that molly. Like you said, Fesser just had a free frag in front of that smoke. I mean, he's coming into that like, all right, I know I'm going to have to fight now, because if I run the other way through the molly, I take 40 damage. If I swing this way, I know there's going to be a guy in front of me. He's waiting for me. I can still win. Breezer hits a quick shot there. It's like the first shoulder peek from Unbroken, goes a little bit wider than he thinks, and then every kill just comes their way. So they were influenced. And a big part of the game is just influencing the first death. Everything else is so much easier. People will take so many more risks as soon as one player is dead on their team.
Whoa, that's second. Let's go. That looked like he just curved it around the boxes.
Yeah.
There, nice little showing here from Vigo. Oh yeah, okay. Farm, brother. Pop off. You know, Vigo is one of those guys who's not going to have much time, you know, or maybe not much more time in the Academy League. You never know. He is the 23. Oh my God, nipple. 1D top. You know, one player, 23 or older. They could keep him around if they want him to be that one guy. But time will tell. So nice to see him getting in the impact while he can. 3 kills this one. Mow down the pistols. Put Astralis talent into the lead. 6-5.
Yeah. So is the rule that you could have someone of any age though, right? Or is it up to a certain age?
I believe
Slap was playing, so he was. I think he was Slap at 30. So yeah, it's just one player over.
One person above 23, and 20. It used to say 16 to 23, but obviously this season we have 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
So I'm actually kind of down to like not have a minimum age.
Yeah, I mean, why? You know, who cares?
As long as they've got permission from mom and dad.
Anyways.
Yeah, you know what I mean. What would you want your kid doing? Playing matchmaking or playing in the Academy League, competing for $100,000, right?
Yeah. Oh
yes. Wow. Love to see that double head shot for Fear. Pops Figo, pops Breezer. Starts to walk into connector. Fesser, his next challenge, and Fesser, looking the wrong way, didn't quite get into the corner fast enough. So Fear, just feeling like he's got that perfect sense of timing this round. Altec's preoccupied with the fight towards middle, allows for them to trickle out into the B bomb site, and this one's great from Navi Jr., just off of the back of Fear, who has been that like heaviest hitter from Navi Jr., right? The guy who's tried to drag them into wins at times, decides to, just as Astralis talent grab a lead, rock him back a bit.
Honestly, I don't know what possessed Fear right there. I don't know if it was anger, hate, vitriol, lust,
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, all the deadly sins right there. Fear just came down into the bottom of connector. No nades, nothing. Said, I'm winning this. I'm winning this round. I'm taking this fight. I'm taking your head. You give me that op. I'm going to kill Fesser next. Kill you and your whole team. 1 bullet each. He was even stingy with the ammo.
Mr. gets the gun back out. Yeah, Fear tries to embody all of those emotions from the last one and gets the different result. Mr. right through the side of that smoke. A little bit of a gap, so tracks Frozik with ease and 5v3 immediately for Astralis talent. Not what Navi were hoping for here in the 13th.
Fear does have to be careful of kind of needing to be the hero in some of these situations. Feels like when he doesn't think that they can win, he needs to take an overt risk here or there, and he's good enough to get away with it sometimes, but this one puts the team in a kind of an awkward spot. They scrim out and get shut down, and it's just continuous pushing off the ramp. I think they get heard leaving, so Altex will make the natural move of cutting him off. He's been living in the upper B apps. Here he is to greet them. Everybody knows about this rotation these days, so it's likely to be cleared. Let's see how the off angle goes. Oh, they don't even look. Ay, ay, ay.
Cleaned up easy. Force standing at the end. Astralis talent. They want that damn lead. And Fear, he's not the one-man army in the back-to-back rounds, so sure enough, it slips by. But the rebuy's there, so we're going to get a competitive half every step of the way. And I'm happy with what NAVI Jr. are giving us so far. Yeah, okay, it needed Fear in that last one. But I kind of had Astralis talent painted as heavier favorites than this.
Yeah, having to play Mirage. You know, the only thing for them is knowing that it was coming. I think that's the only thing that was like, okay, maybe they'll show us something special.
In the smoke, Fear, oh, plays it perfect. Altex caught jumping around. Nipple comes out from the ramp, and we've got a 5v3 here for NAVI Jr. So back and forth, gun rounds on gun rounds. They are fighting for this 8-7 lead. Someone's going to get it.
Wow. Yeah.
And that someone could very well be NAVI Jr. Very capable in the following round.
That was Fear actually kind of, you could see him surveying the two options, right? Do I come out the back of the smoke and peek in the connector, or peek off cat? And we could see from his perspective, both those options were bad. Fesser had an angle underneath the smoke, and Altex was on cat and could fall back easily, and Fesser could tether off of him. So he just faces it, and that's actually the best one, just total silence. So nice move from Fear to win that, and that just loosens it up, right? They're a little scared now about the mid control, and then the A hit comes in. And Altex was just about to rotate in to help out with A. Wait, what?
Ooh, last second stick. Oh my god. Yo, okay. Whoa. Holy moly. Little risk run there from Breezer. Tries to get cheeky, tries to get cheesy.
They had the money.
And Vigo gets stopped as well. Do they have the money?
They have enough for an op. I mean, Altex has one. So they might be okay completely, actually. We'll see. Altex can drop another as well. Just low grenades if they want to do that. Oh my god, they're letting him get full grenades. You could have had a full gun there for Vigo. Oh, he gets a fall miss out. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, that's kind of expensive. That went from like totally fine if one person lived to like, oh, now the buy sucks.
So NAVI Jr. with a half-open door in the 15th of this one. Vigo, he's in the ladder room. He's waiting. That's that Desert Eagle, right? Eagle up close, get the upgrade. All good, but it's Fear who's hunting him down. Ooh, he gets it. Exactly what he needs to try and recover from that lesser buy. 3 players start to push out through the apartments. Altex looks to dive into the cover. We've seen good things from him in this exact same spot. Headtrick answers to the cat kill. Fesser cleans up Frozik as he falls down into the site, and that's going to open up Altex to maybe take a higher angle. Spam through smoke. Nipple waits. Breezer. Oh, almost on a silver platter. Oh. He gets spotted from the back of the site. Nipple goes back into the arch side, gives up that cat fight, no problem. He wants to help inside sight, and the CTs, they're all leaving.
Yeah, they don't see the bomb, actually. They've lost view of it, and they don't know there's 2 people, and they haven't seen Nipple, actually. Looked like it for a second. Oh my god, they made a huge mistake. They thought for sure that NIP had, or sorry, that Young Ninjas have rotated, but the bomb was just out of view. And they didn't see Nipple. It looked like he did, but...
Still recoverable. They have a kit on Altex, another one just outside the window. So once the retake gets going, they've got all the tools for the job. Headtrick locked in backside. Waits for Breezer. Breezer. Oh, he gets caught. Just walks in.
Angle.
Thought he saw the side of Nipple, who's now just waiting for them to run across the site. Yes, Mister comes through with the kill, but Headtrick looking for that clutch. The 1v2, he draws him in, and Altex gets the kill up close, jumps on top with just enough time. He's got this defuse, and Astralis is 8th.
I'm kind of happy for Astralis to win that round. That was like a couple of things were just like so perfect there timing-wise. But nice attempts from Navi Jr., man, with the little space they had, playing it quiet, slowing it down. And the Nipple found a way to kind of make that as scary as possible. In a real tight game of CS here. It's Navi keep up in a world where Astralis Talent have had absolutely domineering CT sides. Not so much the case right now, but I mean, they had kind of Fesser just playing still really well, but then Altex playing actually incredibly well. And this is a half that could have got away from them despite a good Fesser performance, I think. Lots of opportunities to snowball back and forth. And with Navi having a good start, it felt like it was going to lean towards them, but not the case, not the case. So when we swap over, I mean, who knows?
That shot, man. That second one from Vigo when he shoots around triple, like,
yeah.
You know, a little online CS maybe, so
yeah,
we don't get to see what he sees, but holy hell. It's fast on it. But, yeah, you know, without this, like, super next level play out of Fesser, we do get a more mortal-looking Astralis Talent. Of course, 4 rounds off of the bat from Navi Jr. That certainly pads their success here, but Headtrick showing us what he's got, Fear showing us what he's got. Those are the 2 players who definitely need to show up. Let's see what they've got in store for the defense. It's really Altex that I think has impressed me kind of out of nowhere. You know, we know he's capable, but he's never... I wouldn't paint him as like the standout. And right now, this evening on Mirage, 18-6 after their CT side. Second
pistol. He is their second best player across the season.
Yeah. Maybe he does it low key. Maybe I should put some more respect on his name.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you know, like Fesser's only played 5 maps. He's been here the whole time. If not for Fesser, he's their best player for sure. That's what I was saying. Like as a B anchor, it's like crazy. He's getting that much out of the map.
What about Nipple getting kills, sitting crouched in the bottom of mid, just sat there like a boulder. 2 kills for him. Altex dead as Fear comes over the top, and we've got Navi winning both pistols so far this game.
Yeah. Oh man, that's huge. That's a real test for the Astralis T side. I don't know how good Navi Jr. CT side will be. You know, the thing was with Monacy, like, they could get away with being not as good of a team because he was just so consistent at getting kills. On CT side, you know, if he didn't get flashed, they just went off that, no problem. So, with their new roster, I think they've definitely improved on T sides a little bit, but some younger players, it's also been challenging for new reasons, just getting them their first team's experience. But let's see. I think Frozik very much impresses on CT side.
Bomb plant here for Mr. Yeah.
Will they get off?
Comes off. Yeah, he comes off.
It's actually risky.
Better get that bomb back in.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Tech 9 from Fesser. Dead after it. No bomb plant. It gets swept away. He doesn't commit, and that will have an economic cost.
I wonder if he heard the bullets. They were Famas bullets. I don't know if I would have been that scared of him. You have to be pretty like tight spray, I think, through the box to get that frag finished. And I think it's worth risking it to get the bomb plant just for the sake of the economy. But they stopped that, so maybe Navi actually are just going to grab 10 real fast.
Why not? Quick double digits to kick off the CT side. Eagle. Nope. Fesser gunned down. Really cool to see Navi Jr. make a run of it because, you know, I feel like we have, you and I both maybe kind of just like have hung on to hope for them. Want to kind of sing their praise, but with us now being a few days away from the end of the regular season and the only team they've beat is Apex Rebels.
Yeah, they're better than the record for sure.
Yeah. But it would be nice to be able to point to something within the record and say,
yeah,
you know, there's a snapshot of the ceiling. And
absolutely, yeah.
A win over Astralis Talent on Mirage as well. I think that'd be fire. But again, you know, you use the 2 pistols, you get 6 rounds out of it, 3 in the first, 3 in the second half. The first half then fell kind of flat But
I
time
mean, I
for
think
seeing the Danes.
I think they dealt with the hard side. It comes down to their own game at this point. Now they got pieced up by Furia on their T side, or by Furia's T side, but that's a very different T side to the way Astralis talent play, and that's Furia's T side can just snowball sometimes. I don't really think that means that much. They might actually be more comfortable in a game like this. There's Fester down to a Famas, the bottom of connector. Pretty huge piece to lose this early.
Vigo's being given space right now. He's skating by. Finds Fear. Can't win the duel. It's going to leave Nipple locked into his spot. Not that anybody's coming up connector nor through middle. It's all in on this B site. Altex gets the headshot. Frozik is down beneath them.
He's regularly on cat, so they might not be aware. Ooh, the jump up. Is he going to peek into this? I wonder. They're putting some pressure on A, so he might actually swing. And he's not going to see the bomb, so this bait could work. He's still walking and watching. This is interesting. Are they reading it like a fake? Frozik, is he being really smart right here? It looks like he might be.
Comes the flash.
Yeah,
finishes off Altex. Off peak from Breezer. Good trade. He's going to give himself a smoke. That'll give him a chance to exit down to Catwalk, so playing it for himself. Or hoping that Mr. comes over because he's not going to get away for free. 2 CTs within that site. It's going to have to be the close range shot. He hits it. Beauty of a hit from Breezer. Oh, and he figures out where Headtrick's at. He sniffs him inside of the smoke. And that is Astralis talent taking a 9th off of the back of the B hit. 3 kills from Breezer. Altex starts with the entry. We were thinking Frozik had slipped into the corner to survive, but then that peek from Breezer, that's the one that gets him down into sight with the plant and the clutch.
That was also hidden. I don't think they knew about Breezer's op this round, so that was big to bring into this. So even though they go down 4v5, that's one thing they had over Navi Jr. in this spot. So Frozik goes to try to make it a sequence. Of course, he's locked into that position. They have to jump out to kill him, but he wants to bring the fate into his own hands. And Breezer, they needed him here. That's a little bit of damage, and Fester actually goes down to Nibble once again, trying to bust out mid. This will eventually catch up to them, of course. In this round now, we have Hedrick on the op. So this will be a little bit of a bigger challenge. Now, the Lurks last round almost caught Navi Jr. off guard. This is not an uncommon one, though, so you got to be careful about this.
It's 5v3.
It is.
Vigo in the window.
I wonder if the smoke guised it. Okay. They're not assuming it did, so they just want to establish in window.
Oh, the peek into the market. Frozik's got this fight locked in, but Nipple, he actually gets the back, and Vigo dropping down into his own death. You know, Nipple, they almost had him fighting inside a connector, but that player within con doubles back, goes through window instead. Nipple waits and waits and waits, and then strikes down 2 inside of middle. So Navi Jr., an 11-9 lead.
Yeah.
Answering back after 2 guns were saved, and we see where that leaves them. Astralis talent gonna have to save one.
Yeah, that was they're handing a lifeline right there. They win the 5v4. The Breezer kind of clutch play right there with the smoke. He drops down and separates his 2 fights really well and gets the entry refrag on Frozik. And they needed all of that. Then the next round, it's the exact same start. They lose Fesser inside a middle. This time they Nipple with a better gun. Now there's an op in play. Then they lose another kill, and it's way tougher. So Astralis talent kind of playing from behind now. You know, I don't think the Astralis T side on this map is all that. Even though they're winning a lot of rounds, I think it's not quite as good as their CT. But that being said, there is not a team that has been yet to expose it. So that still has to be proved, I guess. Oh, they get shoved back after dumping all their nades.
Yikes. That's all they really had to play with. Now it's going to have to be the dry deegs. Oh, Professor. God, he just can't get it.
Oh, he had a chance. Yeah.
Commits to the wide swing, tries to come at it from the other side.
Nipple just never hit from that. He's like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
7 health left. They do get Breezer through window, so that's the side of Nipple getting popped. Frozik boosted. Gets dinked by the Glock. Still survives. There's that AK now, though, walking around in jungle. Vigo's Deagle. Ooh, he brings Unbroken down with him. Breezer makes the jump over to the catwalk. He could try to smash this into the B site. He's got the armor for it, but head trick with the op and the headshot gives Navi Jr. 12-9 on this CT side.
I think I double op here if I'm Navi, because I take one to B, take one to A, and just keep exposing Astralis for their lurkier T side. And it's one where they have full rifles again. I think they know about the money here. It should be pretty clear, but they're only going to have head trick on it. I actually don't... Do they have a second op? Do they have another player who ops on the team? Can't remember.
Trying to think. I don't think I've really... Nothing of note.
Maybe not. Yeah, it's easy. Just play on 128960.
Yeah. You know, opping is easy. Hard stop. Smoke for Khan. Head trick dives out of that. Doesn't want to stick around. Nades come out of the catwalk, out of the window, out of the connector. T side slowly slipping closer.
Just watch the lurks. Oh, they're out. Oh, they're covered.
Oh, didn't see it. Vigo comes through. Fesser and Mister kill a piece. Bomb is back in apartments. They've got a minute to recover. Vigo can't get through the marketplace because of the fire.
There's still a lurk on A, man. Okay. I mean, they're still in a good spot, I think. There's not really any way for the CT to interrupt the rotation for the bomb. So they actually handle that. Oh, that's kind of a crazy round from Astralis. They get out... they jump out of B. They get into connector. They got over mid. That was really, really explosive, actually. I wasn't expecting that. That's why I would have double opt right there. The B player opping in that spot doesn't let that happen if they want to try to walk out and jump out the window with no execute. Unbroken's also a sub, but he's also really young, right? He's replacing Demon, which...
He's not on the main roster, of course, so let's go look for his HLTV page.
I think he might... Okay, it's a 0 in his name. So he's 15. Yeah. Also...
Damn, Navi Jr. have to be they have to be the youngest roster in the league right now.
There's no one even... Like, 15 is the youngest on any other team.
Some pretty sick 15-year-olds this season.
Yes. Their average age is 17.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Little jump to top mid. Ooh. Fesser's stuck here. Frag's going to land on him. Ah, he tries to get out, but Unbroken finds the kill. Mister with the entry, though. All the while, we've got 3 players distracted towards mid for the CTs. It's the A site they had to worry about. Nipple strikes one down from the staircase. 4 versus 2, and these 2 Ts, they are stranded in the site. Mister actually, with a bit of space off of the flash, decides to peek. He wants the kills right now, right here. And Unbroken, oh, he spotted them both. Kills neither. They're waiting for Frozik to come in. That should clear the bench. Sure enough, it will. And 5 health left on Vigo in this 1v3. Naded from Unbroken. Navi Jr., a 13th.
Very impressive round there from Unbroken. Really liking the frags that Nipples gets as well. Super high impact kills, honestly. Good awareness. He's one who I think is catching lurks the best. And this quick play gets shut down. And Astralis now we're back alive for a second, but I mean it's 13-10. They're having trouble. I won't lie. That one round where they exited B was very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
They orchestrated that quite well. But overall, they're definitely not doing better in the second half. Keep going for this explosive mid. I'll let Breezer go. Fester was just ending the boost. Mister gets left on the bottom. Unfortunately.
Gets melted.
He was smoked, yeah.
Unbroken ahead of the cap plate. That's Vigo down to 35. But the trade's right there from Frozik.
Yeah, that's solid, man. That's solid.
This is one of those games where, you know, we look at Navi Jr., we expect Head Trick and Fear to be up there. I think once on Vertigo, we had, you know, this big showing from the likes of Frozik being the B anchor. And today as well, we're starting to get it. You know, 16 for Frozik. 19 on Nipple. Nipple's been shaving off a lot of kills.
Nipple's looking good, yeah.
Pistol as well, right?
Really
sitting bottom mid.
Because of just how young he is. Some of the anchor spots, not perfect, but he had a good dust too. Where I think Demon, unfortunately, was a little bit more uncomfortable. He was picking up a lot.
The cat player gets culled. Fester doubles back around with the op. Trying to join Altex inside of the jungle. But once they get up to this A site, they've got a problem here. We've got Fear inside Palace, Nipple back CT. Goes for the flash. Doesn't commit to any kind of a peek. Altex going to be drawn into him. Oh, that's kills back the way of Astralis. Each of their players, one dead in Palace, one dead CT, and a 2v4 turns 2v2.
On the op up top goes down.
Frozik comes in quick. They've got all the nades in the world. Altex, he has been the star this evening. Outdoing Fesser for once here on Mirage. Locked in the CT spot. He hears them shuffling past. Oh, I love this. The wraparound triple. He could catch them sleeping. To the left he goes. They're on top of the bomb. He starts to sprint, and Frozik makes the difference in this 2v2. Young gun, 3 kills, 13 years old.
Yep.
And that's huge impact to give Navi 14.
No, he looks good. He's playing cat. He's aware in spots. He's getting caught once or twice. Most of the time doing super good. And that was, he didn't believe it right there, huh? He's like, all right, CT, it's like likely. But what if he's being tricky? That's kind of where he brought himself. And yeah, if he wasn't that much more careful, just checked it. If he didn't just check it, Altex wins this. No chance to defuse. So very cool stuff. Good retake. Probably should have been over. Definitely Astralis did the most to get it to the 2v2 right there. It was a really good play to have Fester check Palace. That was incredibly aware. Yes, the op on B. That's what we like to see. The 2 ops, I think, is going to be quite damning for Astralis talent. I don't know if they've seen it yet. But I think this is going to pressure Astralis into heavier executes, because again they're lurking a lot, but they take Nipple out, man. They do grab him.
Right back. Breezer gets one of the A players dead. Oh, nice shot from Altex. Cracks the opper wide open. That's going to force Frozik to scramble back into the B site. Vigo comes running up from underground. He grabs that bomb. Do they go in on this? They've got 2 towards mid, 2 towards apps. Frozik sitting back on bench. Grenades on him.
They're asking a lot of Frozik here. If he gets mollied, he's screwed. It's a good angle to dodge flashes. Oh, offy, but he shows himself.
They know about him. They're chasing him down. Too many fights for him to try to survive. Head Trick will catch Mister on Arch, but the bomb's going to get planted on Cat. Fester could just fall back and you know, long lurk this, or instead he's going to opt to just stay Arch.
There are 2 reasons. They're not going for this, I don't think.
No,
there are 2 reasons why Unbroken shouldn't be opping on that side of the Mirage B apps. Number 1, if they swing you to the left, you can't rotate out. You can't fall back without getting shot, and you can't re-peek again. And then on the other problem is that you get like a, you know, marginally deeper angle into the halls, but not even that much more. So you're not going to catch any shoulders. And then the other thing is that you're exposed from the window to cat. So what we saw right there was him get nervous about the cat split, then have somebody on his left peek him, and he can't go deeper than, and he can't even leave. So he put himself in a worse spot. If he was on the right side, he can take that same fight, but he could actually fall off. He also doesn't have to look at cat and can just focus on the halls. And that was a player who walked, you know, into his scope. So little mistake from Unbroken. And Astralis Talent get away with it. They get away with it again. They try to go for 3-4 lurks and 2 work.
Early ramp play here from Navi Jr., huh? Bomb's right behind Altex. Unbroken maybe getting targeted here. Rosic up in the ladder room. They're going to get closer to him. They've got ramp. They've had ramp this whole time, and there's still not much movement. So Astralis Talent are just steps ahead at this point. Unbroken. Oh, man, he almost turns away from that. But here comes Frozik. Kills the Opper first, swings it. And Fessor with the double kill gets both those players off the site. Nipple already deep in market. Fear's wrapping the long way. Headtrick's coming to join on the market side. It was very much Frozik that set this up. It was very much Fessor that clawed it back. And then he gets Nipple. 3 kills in the round from Fessor. Looking to just stamp his name across round 26. Headtrick already starting to sulk back into the save, and they give this one up.
Yeah, oof. They do that off the back of really huge rounds here with the Op and Fessor and his 3 frags. Fear might be able to catch him.
Oh my
God. How many more could he get, potentially?
1.
Oh, yeah.
2.
Oh, he gets
all of them.
Wow, and he waits long enough. He waits long enough that with the gun out, one player, the other one's just knife out, thinking there's no way someone could be there. The perfect wait.
How's that leave them? Plenty of money. That's fine.
Yeah, but it's kind of like they lose
15.
1 round, they lose the game. Yeah.
Yep.
Here Frozik is late. Okay, he should be stopping them coming up cat. He's the only other help for Unbroken. And Unbroken, he gets 1, which is good, but you should have a little bit more support. So Frozik was looking to catch a connector lurk and missed the timing on a cat split.
Four players in the Palace. It's been a little while that A hasn't had much action. Fear sees him coming out, gets dinked instantly. Nipple's on the stairs. Bottle comes over top. Nipple goes down with nothing. At Astralis Talent, they could already just be locking in 13. Deep fights into the jungle. Flash as well to support it. Yeah, poor Frozik, blind as a bat. And this one is dominant from Astralis. Oh, Vigo,
wow.
4 kills. He just does everything. And he's chasing Unbroken down. He's going to run for the hills. Vigo hunting this ace. A critical round as well as he just gets all the kills he could ask for inside of that ace site. Runs out, owns them all. Fear had just a quick vision of the commitment out from Palace, but he gets dinked so quickly that he just tucks his head. And as he tucks, all his teammates die.
Yeah, he doesn't get that. Yeah, no buy here, and it's 1 round game now, and a very confident move from Astralis to burst out A. I really still feel like the Ops is something they should continue to lean into for the next rounds, and it should save for them. I think it'll be enormous in that position, even in that round right there. If they had one upstairs or in CT spawn, both would have been good, but, well, already with a pistol. Exec coming in. Lots of CTs in the site, and another kill on the CT side.
You know.
Mr. starts smoke under Balak as well.
Hinge. They've got Unbroken stuck in. All right, the recovery's there. They still know about the one underneath and Unbroken. And now that's all that's left. He comes wide. Oh my God! Did they lose track of that? For a second. He sends the guy flying. And that second one, I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance for that, but it doesn't connect at Astralis Talent. Instead, tie this game. We've got 14 rounds each. We got buys on both ends. A game that comes down to the wire.
Mm-hmm. into the one-op play. Head trick to the window. Default once again here for Astralis, though. Setting up, maybe connector and jungles smokes. I don't know if they're going to use them right away, but they're actually expending a lot of utility. I mean, they're literally faking both sites right now. Just a huge confusion tactic as Astralis talent. They shut off the top of connector, and that allows for the B split to come in. There are still 2 lurks, though, in the ramp and palace. This must be incredibly confusing. Look at the space they've created. Fesser's already ready to hit up Cat. And he takes... Oh, Vigo takes one down.
Breezer comes through. Oh, it's clean. Okay. They are everywhere. Omnipresent in this.
Wow.
I love that, actually. Don't be predictable. Spread out everywhere. See what opens up first. And B site not only opened up, but cracked open wide.
So, okay. So right here... Okay, that was really cool. So right here, So you smoke top con to go Cat split all the time. But they smoke top con and jungle just so it looks more like an A site hit. They leave 2 players holding Palace and A ramp push so they can punish those. And then they all do this just to get Fesser into a deeper position on Cat behind the B wall. So the comms must be a nightmare there on CT to figure out what to do. And there's a lot of pressure to make it happen right there because they literally have to use, what, 4 smokes all at once? Yep. So, but that is alone enough to get Fesser into a really, really strong spot at the top of Cat. And the CTs, they feel like they can't rotate, they can't push either. So that was a huge tactic to pull out around 29. And I guess looks at least we save a couple of guns. They'll be absolutely welcome. The buy is still decent, but Astralis talent come back from 14-11.
From 14-11, lost both pistols. Each of those pistols converted for the full 3 rounds. That's 6 of the 14 from Navi right there. And in a best of 1, Astralis talent, absolute survival mode.
Wait,
Breezer, he's caught Nipple trying to jump back. Things look weird inside of the window.
Why did they do that if Frozik was boosting him window? He's in a tough spot. He'll cross out. I think
they're going to go back to the A exec. Fesser kills Fear. That's not good. That one comes in from the Palace. The fact that he also survives with just 11 HP means it could have been turned back 4v4. And the CTs are already pushing out through the apartments. This is being watched to the right side. Head trick. He's going to put himself right on a silver platter. Altex, he's got 1 more. And they only need 2 more kills to close this 16-14 to survive the test from Navi Jr. To be another example of Navi's promise, but not their wins.
Oh, man. Yeah, the same thing again. And Frozik will die going back to B, even though this bomb site is the A bomb site. Altex closing it out, and that's a 3-piece from him. Man, a huge bounce back. And honestly, they were able to shift gears there. They had new stuff that they brought in right at the end of the game. Astralis talent pulled out some very cool T rounds near the end. Some really great confusion tactics. Nearly brought back a couple of mid rounds. I really thought that Navi were going to have this figured out with their lead. Yeah, they did pull out the pistols as well to pad their opening kind of start. That looks so good, but at the end of the day, I still feel like some of these rounds were quite exploitable when Navi had the lead. After they started to drop it, and then Astralis talent were given those chances, they didn't continue to do the same things. They got a little crazy. They used some strats I just haven't seen so far, even though they played Mirage this many times. To be honest, they haven't been challenged to this level from that often. But yeah, full credit for being able to go, into that 4th, 5th, and 6th gear when they had to, and come up with stuff that they haven't shown before.
This right here, that highlight there, clearing the back car. Altex just showing us that when the numbers were low, he is the clutch. In a 16-14 win, he walks away with the only clutches in this game. 2 of them successful. One on that jump up retake default A site, like really good moments, and a cool showing for him to just, throw himself right up there alongside Fesser, if not ahead of Fesser this game. So,
oh yeah, Breezer got a oh no, that wasn't clutch. That was just...
Yeah, it was close. Close smoke shots. And unbroken towards the B side, I think maybe outplayed a little bit at times.
He made a mistake on that one important op round.
Yeah, Frozik letting them get past the Cat split.
It's one of those things where, like, just because something doesn't work doesn't mean it's the right idea. And if he was in a better spot, I think he gets more. But I really think they should have saved for 2 ops way more often. There was still a lot of rounds that, even on the explodes, that looked crazy, where Astralis talent, most of that just ended up being walking, not execs. So there were opportunities. Hetrick did not put up too many op kills in that second half. It was honestly a lot of Nipple picking off Fesser in the early rounds in mid with his rifles. That was most impressive. But Astralis had played with a confidence, and they brought a unique style to this T side, and had to come clutch to pull this back.
You know, that 29th round where they just spread everywhere, find the one leak in the defense, and then flood through it. Cool stuff, right? I mean, just showing why that they are, in fact, the team right behind Big Omen Academy. I think showing the resilience that we've seen from MOUZ at times, just being very hard to put down, even if it's not perfect. So big win for them. That'll push their record to 7-2, a win away from Big Omen Academy, but Big just looks so invincible right now in Group B. And unfortunately for Navi Jr., that kind of solidifies their place at the bottom of the group, just next to Apex Rebels. But at the bottom of Group A, of course, we still have Eternal Fire, hunting the ever-coveted first win of the season. Yesterday, the first time they got into overtime, the closest they've been. And now they'll get a chance versus Spirit Academy. They were Spirit's first win, a 16-14 that took a 1v2 on Inferno. But Spirit have cranked the dial as of late. So when we come back, we'll see whether or not Eternal Fire can even keep up.
Oh, man.
Day 13 of the regular season of Season 4 well underway, and of course, we are now about to be 4 maps deep. We've got the likes of Eternal Fire Academy, the new Eternal Fire Academy, as they have changed out 2 players in the middle of the season, facing Spirit Academy yet again. Last time it was on Inferno. Last time Spirit took it 16-14, and unfortunately, as you can see here, it's not been the best season for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they are the butt of the league at the moment. They are the FURIA Academy. It's fine saying that because FURIA Academy have recovered, but they have more experience. About time they did that. But here this season, they're lacking a lot in terms of, you know, they don't really have the Academy Elite Opper. They don't really have the best maps. They don't really have the consistency. They've got spots here like Inferno T side, but that's like basically it. And Spirit Academy have at that breakout match at 0-4, they just took off. They beat Eternal Fire in that close game, got it together, sorted it out, and picked some huge wins up across the next few matches that they played. And so now they're meeting again. Okay, it's it's a revenge match. It's a time for Eternal Fire. They need to get one win. Okay, so they aren't looked at as a team that didn't win a single map. They would have won as many maps as we have, Connor, in this league if they don't win this map. And,
Yikes.
yeah, and,
That's putting it bleak.
yeah, so I think, they've gotta do this for their confidence. First one's the hardest. The last one's being the first one's even harder, I think. I don't know how that
Yeah.
goes.
Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, after the Spirit Academy game, the only other
Other
match left for
prospects.
Fire will be Prospects. Yeah. So 2 more games to go. Two more attempts. Maybe today's the day. They have gotten closer with this new team, right? This new team,
Yep,
16-13, 16-13, 16-12, and then a
true.
17-19 loss versus Young Gods. So every game with the fresher roster has been closer. No blowout losses, but also no wins. And today, they get to take the veto of Spirit Academy to exactly where they want to go.
Dust
Uh,
2?
we could see it.
I think so,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
So,
All right.
I mean, Spirit Academy are fine with this. Eternal Fire have tried this, a couple of times.
Versus
Yesterday
OG.
Yesterday, Colors had a great match versus Young Gods, 32 frags, 1.32 rating. Kenshin was not bad. Plus, I think it was Dougie Versus actually had a little bit of a rougher game, which he's been up there. M-Star was quite good. So in terms of some individuals, most of that scoreboard makes sense. We have seen a really kind of high, I think, from Colors on a map or two. Um, so so yeah, there's not really like there's no like punish, there's no like map that's really good for Eternal Fire. There's if they can't get Inferno, they've just got to figure it out in somewhere else. And I think Dust 2's one at least where they've played it twice. They got closer to OG Academy the second time they played Dust 2, from 7-16 versus OG Academy to 13-16 with the new roster. And like you said, with the
Right?
new roster, been above 10 rounds every time. So yeah, let's give it a shot. I think obviously no reason to doubt Spirit Academy on Dust 2. I think they looked pretty good. What's their record here? What's the record here? Oh no, not that great. They only played Prospects once. They
Yep.
lost. It was
Close
14-16.
one.
Okay.
And Eternal Fire Academy have played versus OG once. 13-16.
Twice.
Twice, actually. Yeah. Twice. And like you said, marked improvement, right? So improvements are important, but not as important as getting one win. At least. There's nothing they can do. They come dead last. They're not going to be in the play-in. They're not going to be in the playoffs. So all Eternal Fire have left in Season 4 is this game right now versus Spirit Academy, and then their last match versus Prospects. That cannot change. That is their reality. They must accept it. But if you accept it with losses, you're a loser. If you still fight every step, that's the
That's
mentality
when you've only
that we're
lost
looking
once,
for.
not twice.
Yeah. You only truly lose once you give up. That's what I say.
Yeah, and Ninja, but
Damn, does he? Okay, then I'm not saying that anymore.
well, that's his saying. So
Damn it.
yeah,
Art Frost could be an absolute beast today. His sniping's been getting more consistent. Ooh, but the Haas gets caught on the flank.
so last time it was to break the loss streak, right? Both teams 0-4. This time it's to be the first to win Dust 2. That's also on the line.
Art Frost stays
If
tucked.
Pete,
His
this is
bomb
single,
goes
isn't
down.
it?
Oh,
Wow.
that's nasty. Art Frost comes wide. Colors from long range.
Is it Planet single? Oh my god, yeah. Wow.
He got screwed.
Man, yeah, the bomb was planted single. About that is they could have peeked from elbow and killed him. That wasn't even a safe plant. He should have planted long plat in that situation.
Puts Art Frost into a position to win.
It
4
really
kills
does.
in the pistol with the defuse. I mean, he could have tried to stick that, but instead he waited just a couple seconds, comes back, keeps it clean. A 4th headshot, and Spirit take pistol on Dust 2.
Nice attempt from the frags from Colors, but yeah, I mean, this is probably not communicated properly because, like, it should have been planted for Colors in this spot. That was... Ooh, that was a bad mistake. He was doing so well there. I think he could have clutched it. Oh. Just wanted to check. Don't get Art Frost onto a good start. Too late, I guess. Oh!
Nice shot from Weird Aim. Comes through that doorway. Art Frost
Yikes.
down for the count, and the follow-up in from Kenshin. Colors, Kenshin, kills all over. 3 frags. Look at that. Happens fast. Eternal Fire, they're going to sink into that B bomb site. So Spirit Academy, if you thought that Art Frost with a 4K pistol was enough for an easy start, Eternal Fire Academy got other ideas.
Yeah, so 3 players left side mid all die. 1 in the site. 1 by the door, 1 back. Try to bait and a good little flash tactic basically. And wow, they just can't trade anybody. M-Star's shooting hot. Sontix has no space either. He's getting hurt. He's getting spotted. Player behind him. He ain't living. All 5 dead with a bomb plant and a round win.
Ain't that just perfect?
Yes. What are you going to do if Eternal Fire win this game? What should we do?
Clap?
Yeah, we should clap.
We should clap. We should give them
ready
a
to
round of
clap.
applause.
Yeah.
I'll do a headstand. I can't do a headstand. I'll
I can't
eat
do
a
anything
leaf
cool.
off the tree behind me.
Yeah, but you do that anyway.
Oh yeah, man, you got to get your greens.
Can't be going to the grocery store in this economy.
The reason this plant is in here now is because my cat keeps eating it, so I've got to protect him. He's hanging out with me today. She's just chewing on it. Like, yo, leave the damn thing alone. It's just growing.
Best part is it's not even a real plant.
Oh no.
Oh!
Quick little scout shot. Oh, Zontix. He's got one with the Deagle. Ah, Art Frost gets cleared by M-Star. You know, we look to the new guns of Eternal Fire Academy to maybe carry one over the line, right? Like we said, marked improvement since these 2 have joined. These 2... Oh, my God. Back and forth. Kenshin's still up. Donk looking for the contact. M-Star playing back on that ramp. Kenshin's got it locked in. Oh,
yeah, right! Oh my god.
Oh my god. Goes down to Kenshin, but holy hell, that headshot.
His crosshair placement was so perfect there. Wow.
Just taps him.
Jesus.
Absolutely blasted.
Yeah, so M-Star... So I kind of feel like we've seen good maps from Dougie Versus. M-Star Dougie Versus makes sense. But that came from that other lineup. But M-Star, Dougie Versus, and Colors, like that's kind of a core. I feel like it's.
Well, that's what I just noticed. No Dougie Versus.
Oh wait,
Weird Aim's back.
Oh, Weird Aim's back for Dougie.
So we've, you know, and I was a little sad when Weird Aim left.
Yeah,
and so we got Weird Aim
in the league
and M-Star. So, you know, a little interchangeable it seems. The Donk gives him the P250 headshot. A ton of damage considering, you know, Wikady and Colors barely get by from this run. But it's Eternal Fire, 3 T rounds nonetheless. And CT's by right back.
flashbacks. Did you guys know Connor was going to be an actor, but then he failed?
Yeah, that's... Yeah,
He lost
that's
to a
true.
child. He was also a child, but that's irrelevant.
Could have been, man. Could have been. Oh, well. I hear child acting's not all that.
Yeah. I think some of your acting skills still pays off, though, for some of the video content in esports. So that's good.
You know, I found the middle ground.
Yeah.
I always wanted to actually... when I was in university, I wanted to start getting into radio. Because I like talking in microphones.
Yeah.
I like the sound of my own voice.
So it's a really good fit, actually. A lot of overlap there. You probably found a good career, man.
Yep. Couple strokes of luck, and here we are.
Well, it's tough to have those skills because obviously these jobs are not easy to get. So, but it lined up. It'd be fun to be a player too in the Academy League, being like 15 to 17 years old.
Yeah, I'd feel like such a rock star.
Yeah, it'd be sweet. This is a fun chance.
Those who can't play, cast.
Yep.
Those who are done playing, analyze.
Yep, Pip is finished.
Oh, M-Star's going to jump for the cross. I got a little boost set up for this. So as he goes over, yeah, Art Frost ready for that one.
Whoa,
if it wasn't Art Frost, would have been
Oh,
Quail.
Bean.
Meanwhile, Bean hit. Yep, they were just leaning on Donk, but he gets the colors kill. 13 seconds. Bomb gets picked back up. That's the hands of Weird Aim busy. Pop shot miss from Kenshin. Accidental jump. 5v2. They're trying to lock this in. It's going to have to be Weird Aim from start to finish, and the Haas comes in over the window for Spirit Academy's second win.
We can blame Mouse Wheel, but he already shot. He just missed, okay? He was dead anyways. All right. Okay. Deal?
All right.
All right. That one was a little close, but you know what? That's why the B site was pretty empty there for a second. And I was tricked. I was focusing on A. I was like, whoa, M-Star's making a move. Thought they were coming in behind that. Nope.
Trickery.
But yeah, lots of trickery. So 2 defuse wins. In the first 5. Uh-oh.
Ah, it's hot. Donk. Oh, baby. 3 kills from the Donk on the front side of the tunnels. Art Frost will lose his line of sight, but Quail gets one from beyond the grave as M-Star gets burnt. Oh, nice headshot back from Kenshin, though. Little life left on this in the 1v3. Doubles back towards sight, gets caught mid-reload. Zontic's not going to give him a chance to catch his breath. And Eternal Fire gives Spirit a chance to catch that lead. We're tied up at 3 yet again.
Donk was really good in that Prospects game where he's playing the B site. This is a solid spray down. And the Molly helped. It got a little scary because he shoulder peeked once, didn't see him right away. But after he got the first one, the next ones are so simple. Poor Weird Aim dies gray screened. Gets donked.
AK tries to just barrel its way through mid. Kenshin, if he thinks it's just the offer, he is wrong. Quail comes in from the corner with the MP9 cover. Art Frost happy to fight versus pistols, and that's going to just unleash Quail to milk that money. But he goes down to Acadia. A little bit left on this. Listen, if Zontix dies, then we're talking real costs. Acadia exits into the tunnels. He can take his time and try to catch another kill.
They're trying to chase him down.
Yeah, Donk's hot on his heels. And Donk's got it done. So Spirit Academy back to the lead that they once held.
Waiting to explode. We've seen Art Frost control middle a lot with his op. That's kind of what he does. He spends a lot less time towards A, whether it's up on the car or whatever. And I think it's great that he can do that. I mean, he's got to have the confidence to be able to take these duels, and having a rifler up close. It's just their course of action. Good T-side opera should be able to control the door. It's a little bit easier when the dust settles for them to do it. It's a little scary for the CT side. But we've seen, I mean, prospects didn't even want to take that fight to him that much. Oh. Oh, that nade's going to hurt. Wow, okay. 2 players to almost 50 off that. Disjointed on the hit, man. They were all trying to go out long, but only one got out. Wasn't even a molly in the door. Not sure what happened there. Maybe it was spawns. Oh,
yes,
what?
that's
Wow,
nice.
They went out with the flash. That's crazy.
Yep. Quick little
Hell yeah.
yippee-ki-yay. Art Frost looking for that cat hold. Right there. Colors better keep that. Oh, head tucked because Art Frost, yeah, he's going to snap on that one. Boost the Opera back up into the site. We get the close play already coming through from Eternal Fire. Smokes down. Cross covered, but Zontix spams through nonetheless. And he hits the headshot onto Weird Aim for his 3rd on the round and a 4th walking in. Flashed around for Wicadia, who will offer a little bit more here for Eternal Fire, but the Art Frost snipes him. Snipes him from above.
$1 million.
Oh, you got the sharks with the freaking laser beams.
Zontix got way too much off smoke kills that round. He didn't see a single T.
Yeah.
He got 1 through the long smoke, 2 on the cross. This guy's the king of audio. And pre-aims.
Ooh, down goes M-Star.
1 top mid.
Nade.
Wait.
No.
Oh, they were top mid.
Yeah, it was top mid.
Just spelled that.
Just 1.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. Quail, I mean, he got into mid and got up on cat that way. Smoke could not be any deeper. Oh, ouch!
Yeah, that sucks, man. When you've just got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Zontix knows exactly where you're at. Pressures you with the wall bang and just siphons any life out of that one. So, Spirit Academy now doubling the rounds. Eternal Fire, you must answer now.
No.
Right, meow.
Expeditiously. Uh-oh.
Little scuffed on the boost. Oh, he still snaps down to Kenshin, but Art Frost was right there.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we question the Kenshin op impact. We've seen a couple really good games, I think on Inferno most notably.
It's kind of okay, yeah.
Kind of maybe alright.
Kind of maybe okay.
You know, but Art Frost right there to pick up those pieces. Still, it's a man advantage for Eternal Fire. M-Star could lose that, but Donk, what you doing?
Oh my god. He was
Jumping mid with the knife out.
Now they know. Oh, Zontix, he was in mid. He caught them off. Oh man, now I could actually stop him from going B. They can go back to mid and go up cat, I think, in this spot.
Oh my god, he fights that? That's a little wild.
Yeah, I can't believe he does. But
He'll get away.
Yeah, he got away.
For Art Frost, he sees there's nothing there, but
this is smart from Zontix, man. He knows they were all tunnels, but I don't know if he
so
can.
Fast.
He can go all the way through. Wow, this is such a smart move.
They're gonna
actually
pinch it
on both sides of him now. Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna pinch it once he comes up Xbox. He gets colors off of the back end. They played that perfectly.
Wow.
Eternal Fire trying to make moves, but I mean, the 2 members of Spirit Academy were just 5 steps ahead. And now, Zontix, he has been middle through B to the tunnels, into top mid, back around on long A. He's going to peek around the ramp and end it. Zontix does a world tour in round 10 and gives Spirit their 7th.
I've never seen that many long and good rotations all in the same round. Zontix is still the show. Got the info on mid, made it around the B, got into upper tunnels, and thought that because he crossed, he just read into it, they're not going to come B. So he goes all the way through lower. Artfrost is perched up, ready for the cat hit. Completely outdone every single step of the way in a 2v4, and they made it feel like it was, 4v4 in this spot with how they surrounded him from all these positions. Huge.
Massive.
Gargantuan.
Galactic.
Interstellar.
Okay. Inception.
Multiverse.
I thought we were doing movies at the end. Sorry.
Yeah, isn't multiverse something? I mean,
Yeah, but it's not a movie.
Doctor Strange.
Oh,
I don't know.
maybe the multiverse is just real, dude. Maybe it's not a movie at all. Okay, it's fact.
That really is the prevalent theory.
Come on, Eternal Fire. You can't lose hope. You can't lose sight of what's most important, and that is just winning one map this season. Don't let Spirit do this to you. We're going to get past the Molotov. Artfrost, he loves throwing down this smoke and just playing around the sides of it. He'll dive into the box and then buy plenty of time if he needs to. Shots whiz by. He catches weird aim. Oh, Donk comes through with the headshot as well. And that bomb, maybe not even planted. Kenshin, love it. Pushes through the CT smoke. Colors tries to recover this. Artfrost, though, still in the open. And Wicadia into the clutch. We've seen him here before.
They've re-smoked him 3 times, man. He's got a one-way off. For the last 45 seconds, he's been here at elbow, jumping around like a maniac, looking for different off angles, and finally Wicadia will take him out.
He has enough. Shoots 3 bullets through that smoke. Gets the kill. Quail waits as bomb is planted.
Nope.
Nade destined for Wicadia here.
Get off
Oh, that's going to drop him down to 50. And Quail through box ends the hopes in round 11. It's another for Spirit.
They can't go that fast for the long hit. If Artfrost one way is there, they have to wait that out. They wait it out. He doesn't have a good spot to be in, but they let him stand there. And not only that, but he chains the smokes. They either drop him one or he gets one smoke for him earlier on, then he drops his own, and then a third one from a teammate. That was pretty unreal. That is very hard to deal with. And a player like Artfrost is so good on fights like that. I mean, I think that is accentuating his abilities. But those 45 seconds was a nightmare here for Eternal Fire, just spamming, hoping to get lucky on him. But he's zipping around. He's in a go-kart. Oh.
Burning.
They're going through it.
Fascinator goes deep. Molly on him. M-Star looking for the fight. Fascinator. Ooh, almost sprays for the second, but Wicadia fighting.
Nade.
Every step. Tagged down to 43 off the frag.
And they got him locked in now. Look at this flank.
Here comes Zontix. Peeks out as they're going for the boost. He's got him distracted. Quail shoots him in the back.
Oh man, that's like you got your towel on to change your swim trunks, and then someone swings the bathroom door open on you.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Please no. Ah.
They just ain't respecting him.
No. Spirit Academy.
They're like, we're way better than last time, by the way.
Right? And unfortunately for Eternal Fire, they are also better than last time. But I think the Spirit Academy just eclipsed them. Yeah. Oh, and Artfrost through the smoke. They're going to get 2 guys into the catwalk. I'm going to take a look at the standings, actually, just to see how important this is for Spirit. Can they pass OG Academy? That's really the question. Because if they win this, they'll have 5 and 6.
Yeah, and they have one more, right?
So OG's last game is versus Spirit Academy, which would give them max amount of wins 6. Spirit Academy, if they win this game, go into that match also with 5 wins. So we'll get a head-to-head between OG Academy and Spirit for who starts last in play-in and who's just a step ahead of that. So that's cool. Quail continues to shut them down on Cat. We got a guy over here towards Goose. That gets dealt with by Hassinator. Kenshin in a 1v4. Not going to find any further footing. It's double digits, folks, to the Spirit camp.
They have... Spirit Academy have one more game after this.
Yeah, versus OG Academy.
Oh, that's... Oh,
right.
Okay, their game against
each
other, right? Yeah.
So they'll both be 5-6 going into their last game.
Cool.
Versus one another.
Sweet. Wow. Sadly, this is actually a good start, but this doesn't feel like they can win anymore.
Oh. And then curiously,
yes.
hold on, the plot thickens. If Young Gods play MOUZ in their last game and lose that, that could put Spirit into 4th in the group, above Young Gods and OG Academy.
Insane. What a recovery, man.
So they could go from, you know, last other than Eternal Fire to 4th place in the group. Amazing. Sick recovery, because I mean, and you know, they had just as bad of a start to the season. The 0-4 is where they got their first win.
And their 2 losses after that were only 14-16 Prospects, 14-16 MOUZ NXT.
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
Incredible.
The real comeback story of the regular season. Spraying from the corner here, Zontix. He goes down. We got man advantage for Eternal Fire. It's not too late to get a 4th on the board. Ooh, but Hassinator's got other ideas, and Sight's still on fire. Kenshin crosses over. Clean AK headshot. That one's nice. Bomb being planted. Quail decides to sprint beyond it. M-Star's going to come off of that plant. His head will be there for the taking, but it's just Donk now, and we've got it. 3 alive at the end of it. Eternal Fire, a 4th to the board.
Yes, sir. They do the same thing with their patented long hit. And they kind of go even faster. They said, let's screw going slow. Let's screw going super slow. Let's screw going fast. Let's go extremely fast. And Donk is auto-sniping again. Let's go. They're waiting for him to shoot. Alright, Frost is readying the peak. Uh-oh.
Tech.
No damage, so...
We got a tech. Man down. Can't be playing man down now, can we?
Man down.
Ooh, a dentist. Ugh.
A dentist?
Yeah, there's a dentist shop. I never realized there was a dentist shop on Long A.
I feel like people used to die because we didn't have dentists.
Probably. Or you just yank those teeth out, you know?
Yeah.
It works. You just pull it out. You got a toothache? Pull it out.
What about gum disease? Can you yank the gums out?
Well, just don't get disease.
Yeah. But there was no before brushing teeth.
You know, stick some leeches on your skin or something.
Ew.
We used to just gnaw on bark. That was a pretty you know, before toothbrushes and whatnot. You just kind of just use some bark, anything rough, just to get the plaque off. Because you know, like even ancient humans would have felt, you know, that fuzzy, dirty teeth feeling.
Yeah,
got to get that off, man. Whatever it takes. Chew on bark, suck on coral. But Acadia,
coral.
He's the first one dead.
Are you talking about teething?
Teething?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like you know, having dirty teeth.
Okay. Oh, they're getting close. Who's our 4-man? George 4-man. Colors.
Art Frost loves this smoke, dude. This is his bread and butter.
This is the simple smoke.
No, it's the Art Frost smoke.
Nope.
This is the Academy League.
Yes, that's true.
Shots whiz by. Everything kind of comes to a halt, and then we get the follow-up volley of utility. A fire on the ramp. That's going to push Colors to the top of it. He'll lock into Goose. Bomb and M-Star crossover.
They waited out the smoke.
Ooh, we get kills to come through. Art Frost, still here.
Oh,
the jump from Quail. stops the bomb plant. Someone's going to have to pick that up. And if they look over that edge, they could dive for it. Artfrost finally comes wide, strikes him down, gets a second on the ramp, predicts that Kenshin walks through, and they rob that back.
No.
They rob it.
No, they don't. Yes,
21-6. Artfrost, you're an animal.
You're an animal. And that time, they actually countered him. I mean, they waited out his freaking one way that they keep using. Everyone has to wait that out, right? It's not just versus Artfrost. It's not just they just wouldn't do that, and they kept losing. Now they waited out, and he hides. Then he finally peeks right when the time is right. I can't believe Quail gets that kill. That is it's illegal, Dan.
You know, ye old jumping headshot, or not even. Ye old jumping bomb stop.
Yeah,
it's age old in Dust 2. Was that always a thing? Like I'm sorry, what was jumping accuracy like in previous versions of Counter-Strike? Has jumping to stop the plant on B site been around for 20 years?
I think in 1.6 it was too high. You couldn't even jump that high.
Okay.
Like the wall was really high.
Everybody was shorter back then, huh?
Yeah, it's either the maps were bigger or we were shorter. But maybe because our models grew with us as we got older. So now the maps feel smaller.
Frost gave us a good showing today. This round was just, that was just,
yep.
You know, if you don't laugh, you gotta cry. So Eternal Fire, tears in their eyes at the end of this T side. Spirit Academy giving them the business, and now taking to the offense. Eternal Fire. They are always good for more rounds in the second half than the first.
That's facts.
Regardless of the side, regardless of the opponent, regardless of the map, they get more rounds in the second half. Now, that doesn't mean that they win, because they haven't.
They don't.
But they'll, you know, this won't be 16-4.
It won't be 16-4. I'm fine saying that too.
Chance for Wicadia, sure enough. Insta headshot. Long presence, though, all theirs. Oi. Yes, yes, Wicadia, let's go. Give us a little something. 2v5 attempt. If they lose a 2v5 in the pistol, then it will be 16-4.
I still don't believe. Because they came back from 14-4 once, I think. So actually, when's the last time they got less than 10 rounds? It's been a minute, right?
Yes. Yes, it has. They've had very close games, actually, ever since, again, the roster change.
It's been 4 maps straight with a minimum of 12 rounds. Pretty good. And I mean, 6 out of 7 with a lot. But this is 100% fake comeback. Barring the Young Gods game from yesterday, we don't know. That actually went to OT. But it was also a comeback. Eternal comeback. Eternal Spark.
Yeah. Eternal Ember.
Ooh. If they lose this, Eternal Ash. Eternal Sut. What was that? I heard a Zeus.
Flash goes high from Kenshin. Got them stuck in the open here. They shouldn't be able to do much. But Donk and Artfrost didn't get the memo. A Glock kill from Artfrost. Oh, Donk with more damage. Even more. One more shot. He's got colors. And now we've got the clutch in from Art Frost, but no, weird aim. Yeah, I got to shut that one down as he has to, right? Armored M4, unarmored MP9. No, sir. 17-year-old weird aim with the clutch. Keep an Eternal Fire going here. 6 to the board, but only 1 survivor. That means costs. Look at the money. Kenshin Colors, 3.6. Not ideal.
Meanwhile, T-side, over 5K, everyone.
Yep.
Ouch.
Gonna try to push that smoke. Katie could just barrel stuff it. Easy.
Yeah.
Way too easy. Almost gets the kill on the fallback. Almost dies as that last player falls back. Hassinator comes out on top of the damage duel.
Nice.
But another smoke. Gonna ice him out.
So they do get 2 players low. Down to 22. They might not know about the first guy, because I think Art Frost hit him on the cross. Colors will stay close by his side. Wonder what it felt like when they almost won, like overtime.
I just hope that they're playing things outside of the Academy League and winning those. I mean, there's no other officials on HLTV, but like just go win some matchmaking games, man. Like you gotta sprinkle in some wins. You can't just be losing games of Counter-Strike every day and still getting out of bed. You gotta win something. Art Frost pops Kenshin on the ramp. M-Star also goes down with 1, but it's the Art Frost op here that keeps the edge off. Low HP for Wicadia and Weird Aim. Molotov back on Cat as the plant comes through. Zontic's going to take a deeper angle. Oh, they saw him. He knows it. He retreats. Oh, but they don't expect that long play. Zontic's looking for the 1v3 clutch. Low health on the last 2. They could line up.
Oh, come on.
Sure enough, they do.
Oh, what? Oh, they're so low, and they just get mauled. That's it. Wow, Zontix. Thought he was going to jump off the ramp. Backs up to Goose. Jeez, they didn't need that. 12-6 in the 3v2. And wait, actually, so... Wait, 5v2? Did Art Frost get 2 kills in the post plant right before they got the bomb down? I think he did, right? He got 2 op kills as they were crossing site.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Lance with it.
That was 2v5 then.
And look where it leaves them. Because of that round where they lose everything, barring, you know, just the 1 clutch from Weird Aim with the 1 M4.
Yeah.
Oh, now the floodgates open. And oof. Spirit Academy. Oh, what? What? What is he doing? What is the point of that? Other than to just feel like a god. Watch this.
He just looks at
It's not even an impressive shot. It just blows my mind every time because I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Like he's just making it hard to cast.
Scrawny was like, what?
Damn, man. That hurts.
He's doing good.
Art Frost, 27-9. He's not the most consistent opera. He's not the best opera of the league, but he is the most entertaining opera.
But he is getting more consistent, right? He is, he is, I think. Let's see how he's doing. I mean, I was actually kind of surprised to not see him top 10 because of the last few wins. Let's see. No, he's insanely consistent, actually.
Excellent.
6 maps. 6 maps plus 1.0 rating. Lowest of those 1.03. Then the next lowest is 1.20. So 26 kills, 21 kills, 24 kills, 19 kills, 33 kills, 26 kills in his last 6 maps. He's got to be just outside top 10 with those.
On the cusp of it. He'll break through. Give him time in the play-in. Man, they could actually be taking... Hold on. What did I say? 4th? Yeah, 4th place, huh?
4th place.
Assuming they beat OG Academy in their last game, which I think is very doable. I mean, they've literally already done it in double OT on Nuke. Down goes Weird Aim. One of the last few buys that we will see in this map. Unless Eternal Fire change things now. Players out on long.
Man, Regali has an absurd kill differential in the league. Plus 97 in 12 maps. That's insane.
Push into the smoke. Wicadia thinking about the spam. Instead, Hassinator comes wide on him. M-Star tries to throw himself at the top of ramp. He will find a headshot. A little bit of stoppage here. A slowdown for Spirit to deal with. Sontic's lurking up the catwalk, though. That's going to be back at colors expected, but he gets the front end instead. Dies. Quail, chance to run into the bomb site. Molly down deep into the corner. M-Star not able to take up position behind box. Quail kills the support. That was just the 20 health of colors left over. M-Star to 47, finished. And Kenshin's deep in the CT spawn, probably holding on to the op for an attempt in the next one. We got 9 match points for Spirit Academy.
He's just playing with them. Quail's doing better and better too, man. Okay, so our Frost is like, I mean, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams. 9 players that have 9 or more maps, and he has 10. So that are more than him. So he's at a 1.19 rating. It's very tight between 1.24 and 1.19. I think with this map, he's at 30. He will jump into the top 10 for sure. I think he will be in like top 5 or top 6 or something like that.
Well done. Hell of a recovery. Because I think inconsistency is what we saw, like round to round even, like at the start of the season.
Yeah, yeah.
Just some flashy stuff. Including wallbanging Weird Aim. Or excuse me, colors on his cross to the B site.
He's hitting someone every time.
So 9 match points, and it maybe only takes 1.
I feel like if I was Kenshin, I'd shoot them a message like, how'd you guys do it? What's your secret?
Yeah, what's the formula to recover from a 0-4?
Help us.
One more game versus Prospects after this. That's all the Eternal Fire Academy squad will have left between them and a goose egg on the season. Donk waits for the push. Guns that one down. Now Acadia's going to try his hand, so it's just desperation sinking in every step of the way. And every step of the way, it is a Spirit Academy. Kenshin saved op, misses his shot, misses his chance. And so it is not revenge, nor their first win. Eternal Fire go down to the 16 rounds of Spirit Academy.
They get smacked, and this is a Spirit Academy pulling up a lot with the round differential as well in very tight standings. Plus 10 off this map, and yeah, enormous win versus their former 0-4 rivals. God, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
Right?
It's pretty cool. It is really cool. Not as cool for EFA. Way cool for Spirit Academy, at least. But it is a zero-sum game. Someone wins, someone loses. That's just the way it goes. So one more match for Eternal Fire to try to win a single map in the season. Maybe this one's easier. Maybe it's not. Maybe Spirit Academy are not the easier team to beat at this moment over even Prospects. It's very hard to say. They are that good at the moment.
Last time Eternal Fire played Prospects, it was Mirage. They got 16-7'd. So just like this game versus Spirit Academy, they're going to be, looking for the improvements.
Yeah.
And again, maybe once it's the last chance, you got really nothing to lose.
The cool part is
just maybe.
It is fair to say that Eternal Fire needed to make roster moves to be competitive, and they did, and it did help. It did help. It is cool though that Spirit Academy, kind of at the same time, they didn't need to make roster moves, and then they still improved. That is also really cool.
In fact, they stuck to their guns and kept this one incredibly clean, right? I think Spirit Academy, they're hitting like a nice peak at the right time as well, right? We'll have one more day of regular play, couple of days off, and then the play-ins start, I believe, on Thursday. Let me double check. Yes. So Spirit Academy as well, if they can finish 4th, then maybe they skip the quarterfinals or something like that. They can let some other teams just take it out, and then they'll have like a real chance to kind of collect themselves, come in with a game plan, show us like a, prepare for a map pool per se. But we look at the scoreboard as this one closes. Art Frost, again, with this performance, should have just cracked into the top 10 of the season.
Gonna say for sure. I mean, this is pretty insane. Like 30-10, 132 ADR. Kills every round. Didn't really miss any easy shots. Was huge on that CT side of stopping the long cross. So yeah, he's posing himself to be a threat. Even in some of their big games, though, he was doing some stuff where he's just missing weird shots, like not hard ones, hitting the hard ones. Needs to clean up a bit, but in terms of just, he's a canvas. Like he's young, he's got a lot of room, and at least he has that really sick talent that he can just stand up to other players. Where it's like you can't teach someone to be like that good.
Yeah.
So if he cleans up a bit, he can be a superstar actually in this league. And I think I actually really want to see where he is now in the top 10. But HLTV,
I was refreshing it, hoping it would update fast, but it hasn't. So we'll have to wait and see, and we'll talk about it tomorrow, because me and Launders are done for the day. Other boys will take you guys through the last game, which is the Young Ninjas FURIA Academy. Young Ninjas really looking to improve on their last showing versus this team, this specific head-to-head. And Young Ninjas, Navi's still trying to nip at their heels, but they've got still that little bit of a safety net. So we throw this one away to the break. Catch you guys tomorrow. That's when the two of us will be back. But of course, WePlay always continues. Regular season nearly done. Tomorrow, the last day of it.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 4. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Sneaky. I'll be taking you through the action with the wonderful Icon. And, well, up first, we've got Young Ninjas versus FURIA Academy off the back of what was a disappointing finish to the season for Eternal Fire Academy. An 0-10 record. It's not the best record to be putting up there, but it is what it is, as they say, Icon.
Yeah, I do feel bad for Eternal Fire Academy, and hopefully they can maintain their roster. Potentially, they would like to make a few changes. We'll see, but I'd like to see the core stay together and not disband, and make some adjustments and improve and come back stronger for the next season of the WePlay Academy. But in this game in particular, we have got, as you said, the Young Ninjas versus FURIA Academy, a rematch of a game that we've already seen so far this season, and last time it went dominantly in the favor of FURIA Academy, winning it on Overpass 16-3. An absolute stomping there.
I was going to say, it's a pretty rough one, but honestly, I'd love to see us on Overpass again. I'd love to see like a revenge match, a grudge match. I can't remember who was talking, but yeah, NOP, they mentioned that they just had a massive like fall apart. And as you said, the roster's been a little bit inconsistent as well. They've been bringing in subs, they've been bringing in players from the main team, which obviously hasn't helped their case in this season. But despite all of the hardship that they're going through at the moment in terms of a wild roster, they've still managed to end up in 4th place right now, and they are in danger of dropping down to 5th, but they can still fight to retain their current standing, and I don't think they're at risk of elimination from this first stage, which is good. And another thing that I noticed for both of these teams is they have a 6-map pool, which is not something that can be said for everyone else in this tournament, and that's definitely been helping both of these sides further themselves in terms of their win rates, because the teams who have the worst map pools, namely Apex Rebels, Eternal Fire Academy, they have really been struggling throughout this tournament, so that's definitely been a lifeline for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to depth of map pool, it's something that is so crucial when you get to this level of Counter-Strike, right? You have to be able to win out the vetoes. You have to always make sure that you've got a few tricks up your sleeve when it comes to maps that teams think that they can take you down on. And, you know, that's not always the case that a team has no preparation for a map that they haven't played recently. Sometimes you'll take it thinking, you know, we haven't seen any officials from them on it recently. This might be a good idea for us. And then they come out the gates flying. So we see Vertigo get picked out. The same map that we casted last night once again. And I think I've seen so much Vertigo in the Academy League. It's a really popular map in this league. And I'm not complaining. I'm a big fan of the way that Vertigo plays out right now. I love the potential for some lurk plays on the B side of the map, through middle as well on that T side. So I'm wondering who's it going to be up to on the Young Ninjas side to be picking up that role.
And as much as so this is actually quite a surprising pick for me here at Vertigo. I know you've been talking about the fact you've seen it lots throughout the Academy League, but this is one of the lower rated maps for both of these teams. Young Ninjas, they've not won it in the past 3 months, and FURIA Academy, they've only won it one time. And as much as both of them have a decent amount of experience on this map, I could not tell you who's going to come out on top in this debacle. And apologies for interrupting your line of questioning, but this should be a very exciting match here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really do hope so. And you touched on it briefly, but right now Young Ninjas are sitting 4th in the group. They have got NAVI Junior, as Scrawny put it in the game previous. There's the NAVI Junior side slightly nipping at the heels of the Young Ninjas, but it's not the biggest deal because already with only 6 teams in Group B, due to the fact that the VP Prodigy side dropped out at the start of the season, everyone's already qualified for the Gauntlet stage. So really, at this point, they're playing for round count and they're playing for practice, right? They just want to continue to show what they're capable of. And we see Fuzi in the lineup for the Young Ninjas side in this game.
Exciting. As we said, it's a very loose roster right now for NIP. That 5th man being rotated in and out from all over the organization. But Fuzi, he's a very entertaining player to watch. And if he shows up in full form, then he could do some serious damage to FURIA Academy here. But FURIA Academy are the first ones to deal damage in this one. Early player lost in Rolf for Young Ninjas. But the bomb has gone down, and the A site is an absolute flurry of smoke. Cowers peeking in towards the short side, catches Fuzi off guard, and this is a great retake start for Furia, but they need to start that defusal, and they will. Are they going to stick this? They're not going to be allowed to. Lovely shot there from Max. They're into a 2v2 with Thrust, another frag for Young Ninjas, and they keep on coming down! Oh, but what a way to end the pistol! Furia, they stick the defuse! Temporary goes down. Temporary finds the kill, sorry, a second after the bomb is finished. And what a way to end that opening round there for Furia.
Yeah, just so many bodies for the CT side there. They had, the two-man advantage coming into the retake, the smoke down on the bomb early enough, and they were just able to run distraction on Temporary and Max. They're doing their absolute best to get that spam through the smoke. But there we have it. Furia Academy winning out the pistol round. They get the early economy advantage. But Young Ninjas, they got 4 kills, or maybe did they get the 5th as well? They've got a full buy coming into this first round due to the fact that the bomb plant came out as well. So, you know, when you've got an AK out on Temporary already in round 2, it's hard to say who really's got an early advantage in this situation. Descenti, with bodies already creeping out of middle, he's able to put the first aim in the board, but immediately traded out, and 2 massive kills from Adam. Now that's an open B bomb site. Koala, he's getting into a position to contest this bomb plant, and right now, Adam's a bit isolated here, but he wins his 3rd duel of the round. And now, a 2-man advantage here for the Young Ninjas. Do Furia Academy attempt this retake situation, or do they concede it? They look to be heading into the bomb site already. No kits on the back of these 2 surviving players, but 2 kills go their way straight away. Just Rolf and Maxa now. Bomb planted for Maxter, and Rolf in a position that hasn't been accounted for by the Furia Academy side. Takes down ZMB in the back, and just Quaz on his own. Able to get the double kill, though. What on earth is that communication? He wasn't on the bomb, but they've come through it, just spamming with the knife. Unfortunate series of events there for the Young Ninjas. And Quaz is going to win out the 1 versus 2.
Is it Quaz or Cowers, just to double check?
I have no idea. I've been saying Quaz.
I'll go for my... I'll go for Cowers
with the gut
for now. I'll go for Cowers, as Cowers goes for the round win. And what an incredible way he gets that over the line. A little 2-man transfer as they push him through the smoke there. And, oh, he actually tries to knife him. They thought he was still on the bomb. Really well played there by the Furia Academy side, and the fact that they win that from such a disadvantaged position, that was a 2v4 retake scenario. Just props to them, really, Icon.
Yeah, props to them, but also a bit of miscommunication there from the Young Ninjas, I feel, going for that knife play there. Maxter couldn't see around the edge of the smoke, he couldn't see whether he was on it or not, but without even trying to confirm it, they just went straight for the running through the smoke with the knife in hand. A little bit of a throw there, in my opinion. We'll see if they're able to bounce back here in this 3rd round. They've got the Deagles in play here this time, Sneaky, and already they've lost Rolf.
Yeah, poor old Rolf cut down very early into that round, but now Bruninho has a bit of a challenge on his hands. They're pushing onto this B site, and he does have the backup of Decenty, but those pistols can be pesky, especially when grouped up. But, well, so can the CTs. 3 of them now to receive on this B site. And it will be the Deagles to find the opener. Adam B catches 1, but Coalex... Oh, it's beautifully done! On the MP9 finds 2, Decenty chimes in for another, and that's 3-0 for Furia Academy.
Yeah, good stuff there on the MP9 from, I believe that's Koala, the X standing for an A. He's substituted that one out.
So
but yeah, lovely little cleanup for him there, and that's a lot of money in the back pocket for him as an individual. Furia Academy, so far so good on their CT side, but now we will see the full investment from the Young Ninjas. They get the AWP out in the hands of Temporary, and this guy can get things done on this AWP. I've seen some very impressive rounds from him, especially in the game that the Young Ninjas had against the Apex Rebels. Temporary was putting in absolute work with the help of his teammates. So holding... Excuse me, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's interesting that you mentioned the Apex Rebels. They're the only team that Furia Academy have really struggled against. Like, Furia Academy, they're sitting quite comfortably up towards in their 3rd place position. Like, they've struggled against Big and Astralis, but out of nowhere, Apex Rebels has caused them more trouble than pretty much any other roster.
Yeah,
they're going
right,
1-1 with them right now, and they only beat them in overtime that 2nd time round after quite a staggering 16-13 loss to open up the tournament. So, yeah, I don't quite know what's going on with Furia. Consistency a little bit all over the place, but I reckon they still have it to take NIP here.
Yeah, it's a tough call, definitely, because there throws a lot of uncertainty into the air when you've got a roster change all the time in the fashion that Young Ninjas do. With Fozy coming in, we saw Slap play for them as well. We've seen LNZ and ZTR, of course, being taken up to the main roster briefly to cover for Hampus' illness. So you never know what iteration of the Young Ninjas is going to show up. But Adam is going to show up in round number 4. He takes down Quaz straight away through the headshot. And now, Temporary in a forward position, will hit the shot just through the edge of the wall there. And already the Young Ninjas are in a very forward position. The smokes are down. The rotations are here, though, from the CT side. And that Molotov's going to delay the bomb plant. They can't go for the standard default plant. Oh, and an aggressive peek from ZMB will get shut down by Temporary. Adam B with his name in the kill feed. And now as the dust settles, it's all on Descenti in a 1 versus 3. Max is already round behind him, and the first full gun round, first round for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, an impressive bounce back there after a couple of demoralizing losses in the opening 3. Especially that one where it was a 4 versus 2, and as you said, the communication was sloppy. And we talk about communication, we talk about that constant rotating door for their 5th man. No wonder their communication is a little bit all over the place. Because, yeah, they're trying to account for new players every couple of days. And as we head into this 5th round, well, it will be a sort of gun round here. We've got a force buy investment from FURIA, a little lackluster towards the bottom of that table there, and very little utility. But they counteract their lack of utility with aggression, and they do go 1 for 1. As Mexter opens up, but Bruninho follows through. 4v4 now, as they push up towards the top of the A ramp. And a boost will be coming in for Kawes, and he will see 2 of these Young Ninjas. Catches the first, and that's a big man advantage for FURIA. As I said, they needed to counteract their lack of utility with aggression, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Fuzi will shut them down. A lovely double. And the Young Ninjas have another advantage in their midst.
Yeah, they've got themselves this A bomb site. They're being very careful about edging too far forwards into these angles, and I respect the fact they know they're in the advantage position. Now with the bomb planted, it's up to Bruninho and Descenti in this 2 versus 3 retake to be able to get something done. No utility between the two of them and no kit either. Descenti's still worried about the potential of a lurking player. But right now, the way that these people are moving, they don't seem convinced that they want to have a crack at this one. And in fact, they won't. They're going to run on home, save this AWP and M4 and bring it forward into the 6th round. So now we do see that gap closed from what was a 3-0 start to FURIA Academy, now 3-2. And definitely a chance now for the Young Ninjas to tie this one up at this stage.
Just want to ask quickly, what have these players got against the traffic cones towards the back of the A site there? It seems to be they become a target range every time someone tries to save. I think we should stand up for traffic cone oppression.
They're Vertigo's chickens. That's what's going on, isn't it?
Yeah, traffic cone lives matter too, guys. Come on. But as we head into round number 6, it's going to be a fairly tattered economy for FURIA Academy here. Honestly, saving these guns over, as much as they may be helpful, it could also be a curse. They don't actually force up around them like a lot of teams would, so that's impressive discipline there from FURIA. On the flip side, Young Ninjas, well, not that they would want to take a second AWP on that T side, but it's just easy pickings there, especially with that lack of util once again.
Yeah, I'm definitely a supporter for the decision that FURIA Academy have made here, not opting to force up around these rifles. I do really appreciate the fact that even if these 2 guns go down, they'll be able to get their rifles back out in the round following anyway, and as will all of the saving players, rather than everyone committing into this one. Got a weaker buy overall than your opponent, and it means that then, if you were to lose the round anyway, you then set yourself up to have to eco in the following. So yeah, definitely the right decision in this situation.
Oh, no.
Koala loses his head first of all, but Descenti's in a position with this AWP to get 3 quick kills, traded by Adam B, and Adam B the hero here. 2 quick kills for him, but now it will just be Temporary in the 1 versus 2. What was an advantage situation for the Young Ninjas has fallen by the wayside, and now it's up to the young Swede with the AWP in hand. He hits the first shot onto Bruninho through the smoke and the second. Nicely done by Temporary in the 1 versus 2. And he recovers what was an advantaged round. Thank God they were able to win that one.
Beautiful stuff there from the disciplined AWPer. After a 3K as well, we talk about demoralizing, but he throws that all out the window, stays stalwart, and after Maxter goes down, well, he picks up the reins quite nicely. Decenti, a very valiant effort. There's very little more he could have done there. It's just unfortunate that the CT player had nothing more than a USP, and as they come in over the scaffolding, well, yeah, they're good for the first. But again, they're isolated, and they wait behind smokes before they retake, despite that advantage, and knowing he's on the which again, uncommon for their lack of aggression there, and it's a big mistake that will pay dividends to NIP. On the flip side now, a 1-for-1 trade in the opener of round number 7. Fuzi behind the smokes, banging on through as he walks into ZMB. Oh my goodness, it's very messy, but another quick trade from Temporary. A violently efficient AWPer. As now, they line up a couple of smokes for this A bomb site. Decent, he forced away with his own AWP. And this smoke will join Koala into Link.
Decenti from the back of the bomb site is able to pick up that close man. Temporary tried sneaking up onto the ramp, and a second blind kill for Decenti. And it will just be up to Maxter now. 1 versus 3. He's got himself a position on the bomb site with the bomb in hand. And right now, I don't think Decenti's aware of the ground he's covered. In fact, he isn't. Maxter goes for the safe position on the right side of the box as well. Perhaps considering the fact that Koala is over towards that gap side. And he's doing a good job of isolating his fights. Now he's found himself in a 1 versus 1. Koala, the all to do, no kit in his back pocket to work with here. And it seems like Maxter's read into the situation perfectly. He wins out the 1 versus 3. And that was an incredibly well-played situation there from Maxter.
Young Ninjas clearly out for revenge here. Already a round on top of the last scoreline they were able to achieve versus this FURIA squad. They lost 16-3 on overpass to them. But yeah, with a 0% win rate on Vertigo, and with them starting on the T side, this is already a better start than I was anticipating for them. They've actually won every single gun round now, albeit some of them incredibly tough scenarios to do so. But look at the individual prowess of these players. Great 1v3, as you said, and that's not the first clutch they've been able to pull out the bag. The one problem is they're relying very heavily on clutches right now. This round should be a bit of respite for them. Look at that. 2 very clean opening doubles for the NIP, or for the Young Ninjas, sorry. And that's already 5-3 to them, as they storm ahead, taking only a single loss. This gives their economy a bit of time to recover, makes them even more deadly up against this FURIA lineup, and with FURIA's own economy still in the doldrums, especially if they lose this one, well, they're not out of a danger zone just yet. And appropriately so, they will be calling a tactical timeout to discuss things in this break.
Yeah, the right time to do so, definitely. And I'm a big supporter of an early tactical pause. We've seen some teams. A good example of a team that's not been using them would be Eternal Fire Academy.
Absolutely.
In the game we casted yesterday, they had so many close rounds, their backs against the wall so many times, and I think we only saw 1 pause from them the entire game. So
I'm pretty
utilizing
sure it was 1
those
pause the entire game.
Yeah, well, there you go. You just need to be willing to spend those tactical pauses early on in the game, realize that the early rounds are just important as those later rounds as well, and get control of your economy and just a general list of what your IGL wants you to achieve in these rounds. Adam B going for the entries towards this B side of the map early on, and he's good for the first onto Bruninho, but traded out by that AWP immediately. So an early back and forth on the B side of the map. And now things will slow down, I think, for the mid-round. Oh, yeah. As I say that, Rolf sneak out. Rolf just picks the head off of that mid-player. And Fuzi here as well to shut the door on the rotators. This round has fallen by the wayside for the FURIA Academy boys very, very quickly. And the Young Ninjas now poised to put themselves 3 rounds up.
Man, I mean, what another incredible round for Young Ninjas. FURIA, they just look so out of position here. Yeah. With double the round count on purely gun rounds on a T side of this map as well. A map that, just along with every other map in the pool, is quite heavily CT-sided now. I mean, FURIA Academy, they're certainly in trouble. And FURIA Academy as well, they can still fight for this 2nd place. So if they were to lose to NIB here, this would be a pretty big downfall. Cowes now last alive in the 1v3. And he does catch one, but he's completely overwhelmed. With the money behind them, Young Ninjas, they can continue to reinvest, but it's not the same story for the CT side. They desperately need to put a gun round on the board. And in this one, again, you can spend money on pistols, you can get a bit of armor behind yourselves. They've got that full loss bonus by this stage. But even with that full loss bonus, they've just not looked convincing enough to even invest into a couple of pistols to pull something over the line. They've even got Cowes going for a Hero A1S.
Yeah, so far not so great, not such a great showing here for the CT side of FURIA Academy. Obviously, they were able to put that pistol round on the board and the 2-round conversion since. But as you say, it's all been gun round victories for the Young Ninjas. They've taken control of this game in the mid stages of the first half. And it's up to FURIA Academy to make the right adjustments here to recover the situation that they're in. This is a CT-sided meta that we exist in right now in Counter-Strike, with the buffs to that M4 silence, the increased damage, and the reduced cost. And as a result, we have seen quite a large shift towards the CT side and more percentage rounds going that way overall in all tiers of Counter-Strike. Now, in this round, nothing to be said for the FURIA Academy boys. 3 of them hit the ground without a kill to their name, and it's all up to Koala and ZMB to do some damage in this situation. The economy for the Young Ninjas on a couple of players is already very strong, but across the board, they still have Adam on quite low money there. If Rolf was to go down, he'd have to invest quite a lot of cash to get himself into a full buy once again. So damage would be influential, but not the end of the world for the Young Ninjas if you lost a player or two here.
I mean, certainly not. No, the Deagles, well, they're far outgunned, far outmatched as well, and as a team with slightly more experience than most in this Academy League, slightly older players on this FURIA lineup, I mean, you'd expect them to be doing a little bit more in terms of the fragging department right now as well, but no, Adam B just walks straight over Koala. ZMB tries to chime on in for one of his own, and just about before the round ends, gets Adam B. But again, the economic damage, it's just simply not good enough right now for FURIA Academy, and neither is their round count. They need to put this one on the board, otherwise we can safely rule them out of a comeback in this game. As we said, CT-sided meta, as much as FURIA Academy are still fairly decent on their T-sides, it's going to take one hell of a comeback against a side as strong as the Young Ninjas, especially when they've got players like Adam B playing as well as they are. And someone else who we've not talked about too much other than his great clutch is Temporary, but we're going to have to hold on for that for a second. This Maxter falls down early, and finally, FURIA find themselves an opening kill.
Oh, FURIA, they've gone for the double AWP buy in this round, but immediately they've lost out the AWP of the Senti, now down to the single AWP. The ramp control well now in the hands of Temporary and the Young Ninjas. So ZMB and Koala, they have a decision to make here. Do we concede and play behind these smokes, or do we take aggression to them? Koala looks to be facing on the short side here. He smoked it off and he wants to make a stand. The entry on the backside player has already come in. Ozzy in a forward position gets 2 quick trades, and it will be down to Bruninho in the 1 versus 2 situation. Once again, no kit for him, but no bomb plant just yet. He peeked at the right time, but he wasn't ready to shoot. And now Fozy knows exactly where he is, peeking over the smoke, shuts him down, and the Young Ninjas pull away 8-3.
Uzi a triple, Temporary a double. Big round there from the Young Ninjas, stealing another buy round away from FURIA. It's just getting a bit embarrassing at this point for them. And, I mean, just looking at Temporary, he's the lowest rated player on this Young Ninjas squad with a 0.81 rating, but he's 12-3 right now. That's a 4 KD on the AWP. He is going astronomical, and also, that's an AWP on the T side. It shouldn't be doing this well, but somehow he's just outgunning everyone.
Here he is once again, holding an angle against what will be the Quaz scout, but he doesn't peek into that deep angle. He hears the utility and decides against it, and the rest of the FURIA Academy side are playing the pack mentality here with the low buy pistols, all grouped up and just hoping that they get a few bodies come their way. They've got the numbers to at least trade out and potentially recover some rifles. The Young Ninjas have just been slowly edging their way up onto this A ramp, and potentially now, with the forward positions that they've got, can lay down some utility here and execute safely, get themselves a free bomb plant,
But
Fight's coming their way. FURIA Academy want to force the issue. ZMB with a kill onto the AWP of Temporary is going to kick things off. The first kill in the round. Cozy trades back, but Adam B jumping onto the box also loses his head. Trades going back and forth here. We find ourselves in a 3 versus 3 and a bit of respite at this stage as Rolf has already walked himself very cleanly into that B bomb site, locking off the rotation of the FURIA Academy boys. And look at that. Quaz none the wiser. He had no idea he was in such a forward position. Cozy now the lurking players dealing with the Ascenti over towards A. And Bruninho, nothing to say for him there, unfortunately. 9-3 now in favor of the Young Ninjas.
yeah, and that was a considerably easier round for them. It looked a bit dangerous towards the start. There was a 5-man stack towards that A bomb site, but they're still able to overcome it quite cleanly. And as you said, Rolf with his rotation over to the B site, he gets everything done on the mop-up. The cleaning crew just working, paying in dividends. And FURIA now, well, they've got enough money for a further reinvestment, another gun round. But with what? Is that 9 rounds? Yeah, 9 rounds in a row for Young Ninjas. No doubt their morale is low. They've got 0 momentum. And after that timeout, they weren't able to do anything. They've not diversified their strategy. They've not been very good at holding on to man advantages. And they've only entered up a lead in 2 of these rounds. And Fuzi, as he spams his AK through that smoke, they will be able to see his tracers, but nobody is willing to respond. ZMB, though, well, that's the response we were looking for. Fuzi cut on down. Adam B now dancing around the box at the bottom of the ramp. He gets one back, and Temporary as well, stealing away another man advantage for the Young Ninjas. And again, FURIA unable to hold on to their entry fragging, onto their man advantages, and Decenty, he's been left with a lot of responsibility on this B site. He's been a kingpin of this squad thus far, but can he really turn the tide for them once again, as he's now being pressured by 2 more riflers? And Decenty, it's a missed shot. 2v1 now for Young Ninjas, as Maxter and Adam, well, got everything on lockdown. Cow, as he does come in from the back line, does have a lineup. Can he convert this spray? He manages to find the first, not the second. Now dancing around that mid-side box. Oh no, it's Young Ninjas again. 10 rounds in a row, and my goodness, it's getting quite worrying.
Oh no, the individuals have just no confidence right now on the FURIA Academy side. You saw Cowes, he got himself into a great position to shut down that 1 versus 2 situation, but he just fluffs his lines on the spray transfer. He overcommits himself to the second peak, and he loses out the 1 versus 1. FURIA Academy, at the early stages of that round, they lost the man advantage, but they then gained it back. They went for the site defense with 2 players towards that B bomb site, but they lose out the trades with both defending CTs missing their shots. So right now, I feel like the individuals for FURIA Academy just need to wake up and just start hitting their shots.
I mean, it would certainly be a good start. Like, look at the kill feed. It's almost always green. And it's always green in droves as well. The multi-killing capabilities of this Young Ninja side have been fantastic. And that's how they've been winning out so many clutches. As you said, confidence in themselves, on the contrary to FURIA. And Fuzi's just going to run in and find another multi-kill, as we were saying. Multi-kills are just destroying FURIA right now. And thankfully, they trade this back into an even fight. But look at the weaponry, look at the utility, and look at Max's positioning. He's gone completely undetected onto this B site here.
Yeah, surely has to be accounting for this close white CT. Usually, this is an angle that gets hard checked with a Molotov occasionally to push this player out early. But Max are completely ignoring the potential of a close CT.
My goodness.
He swings on his heels and is able to deal with the close man, but traded out. And now Koala, with 2 quick deagles, is making a stand towards the B-bomb site. Molotov at his feet, still manages to scarper away from it though, but a rifle recovered for Temporary. He adjusts onto the spray down. Koala hits the ground, and it's all onto Cowes in the 1 versus 1. He's able to win the duel by the skin of his teeth. And FURIA Academy put their 4th CT round on the board, but this is not enough. They need the 10-5 half at a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a long damn time to put that 4th round up on the board, and the fact that it's finally here, I can't even say it's a saving grace. Okay, maybe we can have Zonic's lore if Young Ninjas win this next round. Maybe we can have a competitive second half with a 10-5 scoreline, but Young Ninjas, they've just run away with it so much on the more difficult side of play that it's just looking so down and out for FURIA. I mean, only 1 more round than Young Ninjas was able to get against them on Overpass thus far, and we're pretty deep into this game. It's the last round of the first half. Although we do see a bit of a change of pace here. Cowers can't win the opening duel though, so the rear flank towards the A ramp won't have as much impact. This is troubling again for the FURIA Academy, just unable to win any opening duels when it really matters most.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Well, when FURIA Academy find themselves in a good position, there's a bit of an overextension by someone. There is a missed opportunity by someone, which throws things always back in favor of the young ninjas. So now, with a minute on the clock, we find ourselves in a 4 versus 4, and some re-aggression perhaps in front of Adam B. The flash hits him straight in the face. Adam doesn't adjust the crosshair whatsoever, just eats that one. And now there is an advantage for the FURIA Academy side. Maxter has got himself in a forward position. This looks to be the A-bomb site that is the port of call for the ninjas at this stage. ZMB off the back of the utility drone reacts, but too little too late. Ozzy wins out that fight. Vicente here from the headshot will trade, and the rotations are here in time. The Molotov ticks down only once to clip him. And now, Maxter finds himself in the 1 versus 2. Goes for the fake plant, baits out the peak, and wins the immediate 1 versus 1 fight. Now, Maxter versus Bruninho. He's aware of the CT man's position. And Bruninho, aware of the time being low, doesn't need to force this fight just yet. He's going to have a little look here. Maxter, these two players, the fight's so awkward, but Maxter wins it out once again. And Maxter once again winning a clutch. The second clutch of the half for the young ninjas. They go into the second half, 11-4 up.
I mean, that's just disgusting from the young ninjas. An 11-4 T-side on Vertigo. With all of those clutches imbued as well. Magnificent stuff from them through and through. I mean, FURIA, they got off to a flying start. And with that incredibly lucky ninja defuse in the smoke, I mean, hey, things were looking pretty good for them. They even managed to win out a couple of clutches of their own. Look at this from Cowers, the 1-man versus 2 on the post-plant scenario. Very good stuff. And then with the weaker weaponry, young ninjas coming on in. I mean, yeah, they picked up the 3 opening rounds, easy as pie. And then when the guns came out, they absolutely wet the bed. Like, they just got decimated at every twist and turn.
Yeah, this looks like a story of this is the young ninjas game to lose from this situation. And in fact, even with that round kind of being thrown away by the ninjas, where Rolf comes running through the smoke with a knife in his hand and overextends himself, they were still able to pull things back and gain control of the half entirely once the full guns did come out. So going into the second half, we need, at the bare minimum, a CT pistol for FURIA Academy. They need to hit the ground running here. Get control of the economy early on. Maintain that utility that you need on a map like Vertigo to be able to safely retake mid-round, contest these positions towards middle, and B steps early on. So I hope they can get themselves into this one here.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA going on to an aggressive pistol round. I reckon this does play into their playstyle, plays into their favour. Young ninjas, they cannot afford to rest on their laurels here. A smoke on Maxter for them so far. Everyone else picking up the full armour, or not full armour, picking up Kevlar as well. They finally managed to put a dent in that incredible round streak of young ninjas. But can they put a stop to them early doors as they're now on the more advantageous side? And apparently, yes, Cowers, what a shot onto Adam. There's now 5v4 ensues, and FURIA, well, it looks as if they've got their sights set on the A-bomb site. A fantastic belt of utility left on them. But whether or not they want to commit to this A site could be thrown into the air as Fuzi on the rear flank. He's going to see a lot, but this is just a bait and switch. Bruninho, a fantastic play from him. Does manage to fall away as well. Keeps the fight going, but Temporary wins out in that duel. And now as the smoke walls, well, they continue to plume. Maxter is in a bit of a tough spot as he's being jumped on by 4 different players. Oh my goodness, it's crazy towards the back of this site. Temporary edges on in, but it's more kills for FURIA Academy. And now Rolf has a lot to do, but not enough to do it with. Great round from FURIA. And we need to see a lot more of that in the coming.
I love that, man. I love the fact that they were able to say, okay, we know we're being pinched. There's a potential that there's 2 players behind this smoke or there's 2 players behind us. We just go 4 bodies up. One of us jumps over the top, just overwhelm the opponent, and they've made the right call. They're able to win the duel. They get the pistol round that they so direly needed, and now they can start to stack up that cash a little bit here. Koala, given the responsibility of the MAC-10, and they'll be sending him first to hunt for a bit of information, I hope, have a little look around, and maybe pick up some of these unarmored USPs. Ozzy
Farm a
Having
bit
a
of
little
cash.
Yeah, exactly. Farm that little bit of cash, definitely.
And as they push up towards the top of A ramp, well, the MAC-10's not been activated just yet. In fact, the CTs, they're going to go for another rear flank attempt here. I mean, all of them are just shift walking through middle. They could burst it down the ladder, try and catch a couple of these FURIA players off guard. But I think, honestly, this is just a said and done round already. Unarmored pistols, unupgraded as well, with the exception of Temporary's P250. And yeah, they are just going to go for a 4-man rear flank attempt. They might catch a player off guard here. But other than that, a very easy round for FURIA Academy.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. They've had no trouble getting onto that A bomb site there. The young ninjas tried their hand at like a big stack up towards middle in the early stages, and now you can see themselves positioning to attempt to get a few kills as this bomb ticks down. They can peek out. It's a common saving position right on this ledge that you can see Decent T stood in front of. So as these final stages of the bomb ticks in, maybe we'll see these USPs go for some peaks, try and deal a little bit of damage, and get perhaps the equivalent of a dozier nade with some USP dinkies. And here they come all swinging out into the line of fire, and they all get mowed down. That did not go to plan whatsoever, but it doesn't matter. The guns come back out in the next round regardless for the young ninjas, and FURIA Academy have a great chance now to really get this half going as the guns come out.
Yeah, the one problem for FURIA Academy here, though, is this is a bonus gun round. They've not got those full rifles, and they're up against 5 A1Ss. And I would take an A1S over a MAC-10 any day because of just, I mean, it's so good at range, and in the hands of a CT, yeah, up against a MAC-10, you're in trouble. But Maxter, well, he stays out of trouble for the time being, as FURIA have a certain propensity to challenge the top of A ramp a lot, and with that MAC-10 player going down early to add on the A1S, yeah, FURIA are looking to walk straight into what could be a formidable wall of young ninjas.
A little bit of a lull in play as the utility gets laid out, and Koala and Kawes do a great job on the double nade onto Rolf. Bruninho shuts down 2 other players, and now it's just up to Fozy and Maxter already. This round has fallen apart very quickly for the young ninjas, and they have to play behind and respect this utility for now. The line's being held by the crosshair of Maxter, potentially trying to catch off a rotating T, getting himself into a good after plant position. But honestly, I don't know if they want to really commit themselves to this one, Sneaky. They look like now there's no fights coming their way. They're going to back on away, and it's the right call to save these guns. What do you think?
No, absolutely. They just need to fall away, keep these A1Ss over. We saw how much damage FURIA did with an AWP and an A1S saved over in their 4th round of play, I believe it was. But yeah, they weren't quite able to get it over and done with because Temporary came up with a huge 1v2 clutch on that B bomb site. If they can even buy themselves a chance at going one further, at bagging themselves that 12th without FURIA getting too many rounds in a row, then they need to take all they can. It's not dangerous territory just yet, but there is only a 4-round difference between the 2 teams now. And, well, young ninjas, they're going to be acutely aware of the fact that FURIA, they could be mounting a comeback at any time. They cannot rest easy.
No, absolutely not. When FURIA Academy, they kind of came out the gate swinging at the start of the season and have faltered in the mid to late stage with a couple of wins that we maybe thought would have gone their way given the early performances that they had, and then they didn't. So now they find themselves, well, 3rd in the group at 5-3. A win here would put them up at 6-3, but still going to be maintaining that 3rd place position behind Astralis Talent, as Astralis Talent currently sitting at 7-2. So, as we've already talked about in depth, this one is really just for practice, round count, stats, things like that, making sure that these teams are able to iron out their issues going into the gauntlet stage. But it will be FURIA Academy boys just storming their way into this B bomb site. They've got the 2 entries off the back of Bruninho. ZB in a very deep position already, and he gets his head ripped straight off by Rolf.
Now, can I tell you something? FURIA only have a 38% win rate on their T side. That is pretty damn poor. And they are having to come back from an 11-4 deficit. And whilst they may have this round in the bag, Temporary cut out by a smoke and just a deagle to play with. Oh, and that's a brutal and insulting Molotov. to force him away back to the depths from whence he came. Yeah, FURIA, they've managed to put 4 on the board already, which is better than some of the some of the T sides we've seen them put up in total. But yeah, up against a side like Young Ninjas, they're starting to falter a bit. Whether or not that's because they do have that rotating 5th man, they're a little bit mishmash on the team play for their CT side. It's yet to be seen. But FURIA, this would be a massive achievement with everything stacked against him in terms of statistics, in terms of a fairly strong Young Ninjas squad, and the fact that Young Ninjas are still fighting to stop themselves from dropping into 5th place, because if they drop into 5th, they will have a much harder time in the gauntlet stage than if they continue to sit in 4th.
Full buy round now for both sides here in round number 20. ZMB going very quickly. He's ahead of the Molotov and the rest of his side here to back him up. FURIA Academy want to take the fight straight to Fozy here in middle. Koala with 2 quick trades and a third for Cowes as well. Means that we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2 after just 25 seconds gone in the round. 20 HP for Cowes is not great. Bruninho is going to be the man with a lot of the weight on his shoulders for the remainder of this round. And when you're up against an AWP and the rifle of Adam B, you're going to have a hard time getting into this one for free, I think. Bruninho already feeling out this B bomb site, but the CT rotations, they've picked the right bomb site. They've gambled on this one. A great entry from Bruninho onto Adam B leaves this in a 1v2 for Temporary. Surely not 2 1v2s in one game, Sneaky, for the man. He's already got himself in the right spot. Utility to delay the plant for now. And as the bomb edges its way slowly onto that site, he has to pick this one apart. Have a little think about where the angles of these T players are going to be positioned. And he rotates around to try and get a better look at this close right side.
Wow. Another crazy talented 15-year-old AWPer, just like our Young Gods counterpart, looking to poach his way back into this locked up site. But he can't isolate any duels this time, unlike when he was on the T side himself. Instead, forced away to save that big green, which will save them a lot of green going into the next round, where their economy is all over the shop. 2 players sub $1,000, Temporary included, so he won't really be able to drop anything over to his teammates, even with the loss bonus coming through. I tell a lie, he can drop a rifle over to his teammate. It is full loss bonus. But yeah, Adam B is struggling on his own. And it's just weird how lackluster both CT sides have been today. Normally, they're so much more competent.
Yeah, we were talking about how at the moment in the current meta of CS, it seems that the CT side is in general the more dominant one. But in this game, it's definitely not been the case so far. Of course, we've only had, 4 rounds past of this second half. And now we will see the Young Ninjas call their first tactical pause of the game. And now, this is a similar point that we saw the FURIA Academy side calling theirs over on their CT side. So I'm liking the timing of these pauses. It's going to give the Young Ninjas a bit more space to think about this one, talk about what's going wrong, where are they losing their trades, is it a specific site, they're making 2 heavily rotations in the mid-round. Well, that would have been the conversation that had just gone down. Now, really up to them to answer back, because so far we haven't seen anything great from them here on this CT side.
Yeah, not really, but that's an almost perfect entry attempt. Does so much damage to 2 players. If Fuzi can capitalize on this, there is still hope. But Bruninho running like a madman to the back of the site already clears things out quite nicely. And look at his advanced positioning. Despite 3 HP, still lands that incredible decapitation onto the second side player. And honestly, just save. Just call the save, Young Ninjas. There is no way you're getting back into this site, back into this round. You've got 3 great weapons. You've got the util, 2 kits. Need I say more? There is no chance of you winning this round, but there's a chance, a hope, a glimmer of it in the next if you can hold on to these guns.
The absolute pace there coming out from Bruninho. He had no fear whatsoever, understood his role perfectly, knew the line he had to take, and just committed to those fights. 2 massive entries from him. And as a result, FURIA Academy now sit themselves at double digits. 5 alive as well. It's going to allow them to stack up their economy even further. Look at Bruninho's economy right now. $12,500 in the back pocket almost going into the later stages of this second half. FURIA Academy have put themselves in a great position to make an upset here.
I mean, this is what I love about the Academy League, man. The sheer unpredictability of every game. Like, FURIA will lose to Apex. They will be the only team to lose to Apex in this tournament. And then they'll beat NIP 16-3. And now Young Ninjas are 11-4 up. And they are at risk of potentially losing to this incredible Brazilian storm, we'll call it. The wave is back. And they're just washing completely over the CT side. They've been completely incapable of answering to this aggression of FURIA. And I hope we can see at least some differentiation in strategy from either of these two teams on their defense. Obviously too late for FURIA now, but I mean, the Young Ninjas, they've got time to adapt. I just don't entirely know what they're doing.
Yeah, they seem a little bit lost so far on their CT side. They've tried to make some adjustments, and when they've done so, we saw some aggression from, I believe it was Maxter, over towards that B bomb site in the gun round prior, and things have just gone so badly wrong for them when they've attempted these sorts of things. Now, they find themselves in a situation where they have an advantage for a second as Temporary gets traded out. He was able to get that entry onto Koala, but now the A bomb site sits in the hands of FURIA Academy. The rotates are here, but no Molotov onto the site to cancel out this plant means that they're saving all their nades for this retake attempt, the Young Ninjas. That Molotov forces Descenti out into an angle that Adam B can deal with, and now they have the advantage going into this retake. Potentially the first situation where they are able to have a successful retake onto a bomb site. ZMB being forced off by the flash. Cowes is able to get the trade onto Adam B, but Fozy strikes onto ZMB. The AWP no longer in the round. The time's now ticking down. Bruninho and Cowes, good for a couple of kills.
Oh no, what are you?
Off the mark. He's missed the opportunity. And Rolf steals away the frag with a ninja defuse. Oh no, Bruninho. He couldn't see the man from behind the smoke. He was just creeping in the edge of it. And he steals the round away. That's Young Ninja's first round on the board this entire half from a ninja defuse, Sneaky.
He was so far off with the bomb, though. Did you see that? He was crouching the other way. They had no idea that he was still on the bomb. Look, they just couldn't see him until, he'd run out of ammo on his main weapon. My goodness. How many ninja diffusers are we going to see in this half like that? We had the pistol round. We've got this one. We got plenty of other clutches. This is madness. That's going to count as a 1v3 for his stat line as well. HLTV 2.0, eat your heart out as now Adam B, the top of this short side. We'll trade out the... Oh, my goodness, that's incredible from the young gun. And now into the 4v3, we're plunged. Now this is where the action's picking itself up. FURIA, they've run into that brick wall, and it's up to them to choose how they can adapt. Temporary catches Koala as well. Beautiful kill towards the short side again as Decent. He's dancing around with Bruninho, and they find a frag apiece. Two delicious headshots coming through, and Temporary baited up by the first. A trade frag needs to come in, and Decenti will be delivering. 1 versus 1 ensues, and Maxter, well, he's coming in through elevator, but he has no idea the current position of Decenti until he does that. He throws the Molotov, gives up his position, dances around, but no, Decenti pulls out a piece of utility. Oh no, that is a tragedy, and NIP are gifted a 13th. Not like this, FURIA. Oh my goodness.
Oh my lord, 2 really crazy endings to rounds back to back. This one is really showing up for us, be an entertaining game. But I can tell you that this was great stuff on the ramp here from Adam B. The flash setups worked out perfectly for him, but then the entries are great back in return of FURIA Academy, but so unfortunate. Pulls the gun out, just goes for the quick switch just as he peeks out, and he gets caught pants down. Now, with the only 2 rounds that Young Ninjas have won have both been very gimmicky wins, in fairness.
I mean, I wouldn't say gimmicky, but they've been damn close. They've been very lucky. And, well, with this 4v4 now ensuing, well, ZMB taking advantage of the lesser weaponry towards the short side, decapitates an MP9 player as well. Another decapitation is quick to ensue. Adam B, you saucy man, doubling up on the site, but Decenty is there. Decenty is up for double trouble of his own, and Temporary, again, the 15-year-old star AWPer thrust into a nightmare scenario, dancing around the mid-side boxes, can't isolate the short side fight, and Decenti, oh, what a round from the man, a 3K to Vitali, and FURIA, they are not done fighting just yet. If we keep this going, we could be due a fantastic overtime.
Adam B is very much shown up in the later stages of this second half here. 2 back-to-back 2K rounds for him. They are able to win off it on the previous, this time round. Well, in fact, 3 for Adam in this round. He's really shown up. But Descenti answers back in such a big way with these entries. Temporary in the 1 versus 2. He's been called upon time and time again in this game to get this done, but unfortunately not able to do it this time round. And the Young Ninjas, they fall back down to the low buy round, Sneaky.
Oh man, I just can't keep up with the action anymore. As you said, yeah, they're back down to 0 economy in Bruninho. That's just bullying. The grenade flies over towards the sandbags, immediately removing the player hiding behind it. And these upgraded pistols, well, only one of them left now. Make that null. As it could well be a flawless round for FURIA Academy. And Bruninho, the bunny hopping is gorgeous. Manages to live that one out with 11 HP left. Doesn't allow the dink to come through. And he does allow a 12th. We will be back to another buy round here, but the momentum is back in the ball court of the Brazilians. And man, the Swedes, well, it's going to be a tough one to counteract.
Absolutely. So the 2 rounds that the Young Ninjas have got so far on this CT side have been off the back of some heroics towards that A bomb site. Some awkward situations going their way. But now, a bit of regained control perhaps for FURIA Academy. They get one back in their favor. They can kind of reset the mental and have another crack at it. Rolf going for some very fast aggression down ramp. Picks up the first kill, but isn't aware of the potential of a second. But Adam B's here to support him. Descenti gets the trade. A second one here for Descenti would be an absolute mammoth of a play, but Rolf puts his second kill in the feed, and a very clean 4 alive round for the Young Ninjas. The setup towards ramp works perfectly, and they answer back from that round loss with something a lot more solid than we've seen so far in this half.
Yeah, that's a big change there from Young Ninjas. I think that's the first actual dominant round that they won on this defense. Like, normally it's been down to the wire, down to 1 or 2 players. But yeah, FURIA, they're going to need to recoil from that, and they'll need to recoil swiftly. They do have 4 AKs, they do have an AWP. In fact, they've still got a decent amount of money behind them. Bruninho on almost pence and dollars, but Descenti missing that opening opportunity is going to be hugely costly to that FURIA squad. Young Ninja's very lucky to be getting away with both the life of Temporary and his big green. It has had a lot of impact, but nowhere near as much as it did in the first half. He was 12 in 3 at one point, now sitting 18 in 14. It's a lot more deaths than he should have been getting, as this fairly passive AWP on the CT side continues to push down short as Rolf thanks the opener. Oh, and Temporary, he's being toyed with, and he's been dealt a death sentence. Hadn't been Fusey, though they find a frag apiece, and as we come to a minute left on the clock, there's still so much to do for both teams, but a big disadvantage for FURIA, even more so as they move the bomb. But Descenti, my goodness, he keeps the fight going.
Yeah, down by the sandbags now, finds himself in a 1 versus 3 from the 1 versus 4. Molotov at his feet, cancelled by that smoke, and a second for Descenti from behind the sandbags. Okay. He's aware of a third man's position now, and he knows exactly where both of these CTs are. He's able to isolate fights continuously until Max shuts him down in the 1 versus 1. Once again, a hairy situation, and once again, it goes down to the wire. Young Ninjas win it out. And now they find themselves on match point.
I mean, what a way to be put onto match point, though. Almost losing a 1 versus 4. You know, he actually lands the shot onto the first player he kills before he eventually goes down. If he'd have saved that bullet, reserved it for the last player alive, that would have been a clutch round for FURIA, just highlighting how unpredictable these academy teams can be due to, again, their inexperience, their lack of confidence to just swing as a unit and deal with the last remaining player. It's a mistake that has cost both of these teams a lot of rounds.
Just the raw skill.
Yeah, the raw skill is fantastic on these clutches. As Cowes, he looks to pump a bit of raw lead straight into the open arms of Adam B, and he does it quite cleanly, looking for another, sees the AWPer, and plays that point very well, but doesn't get away with the kill.
Empery is very lucky to make out of it and make it out from there alive, and Fozy's going to deal with Cowes on that forward position. Rolf playing a very passive angle here. I think the shoulder was spotted by Descenti, and he will rip his head clean off. Bruninho shuts the door on the closest rotator, And with 2 AWPs left in play on the back of FURIA and Temporary, there's no choice but to save in this situation. They have to back on away from this one. They can bring these AWPs forward. They'll be at least able to pass some rifles over to B and Rolf, whose cash is, I mean, in tatters with 100 and 150 in their banks. So this one's still going down to the wire, Sneaky. We may be seeing an overtime here, and it's not unlikely.
2 games of Vertigo, 2 days in a row, both ending in an incredibly climactic overtime. I'm absolutely here for it.
Absolutely.
But tell you who else is here for it. FURIA, as they keep encroaching on that comeback, and with just 5 seconds left to go on the bomb, the round is secured. They don't go on the hunt. I think going on the hunt would definitely have been a wise choice there, because they do have the money to reinvest, and they should know by now that Young Ninjas certainly don't. If they lose 2 players hunting, they can still reinvest, and they would have gotten likely a kill from it. Yeah, I think it's just a lack of confidence thing. And I understand why they don't go for it, but it definitely would have done more harm than good to the Young Ninjas side.
Here we go. We get into the penultimate round of our second half here, and what could be our penultimate round of game, or the final round of the game if the Young Ninjas are able to take it. We see that there's no investment from them except those AWPs brought forward from the previous round. And once again, we talked about this sort of call earlier, not forcing yourselves around the guns if you don't have the economy to do so. I really respect this one once again. They know the back's against the wall. They know they can get the guns out in the final round of regulation, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The flash off. Temporary hits the leg shot, but Adam B in a forward position gets caught off with the deagle in hand. And the utility being laid out here, a full Molotov and
standing on top of each other.
Maxter wants to cause chaos, and he goes running on through. We've got so many bodies in front of him and behind this smoke. Rolf here continuing to fight out. The pistols going absolutely haywire, doing so much damage back and forth through smokes, but it's still a 3 versus 3.
No way.
Temporary holding strong.
Oh no, not like this.
With the AWP in hand, and he gets a quick 3K. The Young Ninjas, they win it out 16-13, and it looked like FURIA Academy were going to be able to battle back, but they fall at the last hurdle against that low investment.
2 saved over AWPs and 3 pistols, and the pistols are what win it up to the point where Temporary goes superhuman. An incredibly fast 3K through the edges of the clearing, smokes on that B-bomb site defense, and by God, what a way to finish up the series. Also, shout out to Maxter, dancing in amongst the smoke, put down behind the wood, and lands on top of one of those aggressing players, manages to shoot him down to like 3 HP, and then the cleanup crew comes in. Dings galore from the pistols, followed up by an incredible 3K from Temporary. And again, shout out to the young AWPer. Didn't have the best second half, but he really showed up where it counted, and they stave off what looked like an inevitable 30th round or an overtime. And with that, well, they saved themselves a lot of hassle, and they managed to avenge themselves from what was a wacky 16-3 previous series over on Overpass. And now we can sit back and enjoy the highlights of this ridiculous game, as I don't think I've ever seen that many clutches coming through from 2 teams in a series.
Yeah, there were clutches on both sides. It was such an entertaining game. I do want to sing the praises of Temporary. Yes, he didn't have the most consistent one, hitting the shots when the players are just lining up right in front of him, when he's on the correct angles. But what he doesn't have inconsistency there, he made up for in clutch factor in this game, winning out the early 1v2 on that T side, and then with the backs against the wall, standing strong from the B bomb site to close the game out. There you see the way the stats laid out for the game. Adam B putting in a very respectable 95 ADR, and I assume that was off the back of a bit of a resurgence on that CT side. They had the slow start, and then Adam B showed up with those ramp multi-kills, and things started to go back in favor of the Young Ninjas at that point.
But just looking at the flip side of things, ZMB and Koala, if either one of them had showed up to the same degree as their teammates, this entire game would have been a different story. Because we had a lackluster CT side from FURIA, putting up 4 rounds on the board. And whilst Young Ninjas wasn't too much better, they had the disadvantage of starting on that CT side. Well, I say disadvantage, I'm assuming that's the side they chose to start on. And something that I've been seeing more and more of lately, and something that I would encourage more and more, is actually choosing to start on that T side, so you have more of an ability to come back on the stronger side of CT because again, that's what seems to be the play these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Decenti with a great performance as well. He was very clean. We saw even Bruninho with some amazing entries over towards that B bomb site. So yeah, there definitely were some standout players on the Furia side, and then some names that we didn't really see as much from that we would have liked, right? But of
Yeah.
course, this is
There's
the Academy
Bruninho.
League, and he's got the chance to improve going forward with the support of such a great organization like Furia around you. There's the man we just mentioned on your screen. Bruninho had a respectable performance there. 87.4 ADR for an entry fragger. Pretty decent there, as he was able to get some clean kills as we saw. And over on the other side, Adam B, the 94.7 ADR man. Although he did go negative overall in KD, he still put in absolute work.
Yeah. Who would you say is our MVP for this match then? Because there was so many impactful players on the server today. I mean, everyone showed up. Even Fuzi had his moments. Like Fuzi getting consistent multi-kills was keeping Young Ninjas from being completely swept aside. Especially over on that T side for Young Ninjas. He wasn't necessarily entry fragging, but he would always find that trade and then another one. And that's what kept Furia so far down in the dumps. Like, they could not deal with that ability to multi-frag on the Young Ninjas side, always losing what they had usually as a man advantage into a very swift disadvantage, and then they crumble from there because their defenses were spread too thin.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Fuzi was really responsible for doing the dirty work in this game. We didn't always see him in these highlight situations. We didn't see him in the clutch situations, but what we did see him is performing in the mid rounds, recovering situations which would have been tough to get back from had it gone to the later stages. When it comes to man of the match, I look to either Temporary or Adam B. Adam B was putting in work over towards that A side. On the CT side, he had a very respectable overall ADR, but Temporary, the clutch factor, the X factor, the one who got the game over the line at the very last hurdle there.
Also being the lowest rated player coming into today with a 0.81, putting up a just nuts performance like that. And I know HLTV rating doesn't mean everything, because, you know, everyone has their off days. But yeah, to put up such a hero performance, especially in that first half, winning clutch after clutch, the 1v2 to start off that incredible 10-round in a row streak. Yeah, that's some really good stuff. But as we have a quick look at the standings of Group A, it is still MOUZ NXT leading the charge, with, you know, fnatic rising not too far behind. At the bottom of the scoreboard, it's actually 0-11 for Eternal Fire Academy. That is very rough. I mean, after the roster change, they looked so much better, but they just didn't have enough time to claw things back to the tatters that they were in. And Spirit, a nice win over Eternal Fire Academy, really seen as a free win at this point, puts him in close contention with OG. But as we come to the end of our opening of the season tomorrow, like the end of all these best of one matchups is tomorrow, I believe, unless there's any tiebreakers that need to be played on out. Yeah, this is going to be pretty close to what the standings will look like on that day. Big leading the charge absolutely for this group, and with Furia not being able to close it out here, I don't think they can fight for second place anymore.
No, I don't think so. Looking at the bottom, we can see Apex Rebels, you know, with the adjustments that they made at the start of the season, things have not been looking great for them. They were, of course, a lot stronger of a team perhaps last season, but now only maintaining, I believe it was sound from the previous iteration of the roster. They haven't had the time that they needed to prepare for this particular season. Looking at the schedule for tomorrow, we kick off the day with Scrawny and Launders for OG Academy versus Spirit Academy. That's a mid-table head-to-head there, or to the bottom to middle table head-to-head. OG Academy currently 5 and 6, and Spirit's 4 and 6. Astralis Talent versus Apex Rebels. We've got second place versus bottom of the Group B stage there. And Big Omen Academy versus Furia Academy, another Group B matchup. That's really up to Furia there to show what they're made of against Big Academy, because Big Academy have been dominant over Group B so far. Looking at the later stages of tomorrow, we've got Navi Junior versus the Young Ninjas, OO Prospects versus Eternal Fire Academy, and the final game of the evening will be, well, the final game of the group stage, in fact, will be MOUZ NXT versus the Young Gods. We will be back. Yeah, we will be back tomorrow night, starting from the OO Prospects game there. and I'm very excited for the final day of the group stages, Sneaky. What do you reckon about the situation we find ourselves in here?
I mean, as you can see, I'm far more disheveled than when we started the camera section because, man, like that was quite a game with all those clutches. I was practically tearing my hair out for some of them. But if we get any sort of similarity between the games we got tomorrow and the games we've had today and yesterday, like we're in for some incredibly fun Counter-Strike. It might be a bit of a late one, but I'm more than happy to accept that. I want to see as many overtimes as possible. All these teams taking on their last dance battles, and we don't know what's going to happen to the teams that don't make it through, or the team that doesn't make it through. Eternal Fire. I'm sorry, man.
I can hear the violin already.
I want to see them win a game, and they can still win a game. It's going to be damn difficult, but I want to see it happen. And as I said, I reckon if they were in the other group after their roster change, they probably could have picked up a win or two, just off the nature of their playstyle, off the nature of their tenacity, and they've not given up in any of these games. They've made a lot of them incredibly close. But yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be a day full of action as Big Academy look to extend their league further, continue their reign of dominance. MOUZ, they look to do the same. And I can't wait to see who ends up where in the gauntlet stage, because obviously whoever's bottom of the group, they have the first matchup. They have the most difficult one of all. And from there, it does get a little bit easier. Both teams have a little bit more time to prepare for their matchups. But Icon, before we round things off for the night, is there anything else you would like to say to stop my rambling?
You know, I am just very, very pleased with the opportunity that we've had to cast such exciting games in this evening. The last 2 nights have been absolutely lovely, and I cannot wait to see how things go tomorrow so we can round out the group stages.
Yeah, well, on that note, Icon, I think that's all we've got left for tonight. Thank you again to everyone for coming. I've been Sneaky, this has been Icon, and from us, that is good night. See you all tomorrow.